Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Alex Maza. I'm the Ecosystem and Enterprise Growth Lead at the Cardano Foundation. And my dad was born in North Africa. I grew up in South Africa. I just came back today, or actually yesterday. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm keen to speak to you about what brought me, and I think many of us, to Cardano as an ecosystem, it being one that has a social and technical infrastructure that actually empowers African agency. So with you today, I'll share a few bits and pieces about what that means for me, and hopefully what that means for you, much more importantly. Few things about my role within the Cardano Foundation. I look at how we can grow the ecosystem. So what kind of resources, financial and otherwise, do we need to bring in to boost developer talent, startup talent, so that we can see Cardano adoption. And what we mean by that is sustainable activity on-chain with different kinds of use cases in different geographies. Cardano Foundation's the independent Swiss nonprofit that focuses on driving the adoption of the Cardano blockchain and really focuses on real-world problems and solving these things through our community of amazing developers, startuppers, etc. And what we think about Cardano is not just a blockchain, but actually a digital public infrastructure that belongs to all of us, ADA holders, developers, builders, etc. So what excites me a lot is the stuff that we all know about Africa. Africa is a super young continent. If I look around this room, we're pretty darn young. I don't think we're all 19 in this room, but we're pretty close to that. And actually 60% of the continent is under 25. But what I'm most excited about is this. 3.7 million developers in the top 5 developer economies in Africa. This is Nigeria, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, Kenya. Kenya just over the last year had a 33% increase in developer talent. That's massive. The others, 25% year on year. And if we think back to 2021, just after COVID, there were only 700,000 developers in Africa. Here we're looking at 3.7 million. That's growth. It's not just potential, it's actually happening in the sense that 80% of these developers are mobile first, they're young, they're hungry, and actually they're cheaper relative to other developed markets. And that's not a bad thing. That's a competitive advantage that we have as Africans. Another really exciting opportunity is actually connectivity. We still have a way to go. Africa is a massive continent, 1.5 billion people. Only half are connected, and hopefully much more than that by 2030. But if we look at what we've succeeded in doing, since 2014, only 181 million people on the continent were connected to the internet. Today, close to 650 million are, which is really, really massive. And in and amongst that, we have stable coins and crypto that are really popping up as a key adoption factor in the region, where it's not only speculation with meme coins and all the fun things that go up and down, but people are actually transacting in stable coins for services, for hedging, for remittances, real utility. And one of the most exciting things, and we're here in Nairobi, East Africa is super into remittances and payments, as you see in the rest of the conference. And what's really cool here is this is money that could be captured, that could be sent back to the continent. And that's really exciting. And it's a business opportunity that I hope we can see through. So what has Cardano been doing? So I joined the Cardano community in 2020 when I was still in South Africa. And then I moved to do my studies over in Switzerland. And since then, through Project Catalyst and some other treasury-funded initiatives, close to $2.5 to $3 million have gone into Africa-led or Africa-focused projects on Cardano. And these could be applications, events, education. And actually, the very funding that is funding the Cardano Corner here today comes from the Cardano Treasury and was actually led by WADA as part of a consortium to bring the African voice to Cardano and make it ever more stronger. Beyond this, we have Direct Ed, which is located over there, that did an Africa-wide blockchain hackathon last year and trained, over 300 different participants. And this is not to mention you guys here who did the hackathon this year, thanks to Wada. So thanks for participating and making this happen. I'm really keen to see what solutions pop up. And of course, thanks to Lido Nation, Darlington and his team, a lot of educational material is being translated and disseminated in Swahili. And hopefully we can have a lot more local languages besides English, where Cardano educational content, whether it be technical or otherwise, be disseminated across. One of the really exciting projects that we've had where we've seen African voices, not only in terms of startups, but also economies participate, is our strategic partnership with the United Nations Development Programme. Through Cardano, catalytic funding came from the Treasury to support UNDP's Alternative Finance Lab to set up the SDG Blockchain Accelerator. And through this, they set up 50 pilots globally to match real-world problems from the public sector with real solutions from the Web3 sector. And what's really exciting about this is out of the 50 solutions that you can find in this report, and I'd encourage you to take a look at it, 20 of these are based on Cardano. And out of all of these, there's a few that come up which are either Africa-focused and deployed, either in Tanzania when you're talking about carbon credit registries, Zanzibar when you're talking about electricity metering, Burkina Faso, Malawi, Nigeria, Angola. I could go on. Some of these are done by African companies fixing African problems, not only in their own country, but in another African country. And what's not actually here, or what I would encourage you to take a look at is, for example, CloudFi in the back is a Kenyan startup that through this program got access to market opportunities outside of Africa. So what I'm really excited about when it comes to this opportunity and hopefully scaling it in future is looking at what kind of opportunities can we have where African solutions solve African problems outside of their home countries, but also where African solutions can solve problems outside of Africa in other regions of the world. Beyond this, Nairobi especially is very dear to Cardano. We're an ecosystem that has on-chain governance. Who here knows about Cardano's on-chain governance? If you could just raise your hand. Okay, so very quickly, think about Cardano as a digital nation. You can do three major things. Make withdrawals from the Treasury to fund different programs that are necessary to grow the economy. You can upgrade the protocol, and you can make parameter changes to the protocol. All of this is managed through a constitution. There were two constitutional conventions that were done to get to this point. One of these was in Buenos Aires in Argentina. The other one was here in Nairobi in Kenya. And I recognize a few faces from Nairobi when we did this here. A fifth of the global delegates actually came from Africa. So a fifth of the delegates that got to choose what Cardano's global constitution and its governance looks like are African. And I think this is something that we can be very, very proud of as an ecosystem. But we also learned a lot of things with Cardano in Africa. The first thing is that tech is not a solution. It is part of a solution. There's some very real human factors, environmental factors, whether this tech is deployed, that we need to be conscious of. We want to get out of pilotitis, doing pilots that look nice, but don't go anywhere, that don't change people's lives. And that's not the point of us being here. And hopefully, I hope like many of the hackathon winners that come here today can find pathways to take their MVP beyond that stage and actually get a market-ready solution that solves real problems and gives them an economic opportunity. Beyond this, we know that infrastructure is a problem, right? Connectivity is growing, but we need to kind of fix this. And lastly, the one that we all know, Africa is not a country. And actually, it's not only that strategy must be localized within countries that may have regulatory frameworks. We actually know that this may be per city. What is real in Nairobi might not be the same in Mombasa, and so on and so forth. And same thing as Lagos is definitely not like Addis. So these are some of the things that we learned as an ecosystem. And the fact that we're here today in Nairobi with an event that was put together by WADA and a few other partners just shows that community is what is powerful and what makes Cardano powerful as an infrastructure. And so really the key thing of this, and this is what attracted me to Cardano in the first place, is that this is not just something that is technical. It's not just this blockchain that exists. It's something that I feel like I'm a part of. I hope this is the same for you, and that I can contribute to and that can empower my agency. And there are three pillars that I think are really exciting about this. The first one being the technical and the social infrastructure. This is an open source protocol. It is a resilient protocol. It doesn't go down. We know this. It is decentralized and robust. It is the only L1, major L1, that is actually taking concrete steps in terms of being governed by its community and not by a foundation or a lab. And we choose the hard path because we know that this is what makes us the best on the long run. And lastly, something that I'm super, super excited about, and I hope more of you can contribute to this, is Cardano's 2030 vision, mission, and strategy. I dare you to name one other blockchain ecosystem that allows normal holders of the token, builders, to contribute to how a multi-billion digital infrastructure can actually chart a path to the future. There simply is none. And this is what Cardano did over the past year, where we as a community did global online and in-person consultations to also figure out how do we as Cardano reach our goal to be a sustainable blockchain that provides resilient services across the world, no matter the geography, no matter the use case. And it's something I'm really excited about. On top of this, we have the financial infrastructure. We have a significant on-chain treasury, which can bootstrap a lot of the work that we're doing, whether it be technical infrastructure, dApp development, investments, grants, etc., etc. This is allocated by a community, not just by the foundation or labs, as you see in other ecosystems. This belongs to us. And lastly, and most importantly, we've done a lot of the work around Cardano Vision 2030 and its strategy. And of course, we need to hone it in. But most importantly, what we need your help doing, and the product committee team is over there as well, is figuring out how do we turn a grand strategy that looks at 4 or 5 years into the future into something that is grounded for 2026, right now and next year. And so with this, we need to figure out how do we do this from a geography perspective, from a thematic perspective, from a kind of use case that we might want to see, and how do we get a very clear path forward on how we can grow Cardano's digital economy by 2030. So with this, I really want to invite you to join the Cardano movement and join us at the Tamarind Tree Hotel this Friday for the Cardano Africa Tech Summit, where you'll meet a bunch of really fantastic hackathon builders, which are already here, some alumni from the UNDP SDG Accelerator, enterprises, regulators, VCs, Cardano community, and most importantly, join some of the important sessions that the product committee from Intersect is bringing together to turn Vision 2030 into something that has the Nairobi flair, the African flair, and what that means to Cardano. So again, I want to leave you with a quote that I think reflects how I feel about this blockchain ecosystem that belongs to us, which is, I'd love to see African agency through the shared ownership of a shared global public digital infrastructure called Cardano. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kennedy. I am the CEO and founder of Rejuve Biotech. I am from Orange County, California. Being in Nairobi, Kenya right now for Rejuve Biotech feels very intentional for us. It's an opportunity to come in and be part of building something from the ground up in a growing and emerging economy. I sincerely feel that founders and companies who don't invest in countries like Kenya right now are going to be left in the dust in 10 years. It is a young and very talented population. I think it's very important to build things from first principles, and especially with a company like mine, building at the intersection of AI, health, and decentralized data systems. It's important to start in a country like Kenya.
My name's Connor O'Higgins. I'm working with Rejuve Bio. I come from Dublin, Ireland, but we have people in Rejuve from all over. Most of our developers are based in Addis Ababa. Well, we're here in Nairobi at the CAT Summit to meet with the African blockchain ecosystem. We already have a lot of developers in all sorts of blockchain projects in Ethiopia. They have a lot of connections to the Cardano people in Kenya. Kenya's an emerging economy, and any startup business needs to be looking at the African market now, or you'll get left behind. Additionally, we are a biotech company, and Africa has a lot of opportunity that people aren't tapping into to look at new kinds of health data that's different from better study markets like North America or China. There are unique forms of biological data that we can work with the African medical system and health systems, biology researchers to approach biomedical questions from a different angle.
My name is Darlington, also Baraka. I'm with the Blockchain Center in Nairobi, Kilimani, coming from the US. Being in Kenya means a lot for the Blockchain Center. Often companies that's trying to reach grassroots movement in the Silicon Valley of Africa, basically, have trouble having roots on the ground, having resources on the ground, and that's what the Blockchain Center does. It helps you reach Kenya without having to be physically in Kenya. And for us locally, part of why we're partnering with companies that is in emerging technology, blockchain AI, is really to expose the very hungry Kenyan youth population to the global innovation space and the future. So it's very good for us on the ground as well.
So my name is Jane Wangari, and I am the co-founder of Adama. Adama is an accelerator for developers, products, and communities here in Africa, Kenya, and we just define how emerging technologies in AI and blockchain are adopted here. So being here for the Cardano Africa Tech Summit, especially for Adama, is very key, mostly because we're connecting with the builders, we're connecting with ecosystem partners that make a difference in the builders' journeys, and we just want to showcase what's possible in Kenya and what is being done here.
My name is Vincent Sipoi, founder Adama, which is an AI Web3 developer studio. We work with mostly founders that are building projects around the blockchain and the AI ecosystem. Being here for the CAT Summit 2026 is critical to our operation in terms of connecting with partners, investors, and the bigger developer ecosystem, and also enriching our reach and conversations with all these partners, amazing partners that will be there, and also seeing the kind of projects that will come out of the Hacker House that is currently ongoing.
Hi, my name is Kaluka Wanjala from Tech Arena. We have a media production company. We cover tech in Kenya and across Africa. So CATS being here in Nairobi means it's part of the ecosystem, and it partnerships within the ecosystem, and it digs deeper into the ecosystem and not just observing it from the sidelines. Because, and as we all know about tech, especially general tech, we mostly don't get coverage within Africa as a whole, but we get what's covered outside, and it's brought to us to just reciprocate.
My name is Yapsira, and I am from ICOG Labs in Ethiopia. I work as an AI engineer in that company on a project called Hebron. So yeah, that's a quick introduction. So I'm here for the CAT Summit because this is a unique opportunity and unique ground for us to get our foot into an ecosystem of like the intersection between AI and blockchain systems for the purpose of decentralization. So I think it was worth the trip.
My name is Megan Hess. I am part of the WADA Global team in charge of operations. I'm coming from California, USA, but part of my bigger story where I'm coming from is Cameroon as part of the Cameroon Hub, and have been with WADA in Cameroon for the last 6 years or so. Being in the summit here in Nairobi means a great deal for WADA. It's something that we have been working on for a while. Leading up to even getting an Africa Summit, we spent a full year almost doing feasibility studies throughout the continent in different countries, including in Cameroon, just to prove to the wider Cardano community that Africa was capable of doing its summit to the extent that, you know, they've done summits in Europe, in Asia, but why not in Africa?
My name is Samuel Kubi. I work for WADA Global. I am the Hub's coordination lead for my entity. I am from Ghana, but currently based in Berlin, Germany. This event is very important for myself and even for the entity that I work with. What I do is to coordinate with the Hubs on ground in terms of the projects that we run every now and then. We have delivered 40 plus projects over the years. We are 5 years now. In fact, we are launching our WADA Impact Report as part of the event at CAT, and I will highlight most of the works that we have done over the years.
Hello, my name is Ifwe Dufoa. I work with the WADA team. For the CATS Summit, I'm mostly helping with hosting and general coordination. I'm from Ghana, so I came all the way from Accra to Nairobi for the CATS Summit. Being here in Nairobi, especially being on the WADA team, means so many things. So one, it means that there are so many other people who have projects, so many people who are working on the ground in Africa. They have a platform to meet. They have somewhere to all come together to see what other people are doing, to be able to present theirs as well, and then mostly get motivated, go back, do greater things in their community. Yeah, so it is worth the trip because a lot of people, developers, community leaders, decision makers, people who want to build products, need partners, can meet, share ideas. I mean, we are all working towards the common goal of building Africa, so we all get to meet, get talk, Cardano tech, so many other things, and then mostly go back and do greater things.
Hi, my name is Diana Kimunto, Legal and Programs Manager at Blockchain Center, Nairobi. Being in Nairobi at this particular moment in terms of projects, Blockchain Center, being the company consulted by the bigger company, Cardano Foundation, to actually make the Cardano Africa Tech Summit, so which is the inaugural, or rather the first edition. It means a lot to me as the project manager, overseeing and trying to pin all the small parts of it together, or rather, how we say it in Blockchain Center, bringing the blocks and connecting them with the chains.
I'm Nefertiti, and my family calls me Nef or Gina. I am from Chicago originally, born in Chicago, Chi-Town, raised LA, went to school in New York, and I consider myself an African first. And I am the founder and co-producer of Beyond the Code, which is an AI series. I also am a founder of XR Agency and Basics, which is a part of CATS. Wow, being here in Nairobi, Kenya, after 20 years, dropping into Kenya with a very dear friend of mine, Wambu Wayende, may he rest in peace. 20 years later, I landed here working with WADA and the Blockchain Center with my business partner, Dr. Ben Gertzel. So being here again is phenomenal. Well, my agency was hired, so as a hired agency, of course we want to be able to show up and show out.
Hi, I am Don Bosco from Kenya. I work with Blockchain Center, and Light Donation Group, both serving the role of COO and CCO. The CAS Summit has given us opportunity to tap into the Cardano network for a start, and also the community. The community is really huge here, especially with the work we do at Blockchain Center and also the work we do at Light Donation. With Light Donation primarily driving dev incubation, and then Blockchain Center trying to reach out to the larger community and seeing what potential or resources can we tap into the community that already existing to start building on the same technology that people are building on, and also giving more people opportunities.
About this, other than Mercy, to officially welcome us and set the tone for the day, I'd like to invite her. She's the co-founder and partnership lead at WADA Global, and she spends her time working with communities across sub-Saharan Africa, using blockchain to unlock real economic opportunity. She brings over 25 years of experience across project management, community engagement, and healthcare systems, with work that has taken her from West Africa to Europe and North America. And since 2017, she's been deeply committed to using Web3 to build inclusive systems that actually work on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mercy to officially welcome the summit and welcome us to the Cardano Africa Tech Summit.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Megan. Hi, everyone. Good morning again. I feel very honored and humbled to be here because what we are seeing today is the collaborative work of a lot of people, especially our hub leads on the ground all over sub-Saharan Africa. We have quite a few of them here. And as the day goes on, we will get to know more and more and more of them. About 20 years ago, about 5 years ago, we saw that the world is changing. It was changing much slower than it is changing right now. And what we realized was that for many people in Africa, there's a lot of friction in terms of engaging with a changing world. So what happened was that we formed WADA. WADA has been a collaborative effort with a lot of, as I said, entities on the ground, leads, communities. But we've also had a lot of support from Cardano Foundation. They were actually one of our first supporters to help us establish hubs in 4 countries. Since then, we are in 15 countries, and we are growing. And of course, the Cardano community, I can't leave them out. When we got this opportunity, after the Cardano Constitution was ratified last year, what we realized was that we had to be serious about building. Over the past 5 years, we've been building, but it was never consistent. What we realized was that now was a time to be consistent with our building. So we got in touch with Prisma, and we started a hackathon. And what we did was that instead of, looking at Cardano and saying, oh, what lovely tech, what we did was that we told these young people, go to your communities, look around, find out what the problem is, forget about the tech for now, solve for people. And for those that were at the Africa Tech Summit, day 1 and day 2, you saw some of the lovely work that is being done. I want to welcome us today to a world that is changing, a world that is different from what it was even a year ago. For some of us, I don't know if we've heard about personal operating systems, OpenClaw, where in terms of skills, there is there's a bridging between the haves of the Western world and the have-nots of the developing world. What I want us to remember today, as we go into deeper conversations, is that the world belongs right now to us that put aside our assumptions. The assumptions in Africa is that somebody is going to come from somewhere to save Africa. Nobody is going to come from anywhere to save Africa. Africa has to save itself through the young people that we have gathered in this room. An assumption in the Western world is that they will always have the advantage. That is quickly changing. So now, what we are here to do is to begin to look into a future where we are making connections and we are sharing and we are building a better future. A place without assumptions, because at some point, Africa will have the advantage. At some point, Africa will realize that nobody is going to save Africa. So I'm going to, at this point, welcome Kavinda up on stage. Kavinda is a board member of Intersect. He's done amazing work in South Asia, opening hubs with universities, doing a lot of hackathons, and he's just going to open day 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. Good morning, Nairobi. It's great to be here. I've come back after 2024, but it's getting lively. So, like Mercy said, the last 2 days have been very energetic, and we've seen a lot of people getting engaged through the Tech Summit Africa. And we're transitioning into day 3. Africa is important. This continent has over 1.4 billion people. And Cardano is at the heart of it. So I won't be taking too much of your time, but as we transition on to day 3, it's my honor and privilege to welcome all of you and declare the Cardano Africa Tech Summit open. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for opening the summit officially, and thank you, Mercy, thank you, Kavinda. You've reminded us of Cardano's work and that it isn't theoretical, it's practical, it's grounded, and it's already part of real systems. Now, by a show of hands, how many of us know or think they have intermediate knowledge on blockchain? Intermediate? Advanced knowledge on blockchain? Advanced? It gets more advanced, highly advanced knowledge. So I need us to do one exercise before I transition to the next speaker. There's a projection that's going to go up on the screen. I need us to get our phones. I need each and everyone to get their phones out. I need you to scan the QR code on the screen. We're about to test our knowledge. We're about to test our knowledge on blockchain, specifically around the Cardano blockchain. I need us to take our phones. If you cannot scan the QR code on the screen, you can log on to kahoot.it. That's www.kahoot.it. It'll ask you for a game pin. If it asks you for a game pin, that's a game pin that's 1248936. Make sure you're using your real name or a name you can verify is your nickname, because there's going to be some awards that you need to give. So we need to identify you. Let's keep it going. We are more than 39. We are more than 40. We're about 100 in this room. So let's get it to 100. Let's get it to 100. Let's keep it going. In the next 1 minute, we'll lock you out. I can assure you the gifts are very good gifts. I hope Diana is around with the gifts. In the next 15 seconds, we close it. 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Who's still trying to log in? Okay, I'll give another 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 20 seconds on the clock. 20 seconds. Remember, this is the Cardano Africa Tech Summit. If you're joining us online, Karibu Sana, as we say it here in Kenya. Welcome. We are just playing a game to test our knowledge on the Cardano blockchain. I hope by now everyone has been able to join in. If you've not joined in, that gift is not yours. I'm sorry. So lock it and let us go live. So you have 15 seconds to answer each and every question that pops up on the screen. Read the question on the screen, answer it from your phone. 15 seconds. The fastest to answer also gets additional points. The first question is for us to try out if we've understood. So how comfortable are you with blockchains? Of course, this question doesn't have any points. 15 seconds per question. 15 seconds per question. Mercy, I see your phone is here. All right, this one earns your point. Which best describes a blockchain? The faster you answer the question, the more points you get. Next question. Next question. What is a smart contract? What is a smart contract? Remember, the faster you answer a question, the more points you get. Next question. Cardano uses which consensus? What consensus does Cardano use? Is it proof of stake? Is it proof of work? Proof of burn? Or proof of space? Remember, most of you said you had intermediate knowledge on blockchain. Bitcoin block time is roughly, is it 10 minutes? Is it 30 seconds? Is it 1 hour? Is it 1 minute? Remember, the faster you answer a question, the more points you score the question. What do hash functions provide? Do they provide integrity? Do they provide encryption, compression, or random art? What do hash functions provide? Next question. What does UTXO stand for? UTXO. Is it unused tokens, universal TXO, unspent outputs, or unit transfer? Cardano settlement layer is called I see the questions coming in heavy and the answers coming in heavy and fast. Next question. True or false? Blocks can be reordered arbitrarily. Can blocks be reordered arbitrarily? I hear someone saying it depends. Really? All right, next question. We're halfway through. Which network executes EVM bytecodes? It gets more advanced. Kavinda, I see people copying from your screen. There are people behind you. Which network executes EVM bytecode? Next question. What improves Cardano scalability? Remember, this event is mainly powered by Cardano, and I told you that a lot of the things we'll be testing will be around the Cardano blockchain. So what improves Cardano scalability? Let's keep going. Which is layer 2? I can tell you also don't know the answer to this. I'm only emceeing now. Next question. After the next question, I want you to skip to the end. Who are Byron and Shelley? After the next question, I want you to skip straight to the end. Now skip to the end next and skip to the end. Just keep skipping to question number 19. Just skip that one. Skip it to question number 19. Remember, the faster you answer a question, the more points you're able to score on a particular question. That is 16. 17. 18. Question number 19. The slider. So you earn double points for answering this question. What is the average Bitcoin supply cap? Next question. Final question. Final question. So double points. Which scripting model suits Cardano? Someone lost connection at the last question. Which scripting model suits Cardano? All right, we're done. Next. And now, for the winner. Position 3, we have Eugene K. Arewa. Number 2, we have Real Adan Din. And number 1, we have, who do we have? Disas. Who are our winners for today? Who are our winners? We want to see you. Who's Eugene? Eugene. 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 Oh, there he is. So one of our volunteers will be taking your details. We also have Real Adan Din, number 2, and Disam as number 1. Thank you very much for participating in that. And we move straight into the next bit of the program. So ladies and gentlemen, data is power. And trust is currency. And governance is what makes the whole difference. The difference between technology that empowers and technology that excludes. It is my honor to invite a representative of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. And this is a leader who's working at the heart of Kenya's digital trust framework. He is the senior, I repeat, he is the senior Deputy Data Commissioner at the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner with over 18 years of experience across the public and private sectors, and his background spans banking, audit, and technology governance. He has also played a key role in shaping Kenya's data privacy and artificial intelligence guidelines. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, help me welcome Deputy Data Commissioner Mr. Oscar Otieno to give his remarks.
Thank you, Philip, the MC and my good friend. Sorry, I hope we are all fine over there. Fantastic, fantastic, yeah. Thank you. Philip, please don't scare the participants with government titles, yeah? One thing I know, because I've also worked in the private sector, is private sector is really lean, and you could be having a small title but means a lot. But in government, again, the structure is so bureaucratic and there's lots of titles. So Philip, as he was too, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been introduced. My name is Oscar Otieno from Office of the Data Protection Commission, and I'm really glad to join you this morning for the Cardano Africa Summit. Today is the third day. I only wonder why we were not brought in on board to have these conversations from the word go. I think as government, we are very deliberate. We know that technology is moving very fast, and it is really being spearheaded by the private sector and tech entrepreneurs like yourselves. So when we get invited to these kind of conversations at the last hour, chances are high that we will be left behind, and we don't want to be left behind into these conversations, because at the end of the day, it may mean that we may want to recall you as tech entrepreneurs, as tech innovators, and just try and hold you so that we get to understand what you're doing. And really, that's not the aim of the government. We would really wish that we walk together with you this journey all the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was invited to talk something a little about data, and I know I have about 10 minutes, what I was informed. I'll just take about 5 minutes to talk about what we have, and of course, definitely my speech that we wrote for this summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are really saying from a data privacy point of view, as we do these innovations, tech innovations, it's really a good thing. But again, as I've said, there are lots of obligations that are bestowed on you as you continue innovating, as you continue building tech solutions that change our lives in every day. One of the things that is expected of you as tech entrepreneurs from a privacy point of view, first of all, is government wants to know who you are. The days and eras where you would develop solutions maybe in your garage and hidden somewhere, and you want to take it out into the market, maybe let me say it's long gone, it's long over. Right now, the government requires you to come up and identify yourself, who you are, what data are you collecting, and how are you transmitting it, how are you storing it, is it secure, and all that. Because from a tech point of view, we've seen very many technology being breached every now and again. For those who are in Kenya, we just recently saw about what happened in the health sector with the health tech innovative product. So right now you are really required to come out and say who you are, register as a data controller, or if you are processing it on behalf of somebody else, come up and also register as a data processor. Again, when you are building these systems, it is really required that you put in place at the design phase measures that ensures data privacy by design at that very initial stages of building technologies. So those are things that we are looking out for. And again, some of the obligations is maybe before 60 days before you go live, you need to carry out a data protection impact assessment, which basically says that you have looked into the system and these are the risks and this is how we are going to mitigate the risks. So those are really the kind of things that we are looking out for these various solutions that you're building. Involve government, let's know what you're doing. Once you go out into the market, once in a while we'll be conducting inspections on how you're processing that data. We can do an assessment. Right now it's so manual, but you're building APIs to connect to other government agencies, maybe just to verify this kind of information that you've given to government. And then again, once in a while, again, we conduct compliance audits and all that. And then again, lastly, off the cuff, those areas when you would suffer data breaches, because we all know that solutions and technologies around fintech or where there is massive collection of personal data, there is high chances of a breach. So when that breach happens, the era of the co-founder calling in that CTO and trying to fix it without letting the government know, it's again long gone. We want to know what is it. Was it a phishing attack? Was it a DDoS? Come, let's have that conversation so that we can make the environment a very clean, not 100%, but as much as we can, what we call a free environment where everybody can bring in their products, test them, and all that. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will allow me maybe to just do a small speech of 5 minutes. That is really directed onto this summit. So, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, technologists, innovators, and partners. It is indeed a privilege to join you at the Cardano Africa Tech Summit on behalf of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner of Kenya. I address you today as a regulator, a role that offers a practical view of how digital systems perform once they move from design to real-world use. Kenya's digital economy is built on trust. From mobile money platforms to digital government services, Kenyans engage with technology daily because they trust that these systems are reliable and secure. Experience from cybersecurity investigation shows, however, that trust is easily undermined by weak security practices, poor data governance, or inadequate accountability structures. Data protection and cybersecurity are therefore fundamental enablers of sustainable digital innovation rather than optional add-ons. Blockchain and distributed ledger technologies present meaningful opportunities for Kenya, including improved transparency for agricultural value chains, strengthened records management in land administration, and secure verification of credentials. At the same time, these technologies introduce practical challenges related to accountability, access control, lawful processing of personal data, and the exercise of data subjects' rights. Immutability, while valuable for data integrity, can amplify risks when personal data is stored on-chain without sufficient safeguards. So the Kenya Data Protection Act adopts a technology-neutral and risk-based approach, focusing on the processing of personal data rather than the specific tools or platforms used. From an investigative standpoint, compliance is assessed through practical questions, and that is who controls the data, how is it secured, where it flows, and who is responsible in the event of misuse or a data breach. So these considerations apply equally to centralized systems and decentralized architectures. In assessing the state of compliance across sectors, we have observed encouraging progress within the private sector. It's a good thing. Private sector is leading. But again, many organizations have taken proactive steps to register what I talked about as data controllers and data processors, conduct audits, and appoint even data protection officers to help them navigate this journey of privacy, and also engage with the office, which is the regulator, in terms of processing of personal data. So this level of participation demonstrates growing maturity and recognition that compliance strengthens rather than hinders business credibility and competitiveness. One thing that most innovators, especially the tech innovators, think is that government is there to inhibit. Actually, that is a fallacy. Yesterday, I was with one of a regulator, which I think maybe going forward, we may also start to think of inviting them into these spaces. This is the Capital Markets Authority. They are doing a lot in terms of supporting technological innovations within the fintech area. However, compliance within parts of the public sector has not advanced at the same pace. In some instances, data protection is still treated as a procedural obligation rather than a core governance priority. But given the volume and sensitivity of personal data processed by public institutions, strengthening internal data governance frameworks remains essential to safeguarding public trust. Through our engagement, several recurring concerns explain instances of non-compliance. Some organizations perceive regulatory compliance as costly and resource intensive. Actually, if I would post there, I would want to challenge every tech entrepreneur, co-founders and the CEOs and all of you in the room, and just pose a question to you that if you think the cost of compliance is expensive, then try enforcement. There is also at times apprehension that engagement with the regulator will automatically result in punitive action. Wrong, that's another fallacy. It is important to clarify right now that as an office, we prioritize guidance, corrective measures, and capacity building and reserving enforcement to those who really don't want to follow the law. So responsible innovation, ladies and gentlemen, therefore requires embedding privacy and security by design and by default into digital systems from the outset, from the development. So to address compliance gaps, the office has intensified stakeholder engagements through forums such as this one. And again, as a regional technology hub, Kenya has an opportunity to demonstrate that innovation, security, and privacy can advance together. So by integrating cybersecurity and data protection principles into emerging technologies, Kenya can set a benchmark for trust-centered digital systems that support economic growth while safeguarding individual rights. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, in conclusion, say that data protection and cybersecurity are shared responsibilities across government, industry, players like you, developers like yourselves, and even the users. Strong digital ecosystems are built through collaboration, transparency, and early engagement between innovators and regulators. So thanks, Philip, for inviting us. I keep saying, let's walk this journey together. Otherwise, when you call us, when it is too late, mostly nothing much will be done other than enforcement measures. So the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner remains committed to working with all stakeholders to ensure Kenya's digital transformation is secure and worthy of public trust. I thank you all for your attention, and I want to wish you a successful and productive Day 3 Summit, Cardano Africa Summit 2026. Thank you, MC.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Let us appreciate him. And of course, he has reminded us that if you think the cost of compliance is high, try enforcement. Thank you very much, Oscar. Thank you. What you reminded us also is that innovation does not move forward on technology alone. It moves forward when policy, infrastructure, and public trust move with it. Our next keynote speaker has been at the center of the work of digital work and digital transformation in Kenya. She is the Secretary for ICT, E-Government and Digital Economy in Kenya's Ministry of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy. She leads national digital transformation efforts, including digital public infrastructure, e-government platforms, and frameworks that support innovation, inclusion, and service delivery. Her work sits at the intersection of technology, governance, and national development, and she has been instrumental in advancing Kenya's digital superhighway agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation once again, help me welcome on stage Secretary Mary Kerema OGW.
The program director, distinguished guests, leaders in the industry and academia, developers, engineers, and innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's better. And given that amongst ourselves, the numbers are on the side of youth, isn't it? I'm a youth today. I feel as young as you are. Yes? So really, I bring greetings from the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy. Just like my colleague here, my title changed just recently. That I'm the Secretary in charge of Digital Economy and Emerging Technologies. How do you love that? I think I love it, right? Yes, really, it is a privilege to represent my principal secretary, who was supposed to be here with you at this year's Cardano Africa Tech Summit 2026, a platform that I believe brings together those who are not merely discussing the future, but building it, because they have believed in it. So let me begin by making something very clear, that in Kenya, digital transformation is not a slogan any longer. It is a deliberate, national strategy. Over the past decade, Kenya has built one of Africa's most mature digital ecosystem, not by accident, but by design. Today, mobile penetration in Kenya stands at 85%. We have more than 40 million internet users. The ICT sector currently contributes close to 10% of our national GDP. These are not abstract statistics. They represent access, they represent participation, and they also represent economic opportunities. We have expanded the broadband connectivity across counties. We've intentionally gone out to lay fiber to every corner of this country. We are doing last mile connectivity. We are doing public Wi-Fi's. We want to ensure that our citizens can access. Because the more you go digital, then access becomes not a necessity, but it is really something that is pertinent in the livelihood of our citizens. We have gone up to strengthen our digital public infrastructure, accelerated digitization of government services, established frameworks for data protection and cybersecurity, and my colleague has clearly emphasized that, invested in the digital identity systems, and supported the innovation hubs and startup ecosystem. Currently, Kenya is looking at finalizing the digital identity. That as you go digital, we want to authenticate, to verify that you are the one who is online. And therefore, carrying your hard copies of identity cards, of bank cards, will be long gone, because yourself, you'll be digital, all right? And you'll transact digitally. So through platforms such as eCitizen and other digital government system services that once required physical presence are now accessible digitally to millions of Kenyans, and more so they are getting services at their convenience, at their comfort. This is not just about convenience, it is about transparency, efficiency, and trust in the public systems. Digital government is not about replacing people with systems. It is about enabling citizens to interact with the state in a more accountable and inclusive way. Across the world, countries that are succeeding in digital transformation have something in common. They have invested in the foundational digital public infrastructure. That is from the digital identity, secure payment systems, interoperable platforms, and data governance frameworks. These are not glamorous headlines, but they are the rails on which innovation moves globally. More than 1 billion people now rely on digital identity systems, and yet across Africa, over 500 million citizens still lack formal digital identity. Without identity, there is no inclusion. Without inclusion, there is no digital economy. And therefore, we need to ensure that everybody has access to the digital platform. You cannot build financial inclusion without digital identity. You cannot build cross-border trade without interoperable systems. And you cannot build digital economies without trust. Trust and trust is very key as we digitally transform. Countries that have invested in strong digital public infrastructure have recorded 20 to 30% gains in public service efficiency. Innovation, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, cannot scale without trusted infrastructure. And that is why our approach in Kenya balances innovation with governance. We are committed as government to enabling experimentation while safeguarding data protection, cybersecurity, consumer protection, and system integrity. Globally, cybercrime now costs the economy more than $10 trillion annually. And therefore, innovation without trust collapses. But trust without innovation also stagnates. So therefore, we need to advance trust and also innovation together. This summit, ladies and gentlemen, highlights blockchain, decentralized systems, and fintech. For me, it is time that now we move beyond the buzzwords. The question is not whether blockchain, AI, name them, emerging technology, is revolutionary. The question is, where does it solve real problems? Africa receives over 100 billion US dollars in remittances annually, yet cross-border transactions cost across the continent will average between 6 and 8% per transfer. Let's ask ourselves candid questions and use the emerging technologies to solve these high-cost services. If decentralized systems can reduce that friction safely, transparently, and affordably, the impact would be transformative. Can blockchain improve transparency in land registries, secure public records, strengthen supply chain integrity, facilitate cross-border payments, expand financial inclusion, enable trusted digital identity? Really, if the answer is yes, and if it delivers scalability, security, and cost efficiency, then it deserves a place in a national conversation. So therefore, let this summit, the deliberations that you are going to have still on this final day, let it trigger us to really solving the real questions so that we can have a discourse on how we can move our continent forward. Kenya welcomes responsible innovation where technology must serve development and not development serving technology. Let me now speak directly to the young engineers and innovators in the room. Kenya is one of the youngest nations in the world. Our median age is approximately 20 years, and more than 75% of our population is under the age of 35. Each year, over 1 million young people enter our job market. That is not just a demographic statistics, it is the largest innovation workforce on this continent. By 2030, more than 50% of all jobs globally will require advanced digital skills. The World Economic Forum estimates that 97 million new digital roles will emerge worldwide within this decade. So therefore, the digital economy does not ask about your age. It will ask about your capability. How capable are you to be part and parcel of the transformation that we are talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, the future of fintech, blockchain, AI, and decentralized infrastructure in Africa will not be built elsewhere and imported here. It will be built by you and me. So let us wake up to the challenge and make sure that we can develop our own continent. Again, talent alone is not enough. You need skills aligned to the emerging technologies, access to infrastructure, supportive policy environments, pathways to scale, and capital and partnerships. And therefore, as a government, our role is not to crowd out innovation. Our role is to create the enabling environment. And I think for Kenya, we've done something, but we can do better, right? If we partner together, we can make sure that the innovation environment is conducive for our young people. That means supporting digital skills program, which we are doing in big time. We are building digital hubs. We have programs nationally up to the counties that are skilling the young people. Aligning education with the future-facing competencies, we are having conversation with the academia to make sure that they can change their curriculum to speak into the needs of the market. Strengthening innovation hubs, encouraging private sector partnerships, creating predictable regulatory frameworks, and promoting interoperability and standards. We want young Kenyans to move from users to builders, from participants to owners, from the local solutions to global competitive platforms. And therefore, the greatest risk for Africa is not automation. The greatest risk is exclusion. And today, if you're sitting here and getting worried about the emergence of new technologies, and you're fearing that the technology will take away the job, it is not the technology that will take away the job. The person you need to fear is the person who is using that technology. So therefore, all of us have to shape up, embrace the technology to better our lives. I tell people there is a lot of buzz around AI, and most people call it artificial. There is nothing artificial about intelligence. For me, I call it amplified intelligence. So if you have intelligence, use AI to amplify that intelligence for you to remain relevant in the current generation. So Kenya has already shown the world that inclusive digital innovations, what it looks like. But the next phase is about something more ambitious, and this is leadership. Artificial intelligence alone is projected to contribute over 15 trillion US dollars to the global economy by 2030. Value will be created, but the question is, who captures it? We do not want to simply be a market. We want to be a maker. Leadership in digital identity system, we want to be leaders in trusted infrastructure, leaders in AI integration, leadership in blockchain governance, leadership in fintech regulation, and leaders in a youth-driven innovation ecosystem. You need to clap for yourselves. You are the future that we are looking for. I want to call all of us to collaborate, to work together. For the private sector, government cannot do this alone. Digital transformation is shared responsibility. We need responsible platform designs, interoperable systems, investment in local developer communities, scalable pilots, and real partnerships with government institutions. Nobody can walk alone. Nobody can go at it alone. Not government, not private sector. To our development partners, please support us to strengthen the local capacities and not to replace the local capabilities. So our development partners, please bring the money, but to build the capacity of our local people. To our innovators, build solutions that solve Africa problems fast. If they solve our problems well, they will compete anywhere in the world. So ladies and gentlemen, the digital future is not approaching, it is already unfolding. The only question is whether we will shape it intentionally. And for Kenya, we choose intention. We choose infrastructure, we choose trust, we choose innovation, we choose our youth. And when Kenyan youth innovate, Kenya will advance, and Africa will advance too. Let all that we have learned in the last 2 days, including today, the experiences that we'll have shared, push us to the next level together. Let's make Ubuntu a reality. I am because we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I'd like to call upon the Deputy Data Commissioner or Senior Deputy Data Commissioner to come to the front, and Mercy, the team from WADA, Kabinda, so that you can have a group photo, so that you can document this moment right here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient with us as we capture this moment. Our photographers will direct us on how to stand, where should they position themselves. You could move maybe kindly to the center here. Is Darlington around? Blockchain Center. Are we good? All right. All right. Seats. We'll be transitioning very fast into the next session. Am I audible enough? Could you hear me? Can you hear me? Tech team, please assist me with the microphones. Thank you very much. We'll be transitioning very fast into the next section. I know maybe our guests will probably stay into a spillover of it, and probably will also take their leave. We really appreciate you, Secretary Mary, for making those very, very, very important remarks. And now we move straight into our first panel. I hope you're having a good time at this summit. Are you? Are you feeling hungry? Is the audience online feeling hungry? If you're seeing the comments on YouTube, we need to find out if they're feeling hungry. If you're feeling hungry, I can promise you the organizing team has prepared, over-prepared. Is there anything after over? Well, for you, so don't worry. We got that covered. But I want us to quickly move into the next panel discussion. The focus now has shifted to everyone here in the room and to everyone joining us online, on YouTube, and across all our social media platforms. This is where the summit settles into its purpose. From here, it becomes more practical, it becomes thoughtful, it becomes about what we choose to build next. Builders will meet policymakers throughout the conversations that will be happening today. Developers will meet deployers. Ideas will meet execution. And as we move forward, we invite you to stay put, stay present in the conversation, whether you're here physically or joining us online. And you can do that through our social media platforms. Again, Cardano Africa Tech Summit on LinkedIn, and CATS_Summit on X, formerly Twitter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, we move into the next part of the program, where we now shift from vision into application and from ideas into execution. And the first panel asks a very simple but important question. How do we move from blocks to solutions? And how do we move from experimentation to systems that actually work in the real world? Now, guiding this conversation is someone deeply involved in turning ecosystems into functioning organizations. Our moderator is the Interim Operations Director at Intersect. He is one of the original team members who helped build the organization from the ground up. Now, with over 8 years of experience across blockchain and Web3, His work focuses on scaling organizations, strengthening governance, and delivering real ecosystem value. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Nick Cook on stage. Now, Nick is joined by a diverse group of builders, thinkers, and practitioners. Our first panelist serves as a sustainability and innovation lead at the Cardano Foundation. His work focuses on building strategic partnerships across the development, humanitarian, and public sectors. He is deeply involved in advancing blockchain and enabled innovation aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and in supporting ecosystem-led funding initiatives such as Project Catalyst. Please help me welcome on stage Alex Maza. Our next panelist is a cybersecurity and blockchain intelligence leader shaping Africa's technology landscape. He is the founder of Africa Hackon and brings over a decade of experience in security strategy, resilience, and blockchain intelligence. He has advised institutions across Africa and globally, helping organizations think more clearly about risk, trust, and emerging technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on stage Dr. Bright of Anzens. He is helping pioneer what many are calling FinTech 2.0, combining real-time cross-border settlements with built-in governance and compliance on the Cardano blockchain. With over a decade of experience in payments and a career spanning traditional finance and crypto since 2016, he brings a practical perspective on bridging digital assets and the real-world financial systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Shanu Sasena. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our final panelist brings a critical lens at the intersection of peace, technology, and governance. She is a peace and technology expert, working across artificial intelligence, security, and policy. She is a PhD candidate and lecturer in peace and international studies at Daystar University and the founder of AI for Peace Africa, where she leads African-driven initiatives advancing responsible AI for peace building, human security, and sustainable development across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Ms. Naomi Kilungu. All right, this is our panel. And the conversation will explore what it really takes to turn blockchain infrastructure into solutions that scale, solutions that serve the people, and systems that last. Nick, the conversation is yours.
Thank you, Philip. And thanks, everyone, for being here today. So, as Philip said, my name's Nick Cook. I'm the Operations Director for Intersect and hosting your panel today. We have a fantastic panel for you, as has just been introduced. And we're talking a little bit about moving from blocks to solutions. And what we're really erring there at is a little bit of a discussion around real-world utility and how we move the conversation on to get towards real-world utility. Now, Cardano has positioned its expansion in Africa as a real priority in terms of the deployment of blockchain technology, and that's across a range of solutions from digital identity, educational credentials, real-world inclusion, right through to public sector innovation. So today we'll look at how we can push beyond some of those barriers and really advance the conversation and move things forward in this region. Everyone's been introduced to you, so I guess we'll dive straight in terms of questions. So I think my first question, if we talk a little bit about some of the barriers that currently exist today, I'll come to you, Alex. So from your perspective, what do you see currently as the biggest barrier to Cardano scaling from a solution perspective in the African region, and what can we do to overcome that?
Thanks, Nick. Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Maza. Like our colleagues from the Kenyan government, I got a little bit of an upgrade in my job title. I'm now Ecosystem and Enterprise Growth Lead at the Cardano Foundation, and actually this allows me to take a bit more of a macro view in terms of challenges and opportunities. I want to do two things. Firstly, acknowledge the opportunity and the success that is on the continent, rather than look at the challenges which we've spoken about at length in the past. I think the biggest thing is the fact that as an African, I'm pretty old. I'm 31. The median age is 19. 80% of developers on the continent are under the age of 25, which is a massive, massive opportunity. And if we focus on the success stories of the top 5 digital economies in Africa, namely Kenya, Morocco, South Africa, Nigeria, and Egypt, you have a 25% year-on-year growth in terms of developer talent. This means something like 700,000 developers were around in 2021. We're around 3.5 million developers in those economies alone today. And in Kenya in particular, you have 33% year-on-year growth. So the secretary wasn't just saying things, the data doesn't lie. This is, a really exciting opportunity. Additionally to this, you have really significant connectivity growth, up from 181 million connected people in the early 2010s to close to 650 million people today, and at the current pace going up to 1.1 billion in 2029, thinking that Africa's population is 1.5 billion. And then lastly, I think one of the biggest opportunities that I see here, we saw this at Africa Tech Summit, is payments. $205 billion worth of on-chain transactions in 2024-2025 from Africa. 43% of these are stablecoin transactions. So these are people transacting stable value, not necessarily looking at crypto from a speculative perspective, but actually from utility, and hopefully we can speak about this today.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. And I think to your point there as well, certainly here in Kenya, with the evolution over the last couple of decades of things like M-Pesa, there's a massive tipping point, certainly here, in terms of you have probably 1 or 2 generations of people now who have ever transacted digitally. So the barriers of actual usage across Africa seem to be far lower, actually, than some other regions around the world. And actually, I mean, Shantanu will talk in a minute on one of the things where he had a transaction just today through pure discussion with someone in a taxi, which we'll get onto. But if I come to you, Naomi, when we talk about the ecosystem, where do you see currently the biggest gaps between actual blockchain technology and then real-world usage on the ground in communities?
Thank you so much. I think the real problem is in awareness of the situation that we have in Africa, especially the fragility index that we have in the whole continent. Currently, Africa has over 58% conflicts compared to the world. Like, that's the percentage we have when it comes to actual conflicts, active conflicts. Not talking about border conflicts, not talking about ethnic conflicts that do exist. So we are, in a nutshell, we are almost at 75%. So those are real problems that we have. But in most contexts, I may say we are not in a place that we really understand the problem that we have, which is a glaring problem when it comes to conflict. So taking actual solutions into these communities will take us first to understand what we are experiencing. For instance, we've had cases where mainstream organizations like World Food Program has been able to do that, to actualize some of these solutions in Somalia, Mercy Corps in DRC, in conflict areas. But as individual young people in Africa, the aspect of understanding the context to build specific solutions for Sudan, for South Sudan, for DRC, Bukavu, Goma, for Mali, for Chad, for Niger, and all these places that are having conflicts, we need to create awareness of what the actual problem is. And just to add on that, when we look at the war technology upgrades within the last 10 years. We're talking around 10 to 20 billion additions in the last 10 years up to 2025 December, with only Peace Tech investments 0.5 to 10 billion, which is even smaller because it's only the international organizations that are contributing to that, and only few people that are being involved, meaning there's no understanding, as we do have in fintech, in health tech, in agri-tech. So it's a problem of understanding our context and our problems. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. So if we move on to talking a little bit about scaling, I think I'll come to you, Shantanu. Now, you run a very successful company in the Cardano space, and part of your current roadmap and expansion plans and strategy involve moving yourself certainly into the African market, which is something you're currently working on. So it'd be great to get a bit of an insight in what that looks like, why you're doing that, and how that's progressing.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I've got a sore throat, but I got introduced to cryptocurrencies actually from Africa, specifically in Kenya in 2016 with a then startup, which ended up becoming a global company. What I learned back in the day is Africa shouldn't be looked as one country. Every country should be looked individually because the dynamics, the regulatory aspects, the population, the way they transact, their mindsets is very, very different. Kenya is leading the way. And my intention to build products and services into Kenya, specifically starting from Kenya, is the acceptance to newer technology is more evident as compared to the rest of the world, not just Africa, but to the rest of the world. If we look at M-Pesa that started 20 years ago, and it changed the way people moved money back in the day, almost 20 years ago. Alipay, WeChat Pay, Grab Pay, and various other pays that we see today actually are inspired by what M-Pesa did 18 years ago. Our intention to build in Africa, a bit of a background, Encryptus's original idea was to integrate Web3 and Web2 together. And this is the journey we started 4 years ago. Back in the day, not many institutions, not many governments were ready to listen what we were trying to achieve. The cabinet secretary mentioned earlier about the remittance cost to be at 6.54%. Actually, that's the World Bank numbers that say 6.54% is the cost for sending remittance into Africa. Africa receives 1/7 of the remittance in the world. If remittances are about $750 billion, 100 billion comes to Africa, and to be more precise, 7% is contributed by Kenya alone. Now, today, to the end customer, we help them move money at a flat fee of 1.5%. If anybody integrates into our network, that is what they get. But the idea is not about us, but what is it we are doing at a global level that would help. Combination of, we are a company that consumes Cardano as a blockchain, and we move money anywhere in the world on a real-time basis without touching the SWIFT network directly to the end user's bank account or e-wallets. And this is where the scope of or integration of payments in blockchain is extremely critical. USDA is an extension. We all talk about stable coins. Stable coins will change the world. And in my opinion, there is a lot that has to be done because the cost to acquire a stable coin today in an emerging market can anywhere between 2 to 10%. So in reality, what are we solving by integrating payments and blockchain? If we are doing exactly the same thing, let's say the top card providers, they make a news today and they say that they're utilizing blockchain to make settlements. How is it that the end customer, which is the merchant who is accepting the card transaction, is getting benefited from that? How am I, as a customer who is using my card today to pay for taxis and services, is getting benefited from that? Because if I end up paying 16% for my card transaction versus what we'll be announcing this pretty soon, later today. But all I utilized was a stable coin, converted my stable coin into Kenyan shilling instantly at a zero fee, and paid for my taxi using M-Pesa. And this is what the users are looking for. I do not have Kenyan IDs and stuff, but we are connected with banks and financial institutions locally.
Thanks, Shantanu. And just before we move on, it would be great to hear your story about coming here today and how you paid for your taxi, because I think that's a real feel-good factor.
Yeah, I mean, it's a feel-good factor that we are not just talking about this is how we will change the world, this is the future going to be looking like. We are actually on the ground working with regulated licensed partners, as Mr. Oscar mentioned earlier. So non-compliance is not the area that at least we are looking at. We want to make sure we work with partners who are on the ground. They do the work related to the regulations, and we support them in building the ecosystem.
Perfect, thank you. I mean, you talked and erred on regulation there a little bit, so coming to you, Dr. Bright, what, in terms of African governments and organizations and governors, needs to be done in terms of infrastructure, policy and frameworks to really allow blockchain technology to scale sustainably?
Thank you very much for that. So let's get back to reality. Kenya is a mobile-first country. If you look at Africa, everybody's moving mobile, and we are actually embracing that very, very easily and very, we're able to use it very nice and easy without thinking too much about what is the technology behind it. So if we are looking at that, that means the government also needs to come to the same level to be able to make sure that we have a very good infrastructure to be able to run any kind of solution or technology that is coming in. So connectivity is the first thing. Energy is the other part of things. And being able to easily integrate into the kind of technology we already have on the government's part of things needs to be thought about. Right now, you can do anything on mobile. And, with using M-Pesa has become the cloud part of things. Everybody's building on top of that. If you look at Kenya revenue authorities, they're collecting revenue fees from all over the place using mobile. If you come to payment for electricity, if you're sending money to people. So it's becoming something that we need to make sure we can blend the two very easily and nice and easy. And just what you talked about, just to move on from what you're talking about, is the fact that we need to also enable a lot of sandboxes to be able to be created, because people are scared to build. They're saying, if I build, nobody's going to accept it. If I build, the government might shut it down tomorrow and say, no, what you build is not according to the regulation. That's why a lot of education also comes in. But if we go to, not to bash any government person here, I'm also in government partly though. You go to some places and you try to describe blockchain to a basic member of parliament or somewhere else. It's difficult. You all know. Because you have to explain blockchain. Now go to rural areas, you want to explain to them basic blockchain technology. You go to Masai Mara, you want to explain basic blockchain technology. I saw somebody, I don't know who it was, who went to Masai Mara and started trying to teach basic blockchain usage of how they can benefit from that. And they were wondering, like, wow, we never knew that's possible. That transparency, that ease of use, that interoperability, hey, it's a difficult word, huh? It's not something, so we need a lot of awareness as well to be able to make sure we're doing more workshops, we're having this kind of conversation, we're letting everybody become an ambassador of being able to understand or explain basic blockchain technology and the usage, but especially to government, so that when they're making the regulations and trying to bring the policies on board, we're able to actually adopt them without any difficulty. Right now, the biggest blockers have always been, 2-3 years ago, when the first person to actually get the cryptocurrency blockchain solution on the sandbox at CMA, it took a year. It took a year of back and forth. It took a year of conversations. It took a year of people getting to understand even why is it this. I personally went to some of the government offices to tell them exactly why we need to actually start adopting blockchain technology. But the first reaction was, we're not there yet. And I'm like, it's because they're scared. But if we don't do a lot of awareness, which means a lot of volunteers from us, from this room, to go and talk to this institute,
CATS this week, Rejuve Biotech is bringing our flagship AI co-scientist, Motzi, that we have developed. It's a product that is focused on causality of translational research. So as I said, we're at the intersection of like AI and biotech. A lot of the generative AI tools that you currently see for drug development or drug discovery or health systems, they really just spit out patterns. They're just LLMs stacked on top of each other. Motzi is not like that. Motzi is a reasoning system focused on causality, the how and the why something happens, which is much more valuable when you are dealing with people's health, when you are trying to develop better medicines faster for a broader range of people and diseases. So we're bringing that to CATS this week. You could say it is a product, but it's also a different way of thinking about healthcare and translational research and drug discovery and medicine development.
Well, what Rejuve Bio is bringing to CATS is our flagship product is called Mozi, M-O-Z-I. It's a AI co-scientist for translating biological data and into insights and ultimately into clinical practice that can help sick people and save lives. We have an AI that works in a very different way from standard neural networks and LLMs that are getting all the headlines right now, but are plagued by hallucinations and are an opaque form of AI. You don't know what it's doing. You feed data into a black box, you get an answer that you have no explanation for. Ours is very different. You can see every step of reasoning from raw data to the answer. So there's a far safer way of attacking medical questions. You don't want to treat cancer based on a neural net hallucination.
What we're bringing to CATS is talent, young minds, a workforce, the future innovators and builders of all of these new emerging technology. In the last 2-3 years, Africa has started to export innovation. And we are here on the ground getting people excited about blockchain, about AI, biotech, and they are very eager to learn. We have a whole cohort of 24 developers on the ground. We have about 100 and change across Africa. And then at the Blockchain Center, we have a developer core of over 200 that are really excited about all of this new technology. And we're happy to bring all of these capacity and young builders to CATS.
So what we're bringing to CATS and just the Africa Tech Summit this year is the work that has been done over the past 2 years, right? It's time for the ecosystem in general, not just in Africa, but globally, to see the potential that we're working on and to connect that to the right partners. So what we're bringing is products, founders, community, right? And the right opportunities to scale.
Adama brings out a few aspects of the project because we are mostly community-led. We work around with developers that are innovating around the blockchain ecosystem. So the network knowledge that we have and the depth with the developers definitely will be one key area that we're bringing onto the CATS ecosystem, and also new perspective, especially building around agentic AIs and decentralized intelligence that is going on, and Africa needs to participate. So that's the mindset and narrative that we are pushing outside there for the developers and the community.
So for what we're bringing to CATS this week is, since we have a production, we already have a podcast and we have content that we produce around tech. We are bringing the voices that are already within the ecosystem and we are giving them a platform to reach a bigger audience. And since we already work with founders and the platforms like Cardano, we can use them to tell their stories within the ecosystem without people just being there to observe. So we are helping them amplification of the stories to reach a bigger audience within the continent.
So what I think I am bringing here is a unique ideology. So as I tried to mention in my first answer, I was thinking about like this decentralization and AI intersection, this CATS program. So that will allow me to like get my idea out there, not necessarily my only idea, but our idea out there, so that we can have a support from different like-minded people. On specifically, like I can say, this is a unique perspective for AIs, because as we all know, AI's technology is booming and becoming more and more powerful, which has the potential of making the things that we're putting in our efforts more drastic and dynamic effects. But if that is only centralized in few companies, it will also cause a problem for us. So making sure these AIs and everything that we're developing, could be code, it could be software, decentralized, will actually help us a lot. So that's the unique ideology.
The thing I'm most excited about bringing to this summit from a WADA perspective is this whole hackathon that's been leading up to it, which is where we really gave an opportunity for our different hubs across the continent. And we brought 12 hubs in to this project, this hackathon. We were able to bring a hub lead and a representative from each hub. We're giving them a place to showcase, giving them a place to meet in person and to network and to be part of a much bigger movement. And that's really, part of why I joined WADA in the first place, and what WADA's core mission really is about, is bringing opportunities to every corner of the world.
I like to concentrate on the hubs, and this is quite related to what I've already said. I bring networking. There's an opportunity for us to meet our hubs, because this is what we do. At WADA, we want to take tech to every nook and cranny of Africa, especially to serve the underprivileged. So the works actually happen in the local communities with the hubs. This is a chance to, put all of them under one basket. I told you we are bringing 12 of them, and then we have the opportunity to network and share personal stuff, share deep things, understand, their perspective, their communities, where they come from. And this adds a lot of value to, the ecosystem, because you get to know the people that you're working with. In this day and age, you might not even know whether those people you're talking to are real humans or maybe AI stuff. So, yes, meeting people and, feeling them and knowing that, hey, these are the guys, I think it has everything to do and impacts on the ecosystem more positively.
For me personally, I believe I'm bringing teamwork on board. So like I said, I'm part of the organizing team. And I think we all wouldn't be here if we weren't working together. I mean, there's so many people who are doing so many things for the conference. And so it's basically the mindset of collaboration, right? More of collaborating to do things other than duplicating other things, or maybe doing the same thing. Probably if it's even the same thing, maybe seeing how it will benefit communities or doing things differently. I mean, teamwork makes the dream work, right? So basically that we can come together as Africans and collaborate and do greater things.
For me, what I'm bringing to CATS, I think I'm bringing the whole package, because we started with the venue, it comes to the speakers, you come to the partners, come to the projects, and just bringing them all together. So for instance, we have certain projects like Timon, we have like Tembo Plus, which are fintech companies outside Kenya. We have one from Tanzania, Tembo Plus. The other one is from the United States. The founders are Nigerian. We also have certain like the Tanzania Fintech Association. We're bringing them together. We have had discussions with them of how they can make fintech much better, or even the emerging trends in Africa, to bring them to Kenya, or even broaden and scalability.
Well, the first thing I'm bringing to CATS is myself. I believe that I have a value as a human being, as a woman, as a recording artist who's transferred from being an artist who just wanted a record deal to someone who's gotten a record deal, to someone who's sold millions of records, someone who's defied the odds. I'm a cancer survivor. I have had many lives. And so I think I'm bringing my experience. I think I'm bringing more than just an idea, but an execution. But mostly what's impressive is I bring a certain amount of love to young people that are coming from around the world, that have desires and dreams, that want to change their lives. And so I want to be a part of facilitating that for them, giving them access to Blockchain Center Nairobi, giving them access to people like WADA, making sure they understand what the blockchain really is and what it does, giving them access to Catalyst. Catalyst has been giving out funds to people for their ideas for quite some time. So when you look at people that are dreamers like Hodgkinson and Ben Goertzel, they launched their platforms in 2015, 16, 17, and honestly, regardless of what you think about them, they've given an opportunity for people. And all of us are riding in on that opportunity. So for me, I think I'm bringing the awareness and also opportunity.
I would love to say the people because I'm big on people and how they work. Every community works in a different way and trying to tap into everyone's potential and also trying to see the people who are going to fly in. The projects which are going to be presented, that's what I'm more excited about. So it's all about the community and the people.
And we're back. Welcome back to the Cardano Africa Tech Summit here at the Side Center in Nairobi. We're here with an amazing crowd, and if you're at home, please double tap, leave a like on this on the chat, comment, and we will be going through the next session, which is an amazing star-studded session. Kaluka is going to be interviewing Abby from Cloudflare, and it's going to be an amazing session. Please put your hands together if you're in the room, and if you're walking in right now, please find your seat, get your headphones, and we will have an amazing session. Please put your hands together once more.
Hi everyone, I'm Abby Gatamu, and I'm the CEO, co-founder of Cloudflare. And we're a Kenyan fintech that's building last mile lending infrastructure for micro lenders. We've been in operation since 2023. And really excited, about how we're growing and this problem that we're solving. And really, we're on a mission to increase capital access to the informal sector by powering the operations of micro lenders that are taking a chance on that segment.
And if I'm a microfinance officer, how will my day change once I adopt your platform?
Right. So typically, as a loan officer, you would normally be operating very manually, chasing paperwork, chasing your clients for printed bank statements, chasing your clients to come to the branch for you to advance the loan, for you to interview them. But when you adopt our platform, we do two things. First, we provide for you a loan management software that automates every aspect of lending. So no more branch visits for your customers unless you want them to come to the branch. So it's optional now. And then also reduction in paperwork. Yeah. So they can share all of that stuff digitally. And then the second thing, we provide credit profiling solutions. So typically, it would be a lot of guesstimation, trying to understand the cash flows of his client or doing it manually. Yeah. So what we do is that we transform, what small businesses have, which is mobile money statements and bank statements. That's the data points that they have. We transform that into a credit profile that then equips you with the data that you need to be able to estimate how much can this customer afford from real cash flows, not the stories that they tell you, from actual cash flows that they receive every week, every month, every day. We do an estimate of that. And then we also show you behavioral patterns about this client that will indicate to you whether or not they are credit worthy. So we remove a lot of guesstimation and have a lot of objective and verifiable decisions in credit. Yeah.
So for the microfinance institutions that are using your platform, do you have any before and after numbers in terms of the default rate, the cost per loan, the number of loans?
Yeah, so typically you'll find we are able to reduce your non-performing loans by at least 30% by using our platform to credit profile, as opposed to the manual, subjective way in which clients or loan officers assess credit worthiness. Another thing is we are able to reduce bias. So we found typically when lenders are using our credit profiling solutions, lending to women has jumped to about 70%, by 70%. And this is because typically, women are sort of excluded because they lack collateral. People assume things about women in business. But when you focus a conversation on objective data it removes the conversation from age of the applicant, from their gender, and other biases that we have when it comes to lending, and focuses it on actual cash flow. So we've seen, a significant increase in lending to women, as well as reduction in non-performing loans. And when it comes to operational elements, when it comes to, say, loan processing, something that used to take about a day to 3 days in processing, easily takes just an hour or two to process that loan. And that means, that really improves the cash position of this lender, because they're able to throughput a lot more clients in a day.
Okay. And you're based in Kenya, so I wanted to know how many of the microfinance institutions are actively using your product, and in which countries do you see the most growth?
Right. So right now we have over 30 lenders, MFIs, using our platform in Kenya. And in terms of how we are looking to grow next, we are looking at Bangladesh as our second market. We're moving there with a partner that is going to open up hundreds of cooperatives. And that partner is UNDP. UNDP Bangladesh has a project that has hundreds of these lenders as part of the project. So we are going to be moving to that market next. But in Africa, we've seen a huge potential in Nigeria as well as Uganda. So that is how we are looking at how we're going to grow.
And in terms of the data points that you use, which one surprises you the most, especially for the African borrowers, in terms of the creditworthiness?
I'd say in terms of, I would say the behavior. Yeah, behavioral patterns are very interesting. So away from the actual numbers, you can be able to see behavioral indicators that can tell you whether or not this client is a good bet. So you'll see aspects like gambling, and particularly for our segment, which is the informal sector, it's a massive problem, and it's a very good indicator about creditworthiness. You can see savings patterns. Yeah. Whether someone is a saver is a very good indicator whether they are going to respect debt, and also other repayment patterns. How they behave typically with other loans, you're not going to be different. They're not going to suddenly repay better because it's your loan. If they are used to defaulting, they're going to default on yours as well. So behavioral indicators are emerging as really, really great data points. So if someone can have really great cash flows, but their willingness to repay, their ability to repay is high, but their willingness to repay can be indicated by some of those indicators, and they will not be able to repay your loan, even though they have the money.
And for the borrowers, does using your platform make their loan application faster, or what changes on their end?
Yes, absolutely. So if you have a lender that perhaps has very many, they have branches, typically microfinances tend to have a branch network because clients want to come to the branch for various reasons. But then now when you equip them with a tool to enable them to do this remotely, clients and the first visit, you'll find microfinances prefer to have a physical so they can see the client and have some conversations, but subsequent loans are typically disbursed remotely, and that reduces costs for both the business as well as the client, and also makes it faster for the client to be able to request loans digitally and be able to also repay digitally. So that helps.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you use AI for your algorithm, so you generate creditworthiness. So how will you talk to the lenders so that they understand that there's no bias in terms of your algorithms when they're applying your platform, when they're using your platform?
Yeah, so AI definitely makes a lender is very interested in seeing how different the decision will be between the decision I would normally make and the decision that you have. So one of the things we're doing is that they also want to see, and these lenders will test, yeah, because all lenders have their own internal credit policies that trump any model that they can get out there. Yeah, they have their specific requirements that they usually want to see. So what we do is that we invite them to test and see a client that we've crunched for you some of this data vis-a-vis a decision that you would make.
we're about to complete our first panel for the day. We're sorry about that. Our panelists were, I think, halfway through. And so we'll give our panelists 15 to 20 more minutes. And then we'll head straight out into our breakout rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down quickly. We are about to resume our first panel discussion. In 1 minute, we go live once again. All right, if I could get the microphones back on stage. Can I please get the microphones back on stage? Get the microphones back on stage. Also, please assist me with the lighting. It's quite bright.
Why is it just two of you there? No, it keeps rotating.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's settle in. Let's settle in for the remainder of the first panel discussion. One or two people have said I lied about tea. I didn't lie. If you didn't have any tea, that was not the tea I was talking about. If you're Kenyan, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, DJ, please assist me, take it down. We will allow them to complete their panel discussion in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Then we'll keep the program running. Back to you, Dr. Bright. I think you're the one on the microphone before we went off it.
Apologies, Dr. Bright. Hopefully you can continue now without having to shout too loud.
Yes.
We're back in the game.
Yeah, so I was talking about the policies part of things, and one element that is missing is being able to make sure that we have, the legal frameworks are clear for digital assets, for smart contracts, and what people are building. I happened to work with the Honorable Attorney General, and she actually asked that question some time back where somebody was trying to bring digital assets, regulatory processes, and she asked them, what's the digital asset? And everybody froze. So understanding that and making sure they understand whatever it is really important. Last but not the least is the builder ecosystem. There's so many. I think it's for the wedding.
Wasn't me.
So the builder ecosystem is really huge, it's really strong. And I was discussing with a few people outside the fact that people keep on building, but nobody ever gets to realize what they're building. So people have very beautiful ideas. Hackathons are existing. This is making it very theoretical. And all the hacking that people get to do in 72 hours, 48 hours are nice. But where are they? Because you get people excited, or you get young people, quote unquote, excited about $2,000, $5,000. They split that money and project is dead. So we need to also make sure we're able to follow up on all of these details. Otherwise, we keep having brilliant ideas. We try to do them. The project dies, and then after a few months, we hear another company somewhere in a different part of the world has built exactly the same thing. That we get mad that we are not moving. So that support, the mentorship, being able to actually get infrastructure, legal framework, policy, cross-border policies to be able to make sure that Ethiopia and Kenya should not be fighting about policies of how to be able to do cross-border transfer. I was talking to you a few minutes ago, and I saw the app he has. You should get everybody to be on that app. So simple. User experience, user interface. But if somebody's building and they don't know the basics of even what, how do you call it, the business aspect of things, then they'll always just build and leave it there. But even that ease of use of application is something that we need to keep on thinking about. Yeah, so that's what I would say about scaling to what we're building.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And I think one of the USPs in terms of the Cardano community, certainly here in Africa, is it's not just about trying to get people in as developers. It's about trying to build a community first. So you don't have to be technically skilled. You can come in and find your way, whether it's in governance or non-technical related things, or you could choose to pursue some elements of technology itself. But for Cardano here and globally, it's more about building the community first, and then the people in the community find out where they want to be. So that could be supporting things like policy, it could be supporting technology, it could be supporting kind of real-world utilization. There's a place for everybody. And so building that community is really critical first, and then letting people find out within the context of the Cardano world where they actually want to spend their time and where they want to spend their efforts. But
people are always scared, though. They always think it's all about coding. That's the thing. So we need to actually stop thinking about is that Cardano does not mean you have to be a coder. If you understand policy, bring it. If you understand how to write business cases, bring it. So I think we need to get a lot more awareness to people to know that you don't have to be a coder, but understand the basics is really important.
Yeah, and I think you're 100% right. And to part of what you touched on there, talking about kind of incubation and projects, it'd be great, Alex, if you can give us a bit of an insight into the great work that you and the Cardano Foundation have been doing with the United Nations Development Program, because there's some really, really interesting stuff in there.
Yeah, sure. And I just want to follow on this. I view people during the break were asking me about, Cardano as a company, Cardano as a technology. What I view it is as a digital nation that has a social and technical infrastructure, right? And it's governed by its ADA holders, its token holders, its validators, its builders, etc. And Cardano is interesting to build on because the community gets to decide how the technical infrastructure is updated, what kinds of parameters the technical infrastructure is running with, how we spend a 1.5, 1.7 billion ADA treasury, which includes, funding events like this, which is a non-technical thing, as much as funding the next, L2 upgrade like Laos. I want to also take a little bit of what Dr. Bright and Naomi were saying in terms of sensing real problems and bringing real solutions to tangible things. WADA has done an excellent job in doing a hackathon across 12 different countries, getting 1,200 different people, not focusing on the tech, but focusing on the problem first, and then building the tech. I believe 12 of these hackers are here today. And when we have conversations with the United Nations Development Program, and I'd encourage you to just Google UNDP blockchain, and you should find a report that I'll be referring to, where UNDP came to us and they said, look, we're not interested in doing fancy projects that look nice on paper but don't actually scale. Our own principals within the UN system don't understand blockchain technology. It's very difficult for them to understand this. Same thing comes with more older regulators, government officials, etc. They want to see use cases that are real, that are tangible, and that are scalable. And so, again, thanks to the Cardano Treasury, of course, the Cardano Foundation, my job was to foster those relationships, but it wouldn't have been without the community's treasury, that we would have been able to bootstrap the UNDP's SDG blockchain accelerator. Ben from UNDP is here doing a session later today if you want to find out about it. But essentially what it did is it allowed UNDP, that has over 170 different country offices, to go and do research with their local partners about what is some of the actual problems that are on the ground and could, very important word, could be solved by blockchain, and then match them to solution builders, some of which are African, some of which are coming from other parts of the world. And so what we've seen is close to 20, or just above 20 different solutions being built out in the first and second cohorts, and we're hoping that we can scale that up. And this is everything from carbon credits, and other types of solutions. Let me quickly refer to a few that are Africa-based, so African solutions for African problems. The fantastic thing is that in this particular case, these were not a Kenyan startup for a Kenyan problem. this would have been a Tanzanian startup for a Moroccan problem, and vice versa. So you have a national carbon credit registry with Talo, looking at 50,000 credits as a pilot in Tanzania, transparent electricity metering by Green Plus in Zanzibar, financing trees in Burkina Faso, market pathways for smallholder farmers in Angola, so on and so forth in Nigeria and Malawi. The most exciting part about all of this is not only market access in terms of African solutions to African problems. The two Kenyan alumni from this program, which are here today, so CladFi as well as Creative Operations, they actually bring African solutions to global problems, where they were testing the solutions not in Africa, but actually in Georgia and in Bangladesh. So this is really a fantastic opportunity to see through UN agencies and their networks of real-life sensing of real problems, how we can adapt Cardano technology to this. And now what they've done is they've put this as a compendium of a 50 use case report that now makes it easier to communicate to UN agencies, governments, because of the legitimacy of the organization. And so we're hoping to see that we can, hopefully scale this beyond the continent, beyond these use cases, and actually take these pilots, the successful ones, into production.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Alex. So touching on some of the solutions that kind of Alex mentioned, from your perspective, Naomi, how do we ensure that these are inclusive and accessible to SMEs, to young people, to underserved communities to get involved with, rather than just be early adopters?
So thank you. When we talk about inclusion, and let me stay in conflict contexts, let's pick a case of Somalia, which we've seen several organizations being involved in creating, using blockchain to create solutions in those particular places, and one of them touching the digital wallet and just eliminating the brokers that like pocket money for refugees. And that's actual solution that you're including everyone, because now you're not using another party, a third party, to reach out to the community or to actual person that has the problem or community. And we've seen several cases also in the famine areas where we've had early warnings, where in Mali, in Kenya, Tana River, northern Kenya, Ethiopia, where we've seen cases of actual community engagement and inclusion when it comes to preventing resource conflict through early warnings in peace, in peace tech. So inclusion is possible, but I remember what the secretary talked about today. It's intentionality, because the seclusion also is intentional. Marginalization is intentional. And I believe the reason why some of these areas still extend over decades with conflicts is because the inclusion part was not done in creating actually or designing tech solutions, or even actual solutions that are not tech per se. Because when we talk about solving conflicts, we'll not rely purely on tech. We have also other mechanisms of resolving these particular conflicts. And when we talk about inclusion, it's all the way in the peace building process. So it's all the way from diagnosis, where we are able to do conflict analysis, which includes mapping, collection of data, which includes identities, and that's where blockchain comes in. We need trust, accountability. We need to have secured information for us to create, and it should be correct to create particular solutions. So from conflict analysis, we move to even conflict resolution, conflict management, in peacekeeping processes, peace building, where humanitarian sectors come in, logistics, and all these are places where the actual community and areas where the actual community can be involved in these particular areas. And just to add on that, as I finished, the Kenyan market when it comes to peace tech, for me has been a very hard ground, and especially with what Dr. Bright was saying, the aspect of the government agency understanding what is it that when you talk about AI for peace, what are you talking about? But like right now, AI for Peace Africa, we're running a full-year program among the youth from hotspot areas where we usually have problems during elections and campaign periods, and training them to use AI and to build AI for peace. So, and that is to decampaign disinformation, misinformation, all these other areas. That is the context of Kenya. Then we move to context of Sudan, where there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation, especially with what is happening there. So, and being able to identify what is the fake news, what are the facts, and do fact-checking for researchers in peace and academia and other areas and policymakers. So it's a whole process, it's a whole chain where everyone can be involved, but it is intentionality that we need, which, and the intentionality part comes with, of course, the root thing that we talked about, the understanding of complexity of the actual problem. And there is an advantage for Cardano and the rest of a bit bigger institutions, because there is resource to reach the ground and collect the data. So, but startups may have a problem of inclusion because of the capacity and the reach out capability in these particular areas.
Yeah, thanks, Naomi. I think that's some great insights, certainly from on the ground here and regionally wide. I'm mindful of time, so it would be great if we could get a 60-minute sum up from each of our panelists on what you actually think in terms of the success for Cardano in Africa looks like in 2030. So I guess we'll start with you, Alex, if that's okay.
So it's good that you mentioned 2030. That's not only the year that the SDGs are supposed to be, successful with, but more importantly, Cardano Vision 2030 is where we as an ecosystem have collaboratively decided we want to get to. I think this is a very important thing. Cardano is the only blockchain in the world that allows its community, and with that I mean builders, developers, people in Africa, people in Europe, people wherever in the world, to decide, as a blockchain ecosystem, as a digital nation, we want to get there. These are the KPIs we want to hit, and this is maybe how we want to do it. And I think for me, the exciting part about what this means for Africa is some of the workshops that are going to be happening here today to turn what Vision 2030 is into what are we prioritizing in 2026 and 2027. What does that mean for the continent, and how can we actually push a narrative and an action where the incentives for Cardano and the African community of Cardano and beyond are aligned. And I think that's a really important job that we need to do collaboratively here today and online.
I think I'll jump onto that to talk about the transparency. I mean, Cardano already, by default, have that transparency that people need to understand. And the blockchain technology, for adoption, means we need to also protect consumers as to the fact that they need to know. They shouldn't be scared saying that they're giving their data out is going to go somewhere else. And being able to make people innovate means there has to be regulation. And the regulatory process is not to block people from innovation. It's supposed to be able to get people to actually have some sort of guardrails, but promote transparency for people, for a lot of, solutions to be built. I know we have a lot of good builders. We have a lot of talent in the country, the continent, and the only way we can do that is by collaboration. That's something which we fight a lot about. People think no idea is new. It might be new to you, but you're not that unique. Well, you can be unique in a different way of doing it, but if you collaborate with somebody, you're going to move faster. So that transparency, the regulation part of things, and collaboration is what I think we need to actually focus on, especially collaboration, to be able to see a better outcome. Yeah.
I think what really needs to happen here is I can talk about this as a project. we would need Cardano Foundation, IOG, and Emorgo to come together and help projects build on Cardano, which requires also a combination of developers who will build products and services, a voice that would educate the institutions and the governments about Cardano as a blockchain and how it supports the country and the ecosystem. Projects like us and many others building compliant, I can talk about again about us, which is on and off ramps. At the end of the day, a user is always looking for a tangible product or a service. If I consume blockchain, what do I get in return? So participation of the community, participations of the governments and policymakers would play a big role in getting Cardano adoption on the ground. Thanks.
I think what should be done is to match the numbers. Not per se matching, because by 2030 we may not be able to match the cost of conflict versus the cost of peace. And I know Cardano has the capacity to bring in different stakeholders that are very specific in those particular regions and be able to work with them. When looking at the cost of conflict right now in Sudan, for instance, because AI for Peace Africa, among other, we work with other agencies, and now Cardano, when you look at the cost of drones right now, automated weapons, lethal weapons that are being supplied into the region, I think one of the things that should be done is good research that exposes the gaps in the costs. There is, the pivot is not balanced. It's tilting. So I know Cardano is able to try to balance, even if we will not be at par in terms of balancing the aspects of resolving the conflicts, not per se really resolving 100%, but contributing to peace through technology. And they are onboarding a peace tech ecosystem, which is not common in the African context among the young innovators, to be able to build these particular systems that are very specific. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to our panel today. And just before we close, I think a final few observations that I've made this week through being at the summit over the last few days is there's been a huge amount of engagement and curiosity and people really wanting to get involved in the community that is Cardano. So certainly anybody who hasn't joined Intersect, shameless plug, please come and do so and get involved in the governance of Cardano. Everyone has a role to play, and as we were saying earlier, there is a role literally for everybody in every part of the ecosystem. And just before I close, I wanted to extend a huge thank you to both WADA and Lido Nation, who've laid on this great event, and without whom this wouldn't be happening today. So it goes to show the strength of the African Cardano community and the great level of activation that those companies are doing on the ground across the African region to really bolster, grow, educate, and foster inclusion for people into the Cardano community. So thank you, panel, for your expertise. I'm sure each one of these people will be kicking around for the rest of the day, so if you have questions, do come and find them and ask them and quiz them as to where your place might be in the ecosystem if you haven't already. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Let's appreciate them one more time as they take their place on the podium for a photo op. Come on, we can do better. Let's appreciate them one more time. Thank you, Nick, and thank you, panelists, for that rich and very grounded conversation. What we've just heard answers an important question. That is, what does it really take to move from blocks to solutions? As they take their seats, let us appreciate them one more time. I would also want to apologize. I know we had called for a very brief tea break, and tea had not been served on the other end. I think for once, ourselves and the audience online are the same. Probably the audience online had tea at home, so lunch soon after. Right now, we want to move into our next session.
And our next session is all about breakout rooms. Now, these sessions are running in parallel, and each one is designed to take the ideas from the panel and from the keynotes that we've had here today and move them into real application. So you're able to choose from any of the breakout rooms that we have, and you're able to choose whatever matches what you're building, what you're shaping, or what you're exploring. So I'll quickly guide us through the different breakout rooms. In breakout room number 1, and this will be the breakout room number 1, this is the main stage right here. So if you are interested in this conversation, you remain seated here. We have the enterprise track, and this session looks at real-world blockchain implementation from Africa and beyond. You'll hear case studies across fintech, biotech, agriculture, and enterprise integration. This track features Chizaramu Chega, Kennedy Scar, insights from USDA, and is led by Kavinda. And it's going to focus on how blockchain moves from concept to deployment. In breakout room number 2, which is Tembo, which is to my left, the first breakout room to my left, we have the business and regulatory track. Now, this session focuses on partnerships, opportunities, and the regulatory landscape shaping Web3 across Africa. It is led by the Virtual Asset Chamber, a nonprofit organization working closely with regulators, policymakers, and industry to promote responsible innovation in digital assets. You'll also hear from Frederick from Cardano, Lavender Esther on ecosystem and program design, and Cornelius Maroa exploring AI for peace. In breakout room number 3, which is the next breakout room on my left after this first one, we have the product committee consultation led by the Intersect product committee team. Now, this is a deeper work. You'll hear from Mike Honan, Dan Baruka, Vincent Sipoy, and ICOG developers in hands-on technical deep dives. Our volunteers are also positioned across this venue to assist you to move and transition to your breakout rooms. Again, we are running a bit behind schedule, so I'd indulge us to move as quickly as we can into the various breakout rooms. Remember, the enterprise track, if you're remaining for the enterprise track, you remain seated on this room. Our facilitators will be up shortly. If you're moving for the other tracks, which include breakout room 2, which is a business and regulatory track by the Virtual Asset Chamber, then please move into breakout room 2. If you're moving into breakout room 3, where we have the product committee by Intersect, it is the next one after the second breakout room. And if you are interested in the technical track, we have the hub presentations happening at breakout room 4. Immediately after that, I will make a call. We will not come back to the main stage, but we will head directly out for lunch. While we may not be able to serve our online audience with lunch, we'll be able to allow the audience that is here today to compensate for that. So next time, please join us live. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have our leave to our various breakout rooms. If you're remaining, just remain seated. Please, let's make this as fast as possible so that we're able to at least save up on time. Remember, I said room number 1 is the enterprise track. And if you're in the enterprise track, you remain in this main stage. Breakout room number 2 is by the Virtual Asset Chamber. And this is happening in the first breakout room here. Breakout room number 3 is the product committee consultation led by the Intersect Products Committee. And finally, number 4, we have the hub presentations and tech.
My specialty as a biologist is in longevity and aging-related diseases. I was trained by Michael Rose at UC Irvine, who's kind of one of the grandfathers of the field. Longevity is often misunderstood as kind of like a longevity, as a kind of something for the wealthy, but what I've always seen it as is a preventative medicine approach. It's getting in front of a system before it breaks. And I mean like fewer lives cut short by, diabetes, hypertension, things that really can be prevented. And so today I want to talk about how AI, and in particular decentralization, can help us get there in emerging economies and places like Africa. So healthcare systems right now face kind of the same problems everywhere. We have an issue where demand is growing, workforce is not growing along with it. We can't really hire or train our way out of this problem right now. And the bottleneck isn't necessarily knowledge, it's actually attention, time, and continuity. This is a systems problem, and systems problems are like exactly what AI should be used to solve. So right now, AI should really be used as kind of a force multiplier. It should be used to give clinicians back their time by streamlining intake, helping with triage, helping patients not slip through the cracks so easily, helping with follow-up, like have you taken your diabetes medications? Have you seen your physician for follow-up? Kind of those gentle reminders. And in this way, AI can give clinicians back some of that valuable time, and the system that is, as Emilian kind of talked about, you scale, then you're scaling a solution, you're not scaling more problems. I want to talk a little bit about last mile care. The network of community healthcare workers that Africa usually is really well known for, and in particular here in Kenya, AI is really a good tool that's kind of primed for extending their clinical care capabilities. This isn't about necessarily using high-tech tools. We can have very practical support, something that is designed for like real constraints, something that is able to work like offline in low bandwidth and in local languages. It's really important that we build systems that are suited for the communities in which they're working, and bring the technology to the locality. Africa has a really great advantage when it comes to personalized medicine. I'm sure everybody in this room has heard about this technology that kind of is sort of a big promise that AI comes with it. So these healthcare models are really only ever going to be as good as the data that they're trained on or that they ingest. Africa has the most diverse data set available in terms of genetics, but we can't use these traditional extractive models where the data is just kind of carted off and then monetized outside of the source of where it came from. So this is something in particular that decentralization can help, where the data stays local, people can benefit from contributing it, allowing it to be used for research and as more part of a research collective, rather than doing something like 23andMe, where they just kind of take everybody's data and go and sell it to the highest bidder. And so I kind of have this envision for people to have the agency to contribute their data to research that is meaningful to them, and be incentivized to participate in this global learning. And so like the question here, like I said, isn't really whether or not there's value in this data, but it's like who in the end captures that value. The old model isn't really acceptable anymore. We want something that is much more equitable, that allows people to participate in a way that includes everyone in the development of new medicines, new therapies, things that allow the world to benefit at scale and really increases the global participation in research. So oftentimes people hear the word decentralization and they automatically think like speculation or ideology, but in the context of medicine and research, it can be a lot simpler than that. It can provide a trust layer for verifiable consent, transparent access logs, attribution and contributions from everywhere from the actual research benchtop all the way to clinicians dealing with patients. It can provide IP protection, and ultimately trust is what unlocks that sharing. And if we don't have trust, it really doesn't matter how good your AI model is. People aren't going to contribute, and we're not going to get anywhere in terms of advancement in medical research. So the systems that are going to succeed here, as I see it, are not going to be the biggest models. I don't think we're going to be able to just scale neural nets forever our way out.
Right, tech team, we can take the Kavinda, conversation is yours.
Well, good afternoon to everybody, and welcome back to the first breakout session here at the Cardano Africa Tech Summit. So my name is Kavinda Peruma. I run a company in Sri Lanka called CoinCeylon, which is a blockchain innovations and consultancy firm. And I also sit at the Intersect MBO board as a director, and which is the Cardano's governance, support, and coordination member-based organization. So today I am joined with Kennedy, as well as Shizem, sorry I'm getting your name wrong, to talk about a different aspect of blockchain. I think when we say blockchain, sometimes we tend to get lost in this stigma where we think it's all about just tech. And there are things that you couldn't be doing if you are not involved in the technical aspect of it. But there's a lot more things that you can apply this technology into, especially in these types of markets in Africa, in emerging economies. So how can we do that? So as we go on, let me just go into first, Kennedy, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us about what you do?
I'm Kennedy. I'm the CEO and founder of Rejuve Biotech, and we are building an AI co-scientist for translational research. And what that means is what we refer to in biology and biomedical research is the translational valley of death. And that is when you are on a drug discovery journey and you're making that leap from benchtop into clinic. That's where 95% of drugs fail. And so we're building a brand new AI architecture built around new knowledge graph technology to explain causal mechanisms behind disease phenotypes and their genetic components. So what that means is basically we're overriding the LLMs. You see a lot of large language models attempting to do science these days. They can't do science. You need a system that can actually iterate like a scientist, can update rules, can generate hypotheses. And the thing is this is something that's able to usher in a potentially new era of personalized medicine and better drug discovery for all of us. So that's like our flagship product, and it's also kind of shifting into some other market verticals of biomedicine. We're going into sports medicine as well, and clinical facing applications also, and there's some good opportunities for on-chain development there as well. So yeah.
Thanks, Kennedy. So Shudram, would you like to say a few words about what you do?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Chizaram. Sure, not many people can pronounce that, so you can remember the short one. It's called Chizzy. Chizzy. And I hear in Kenya that Chizzy means something funny. I don't know why. I guess that's why they are laughing. But so I work with a company called Timon, and I think you guys, when you hear the name Timon, you already know where that's from. It's from. Who can tell me where Timon is from? Yes, which animation? Yes, The Lion King. So Timon is a travel fintech, and we got the name from The Lion King. So he's this meerkat, happy-go-lucky, Hakuna Matata, no worries kind of person. So what we do is that we solve payment anxiety for travelers. So imagine you're traveling from Kenya to Rwanda, for example, right? You would typically, or you're coming from the US to Kenya, right? There are some places you can pay with your cards. There are some places you need to pay via mobile money. So you need to pay via M-Pesa and the likes. So what Timon does is that it fixes all those payment frictions. So we give you global dollar cards from Visa, MasterCard that work everywhere. And you can also link it to Apple Pay, Google Pay, so you can tap and pay. If you want to pay a vendor, maybe you're buying a milkshake or something by in GTC or wherever it is, you can transfer via M-Pesa from your phone. So you can pay without a card. You can fund your wallet via stable coins, USDT, USDC, and the likes, and travel spend easy. We also give you eSIMs. So if you're traveling and you land in a new country, you're not stuck, you're not lost. And then we're also giving creating new services. So like we'll be launching flight booking soon, travel insurance. So you should be able to travel and spend free. We also give you USD bank accounts. So people who work remotely can get paid in USD into their accounts, or you can, if you're paid via USDT, USDC and the likes, you can fund via crypto, and you can travel and spend, because what we see is that there's over 60 million people traveling every year. 57% of them travel to and from emerging markets. So those are the areas we're focusing on, making payments and communications easy for travelers, for these 57% moving in and out of those markets. So that's Timon in a nutshell.
Thank you. We have a latecomer to the panel, Emilian. Why did you...
Hi, I'm Emilian. I'm the founder of a company called Expand Health. At Expand Health, we help people like you living healthier and eventually longer. So we use anything from lifestyle changes to AI-powered diagnostics to AI-powered health optimization programs to help you waking up in the morning and being full of energy and coding faster and more.
Thank you for that. So we've been hearing a lot of different angles on how these technologies are currently being used and what are the fields that we are currently invested in and all of that. So when you look at it from markets like Africa and emerging markets, how do you think that this plays a role? So I'll start off with you, Emilian.
So specifically on the blockchain, or... So look, I would rather talk about AI applications versus instead of talking about blockchain. So look, we live in a world where, if you look at the northern hemisphere, or let's call the west side of the world, there are less and less people, right? Because the birth rates go down. And there are a lot of people who don't want to do the jobs that they need to do. And there are a lot of people who will, in the next couple of years, won't have a job, right? If I was to live in London, New York, whatever, even San Francisco, and if I had any kind of knowledge job, I would be really concerned. On the other side, in Africa, there are a lot of people. I think I read an article recently. There will be a couple of million people in the next couple of years who won't have jobs, but not because there's now no need for jobs for work, but because there is not enough jobs to pay for. So these people will be able, you guys, and you're doing it already, will be able to work remotely for jobs that the Northern Hemisphere doesn't have people to cover. So I think this is an amazing opportunity. Now, the second very important thing, and one of the biggest things that has happened in the past couple of months, right? How many of you have ever coded using Code Claude? Right? How many of you are not developers and have used Code? Okay, I'm not a developer, I'm not a tech person. I've been coding, building in the past couple of months. So that's fantastic. And I'm not going to talk about healthcare now because I guess we're going to talk later. But I think this is kind of my provision of what's going to happen in the world in the next couple of years. We're living probably one of the most, if not probably the most significant moment of our lives. And you guys are younger than we are, but I think you're extremely well positioned to succeed in what's happening now and what's going to happen in the next couple of years.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point that you were making in terms of like how fast this space is evolving. Just blockchain and AI, and I mean, we heard at the opening session the Ministry Secretary saying that we shouldn't treat AI only as artificial intelligence. She used this word calling it the amplified intelligence, which is really great because it does help a lot of you understand that. So moving on slightly, a little bit more different topic. So Kennedy, so when it comes to biotech, integrity is something that matters quite a lot. So how do you see using technologies like blockchain, could be AI, how could the data integrity be improved in biotech and how those things can be implemented?
Well, the integration of blockchain and AI for biotech, I think there's actually a really natural fit there, and that's something like I'm kind of trying to convey, despite how slow the adoption is at the benchtop, especially at home in the U.S. and in those actual university labs. These AI models for drug discovery are, especially the generative models, are really starting to crop up. And then I think it's only a matter of time before, we have more sophisticated ones. But at the end of the day, these AI models and these tools are only going to be as good as the data that feeds it. And I've run several clinical trials in my career, and I've seen the usual types of people that are available to participate in those trials, and where those trials are usually centralized, and that's the global north. And we're missing a huge chunk of people if we're actually going to have personalized medicine. And I don't think that it's a secret that the African continent holds the key to personalized medicine for the rest of us. One of the paradoxes of personalized medicine is, in order to understand one person really well, you have to understand everybody really, really well. But at the same time, we can't just take everybody. We can't just do 23andMe and have everybody willingly pay to give us their genome and then just take it and sell it off to the highest bidder, whoever that pharma company is. And so I really think there's an opportunity there for blockchain to help maintain that data sovereignty, whether we call it some kind of promise for AI and blockchain and biotech.
Thank you, Kennedy. So Shizi, I know that you come from a fintech background. So when in your experience when it comes to fintech operations, where's the biggest friction today? It could be compliance, settlement, or liquidity. What do you see as the bigger problem, especially for a region like Africa? I mean, we have about 1.4 billion people in this region, and it's the youngest population as well as a continent, and it's the fastest growing continent as well. So how do you see, what do you see as the biggest challenge there?
Well, in terms of the biggest challenges, there's obviously the standard thing that fintechs face, which is compliance, regulation. I think that's always going to be there, whether it's TradFi, DeFi, or... but one of the biggest challenges is how do you get crypto adoption at scale? And a large part of that boils down to two things. So consumer education and real-world use cases. So I think those are the key areas. So, and part of what we do is try to fix that in our own sector. So before, when people hear about crypto, they're just scared, oh, I've put my money in, it goes down. You see all the memes online where you see somebody chasing the uncle chasing the guy and said, you made me buy this coin when it was at the top and all of that, and they are running away. So but now you're beginning to see the growing narrative of real use cases, especially the growth of stable coins for rapid payments, cross-border payments, and using it to fund move money faster. I typically joke about the fact that the traditional finance had what they called SWIFT, and stable coins has made SWIFT not so swift anymore. SWIFT now takes several days. Stable coins you send and you get it in an instant across thousands of miles, right? So I think what needs to happen, both, which is great, with what people like the Blockchain Center and the Cardano Foundation and other groups are working on, is how do you get customers to understand that crypto can be used for real world cases? Like we enable you fund your account via stablecoin, gets to your card and you can make payments. If you are going to do the same thing with TradFi, SWIFT, you need to wait for the payment to come 2 days, and then you need to, sometimes you need to fill forms and all those long processes. So people want, okay, I need to use crypto. How can I easily use it? How can it make me move money fast and all of that? So there's a great deal of work to be done to remove the technical bits around and the stigma around, okay, what is this crypto? Is this speculative? And I think that's why stable coins are rising now, because everybody's beginning to see that you need to first show people how it can be easily used day to day, and then they can now delve into all those other things like leverage, trading, yield, and all of that. So the first thing is to get it simplified and into everyday use, and then from there you can so basically you teach people to
an island nation, a beautiful island nation in the Indian Ocean, so represent South Asia, right? So you have Africa and you have South Asia. And how I see personally is these two regions have a lot of common problems, or you see very similar problems in terms of governance, or could be adoption problems and things like that. But at the same time, if you take Asia and Africa as two continents, they are basically almost about 75% of all of humanity lives in these two continents. But in terms of adoption, we might be slightly slower because these things don't either get translated well, or people have problems with blockchain technologies and how these enterprises can adopt it. So once they start understanding the technology better, what they do then is they will try and start building things. And once you have a builder pipeline coming through, you can have pilots that go into private companies or other enterprises, and then eventually you can even test it at government level in terms of enterprise adoption when it comes to these technologies, because you kind of tend to see blockchain technologies and AI and all of these other technologies as separate line items. But how do you see these things? Do you see these things operating separately, or are they going to be converging so that it will help enterprise adoption when you going forward?
There is obviously just so many use cases, right? I mean, from the fintech, banking, to healthcare, to any kind of smart contracts, right? I think what you said, like we're still in the crawling phase, and kind of my main. I mean, I live here, right? I've been here for 10, 15 years in Africa, 10 years in Kenya. I do healthcare in kind of remote areas, small clinics in Giturai, Kasarani, all the outskirts. I mean, those people have no idea about what we're talking about, right? So it's kind of like the enterprise adoption in the Western world or in the banking system here may happen. But from there, my main concern is when the family living in Giturai, which is, well, just here, south here, right? Well, South B, South C, right? When will these people, or your parents, or your grandparents, or your friends who are not crypto native, when will they adopt this as consumers, as end consumers? When will you be able to pay with stable coins the bananas that you buy in the street instead of using M-Pesa? Will that even happen in a country where payments are so easy, probably the easiest place in the world to pay using mobile money? So I'm maybe not that positive that this will happen anytime soon here, at least for the average individual in the street. It may happen at a government level, it may happen in healthcare, it may happen in ID issuance, it may happen in other sectors, contracts, but probably not that soon for the average individual. I think that's my main concern.
Thank you. So if I move to you, Kennedy, I think one thing that a lot of these new technologies bring is auditability and being able to keep track of what's going on. So in terms of your experience in your field, how do you see blockchain technologies really helping the core components of your business so that you can actually improve it to be adopted in terms of enterprises, other enterprises and things like that? So could you speak a little bit about like the pain points and what are the kind of things that these technologies can actually help?
Okay. How many people have had to take care of like an elderly parent or family member and have had to like track down health records across multiple doctors? Yeah, I know, I have. I think that's something that blockchain could solve quite easily if you had like a EHR type NFT or token or whatever you want to call it. You could have it something that travels with you, that you would be able to see where it's been, what doctor's hands it's been in, what's been done with it. That's right off the top of my head a very real world application. Another one more in the like field of actual biomedical research that's at the benchtop. Oftentimes when you go through the patent application process for a new molecule or a new technique in molecule development, what have you, when the patent attorney is trying to figure out who invented what, there's this real long paper trail that they have to go through, often digging through emails or whatever, to make sure the people who get credit for their invention get proper credit. Just so, and people have to fight. It usually involves little postdocs and PhDs digging through their email and saying, oh, wait, no, I actually did invent this technique that went towards this small molecule development or whatever, and whether or not their PI listens to them or not, or makes it to the patent attorney is anyone's guess. If you have a nice PI, it does. If you don't, it might not, and your name might not go on that patent. A blockchain-based lab notebook is something that could help with that, because it would be immutable and there would be no question, no digging through your university email or question of who invented what. So those are two applications that I've thought a lot about in terms of an immutable ledger helping in biomedical research and health records. So. Yeah,
that's really great. So have you seen these being implemented in other enterprises that are in similar fields as you currently? Have you noticed it in this region or in any other regions?
No.
Well, that's why we are here.
I mean, I'm just taking like from what I've seen like in fintech and how it's being implemented. Like I've thought about how it could be used in biomedical research, and I mean the ideas that we've kicked around that could be really really useful. But I mean, yeah, again, it goes back to talking to people who are using it and
their kind of preconceptions when they hear the words, blockchain or decentralization and stuff, and what that means to them, and a lot of it's sort of like a marketing issue and telling them what it actually means. And it's like, a lot of people hear the word blockchain, they think, oh, black market transactions, and what is this? Like, no, it's actually like an immutable ledger, and that's all it is. And
correct.
Yeah, so
that's on day-to-day basis, you hear about how cryptocurrencies are there, how you trade, about exchanges, and how the price is going up, price is going down. And those are the kind of things that this industry is being defined by, which is not correct. Because blockchain technologies could be used for extremely useful cases, like what Kennedy also mentioned. Could be land registry, it could be health records, could be identity verification systems, supply chain tracking, so many more different things. And those things go beyond just cryptocurrencies, because those are things that you need day-to-day in day-to-day real life. And these are things that governments could be using, and so many more things that you could do with it. So I think the narrative must try to have changed the narrative a little bit more, so that people understand that blockchain technology itself is a lot more. So Shizi, with that I'll come to you, because you're in that field with fintech, which means you will be dealing a lot more when it comes to front-facing with cryptocurrencies and things like that. Has that narrative changed now than maybe a couple of years ago? Do you see it changing, especially in Africa? Do people tend to see it better? So do governments tend to take it a little bit more seriously? Because if you spoke about this technology maybe 5-10 years ago, it was more like Wild West. Government wouldn't accept it. Enterprises wouldn't really see the use cases of it. So now you kind of see banks in Europe and US and other parts of the world are embracing cryptocurrencies and for use cases of fintech. So how do you see it changing? Have you seen a change here, or do you think that still there's room for it to be improved? What do you see happening currently?
Well, the change isn't happening as fast, but it's happening, especially here on the African continent. One of the things, I like speaking from my own experience. So one of the things we particularly prioritize today is when we want to work with a partner, whether it's for liquidity management, whether it's a card program manager for funding our positions with Visa or MasterCard or for payouts, our first priority is a partner that allows us to settle in stable coins. So no matter how nice your case study document is, your website is, your marketing team is, if somebody transacts $1,000, it's depleted, right? So you now have 99,000. So you need to top it up. So God help you, your marketing team, you've been shouting, hey, you guys need to step up, we need to grow. And one of their messages catches on and gets viral. And over the weekend or a public holiday, transaction spikes, you're screwed. You're screwed. So because then you now have to wait for a Monday for the banks to open for you to fund that position so transactions don't get stuck. But with stable coins, if you're watching the transactions rising and you'd be like, oh, shucks, this messaging is going out well, people are signing up and they are transacting, you can just fund it via stable coins in an instant, and nobody needs to know the drama that is happening behind the scenes, right? So I think why that has caught on more than other narratives around blockchain is that it's tied to a lived experience. You face these challenges every day if you're in the fintech space. Like what Kennedy talked about, a lot of people don't know about how useful blockchain is for the ledger, keeping that immutable record and all of that. It's actually what she pointed out. It's actually marketing. People really need to know how that works, right? Because if you have cases where, like TCP/IP, IPv4, IPv6, very technical terms, very few people here would know what I just talked about, right? But those are protocols on which the internet runs on. We need to get blockchain to that point where all those technicalities are abstracted. All you need to know is just say, hey, you want to find information, just go to www.google. If you start telling people to find this information, go to https://192/3. Sorry, I'm getting tech, forgive me. So keep things simple, and as long as it's tied to real cases you use and it's communicated clearly, adoption will rise. Yeah.
I think that's a very, very good point, because having it complicated maybe might have helped back in the day when there was no regulatory clarity for this industry. But I'll come back to you just to get a little bit more idea on that. In terms of the regulatory frameworks and regulatory clarity in the region, do you think for fintech it has been improved, or are they looking at it a little bit more positively now?
Well, that's been happening. So, like, you typically see regulators wanting to put a control around what's happening in this space, and rightfully so, because you have a lot of funny players in this space. And like now, if you check, there are tens of thousands of different crypto companies claiming to do different things, and every day or two, one is shutting down with people's money vaporizing into thin air, right? So that's why you begin to see the work that people like Cardano are doing. They've been spending time building over the years. What they've been doing is not sexy, but it's very relevant. Circle, quite a number of them are doing the same thing. So I think over time with regulation, because what regulators do, I know a lot of people don't like regulators because the imagination they have is somebody with a big stick coming to hit you and all of that. But they're actually there to protect people's hard-earned money, because somebody who has $1 million can gamble with $10,000 and lose it, and it won't shake the person. But somebody who's heard one fantastic story or watched one well-packaged YouTube video and has $1,000 and thinks that I need to put $800 and next day I'm going to be driving a Ferrari, that person is going to get into trouble, because if something sounds too good to be true, it most likely is most likely a scam. So I think now you're beginning to see people align around those crypto projects that have been building steady. They have user protection in place, they are regulated. So those things actually help. So I think a number of people are beginning to align around those things. So if you have projects that are not properly regulated, the use cases drop. And even in our transactions, we see those kinds of things. People usually use those stronger, well-regulated platforms, so they know that their money is safe and there's not going to be story down the road. So that adoption is rising across Africa, LATAM, and the rest here.
Thank you. I'll come to you. I think we'll try to keep it a little bit more local, because you did mention that you've been here for about 10, 15 years now, and you've seen how things have been changing over a period of years. So in terms of your experience and how you see it, what do you see as the pain points currently, which is blocking this adoption taking place at an enterprise level, in your own experience, especially in terms of localization here? What do you see are the main pain points? If you could elaborate on that a little.
So I would first look, I wouldn't look at the enterprise level. I would, only 20% of Kenyans are employed, by the way, right? I haven't seen many people without jobs here, but 80% are employed in the informal economy. And I'm more concerned about these people who actually, again, live, they need to eat. I mean, most of us here, right? We need to eat, we need to sleep, we need to get some healthcare, we play games on the phone, and we watch some news and make a bit of money, right? So that's where I think the adoption, I mean, most of the people have no idea about, they may have heard about crypto, but I doubt that they know much more about this. So I think it's kind of M-Pesa 2008, right? I mean, I was in and out Kenya at the time, and I remember when M-Pesa came here, Safaricom had to push a lot of money to get people to accept it, to get people to use it in between individuals, but then to get merchants to accept it, right? So when you look at the main issue again, we talk about money flows, right? The main issue in money flows is adoption, right? Is they get someone in the street to accept your money through M-Pesa. It took M-Pesa a couple of years with a lot of money, and it succeeded. How will that, now happen on the, on the crypto side? So who's going to accept? Yeah, we may trade, you may whatever, you may build something, you may pay the way we used to pay with PayPal, years ago, and we may pay with stable coins today. Great, but how does it get out of here? And I think that's the biggest thing. So I think that's the end user. Then the enterprise. I mean, the things happen very, very slow here. I mean, we all know, right? Banks, healthcare. Not many things have changed. I mean, there are a lot of R cafes next door. There are a lot of Javas that had opened in the past 5 years. There are a lot of cool restaurants. There's a kind of a move of wealth. And more kind of middle income, mid to upper income individuals. But there's also way more mid to low income individuals. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. So maybe I'm too pessimistic, but I think it's like we need another M-Pesa movement, right, for this to happen. And I don't think that can happen just from a private market. There must be something at the government level, but at the speed that the government is moving here, I'm not sure of how fast anything will happen.
That's a very good take. So, in terms of, I mean, you did mention things are a little bit slow here, and it has been for quite some time. Do you think it's an awareness thing, or do you think they're just worried about how new technologies are going to be behaving?
Again, eating, moving from one place to the other, sending a bit of money left and right, and that's pretty much it, right? I mean, the average Kenyan makes what? $150 per month, $100 per month per family. I mean, most of the people living out of this bubble. So how, I mean, it would be amazing for these people to be able to now use anything else than M-Pesa. But the question is on the payment side, because that's where I see the very first adoption, right? Payments. Do these people need anything else than M-Pesa? And I don't think so for now. I think that payments now. Enterprise level, right? We talked earlier about the use cases, right? We talk about, ID cards, right? I think Cardano helped. I think in Ethiopia, right? The ID cards were issued recently. I think the last issue was using blockchain. Amazing, right? But that's government, right? Healthcare. I mean, we live in a country where there's no centralized electronic medical records, right? I mean, if you go to the clinic here and to the clinic there, there's no data transmission. There's no kind of centralized system. So first of all, there is no centralized system. From no centralized system to have a kind of a blockchain-enabled medical system or electronic medical records, I mean, there's a big difference, right? So yes, we talk about leapfrogging, and we moved in Africa from from nothing to M-Pesa, right? We bypass the banks, or we move to. So that may be a way, right? I mean, I think the only way is to move to leapfrog and bypass the 1, 2, 3 steps and get into using blockchain and using stable coins and crypto money and anything else related to blockchain. But I think it needs to be a big move from the government side for this to happen.
Thank you. I think you made a very good point to add to that in terms of the medical record system. So I'll bring a very interesting use case, which not a use case, a scenario which happened in Sri Lanka quite recently, not just maybe about a year or so ago, about having the auditability of records. And so we had this thing after the COVID vaccination. There was talk about a fraud taking place during the importation of these COVID vaccinations into Sri Lanka. And the government was supposed to start a fraud investigation into it, and it was about to. And the NMRA, the National Medical Records system, overnight suddenly gets deleted. Like years of data just vanished into thin air. And obviously then who do you go behind? You go behind the guy who's handling the database, and they'll probably blame it on something else. But we lost records of years worth of records, and which we'll never get back. Is it related to the fraud investigation? Nobody knows, but we lost the data. So having something like blockchain technology there, having this auditability and immutability, where even if it's an authoritarian system that's there, where you can destroy records, but you can because of the technology, I think that brings a lot more value there. So in terms of coming back to you, Kennedy, since I think we are nearing the close, but I'd like to hear your thoughts from your perspective, in your experience on running your business and getting involved with the community. What are the challenges that you are currently facing in terms of getting into these new technologies or adoption? Is it just the education part, or is it because it's harder to explain? And what are the challenges that you are currently faced, and what are the things that it can actually help with?
The education is a big part. Largely in academic science, the average age there is still about 65 years old in the United States. That is still who's sucking up most of the NIH funding, and so they're not really willing to learn that new technology. And I think, to say something that might be a little controversial, I think there's a lot of people there who might have benefited from not having an immutable ledger, immutable way of storing data like that. And you are seeing more and more papers that have been, there for a while, getting redacted and getting taken down from journals where they've sat for a while. So there might have been some systems in place that it might. They might like the status quo how it is, but also there's a big crisis in science. Reproducibility is a huge crisis in science, and people don't want to fund reproducibility studies and stuff. Having a way to immutably store data where it can't be deleted, it can't be messed with in any way, would go a long way to preserving reproducibility and making the data that gets published, backing it up more, so that some, paper that gets published doesn't have, we didn't even notice that this chart that got published here is actually the exact same one that got published here, and that's so weird, and how did that even slip through the cracks? And then obviously, like your mention of authoritarian governments. In the United States now we have data sets mysteriously going missing and or being hidden and things like that. So, yes.
That's a very good point, and I think that you see, regardless of whether you're from Asia or Africa or the US or Europe, I think in terms of immutability is something that we all need at any given level. Could be companies, could be governments. We need that, and we need to make sure that the data integrity is safe, and nobody gets to mess with it. So Shizi, I'll come back to you briefly just to get your idea. It's the same thing which I asked Kennedy as well. From your experiences, what are the challenges, the immediate challenges that are there that you think is hindering these processors, apart from the ones that you already spoke about? So what you're doing currently, what are the challenges that you are facing, and what do you think will be needed for you to push it towards more enterprise adoption, and even at the government level?
Well, one of the main challenges in that regard is how well it's actually a trust thing, because you have cases where some people have built systems that check on-chain transactions, make sure everything is accurate. But then when you want to now interface your system to such systems that run such checks, that API bridge is where the loopholes occur, right? Because then you're bridging information from your system into another system to do all those checks, audits, and all of that. And there are a lot of sophisticated hackers that play in between those areas, right? So you want, I'm not sure how much government can help in that regard. I just think there just needs to be more work and knowledge about who are those trusted players to use and how well to prevent those drains that happen when people breach those API interconnections, right? That's something that's going to take some time because, like we talked about, the blockchain space is still relatively early. Less than 5% of people in the world have adopted it, right? So it's still going to take some time for it to get to that maturity level where you say, okay, just like the top players in cybersecurity, okay, if it's Norton, if it's whoever it is, even those people still get issues from time to time. So there needs to be that. Developers need to be trained to know that when you're going to breach, do all those audit checks, you don't just go online and see that a company just lists that we do audits and checks, and then you just go connect your system to that to provide that. Maybe it's for regulatory or compliance needs. They want to see that you're doing those checks, and just connect to any player. Right? There needs to be that, I don't know, body or foundation that says, we've done thorough checks, we've done pen testing, we've checked all this. These are the top 5 or the top 10 that are safe. Obviously, nobody can be 100% safe. There's human error and issues that happen. So over time, people will now say, okay, if we want to be compliant, we want to be accountable, these are the top ones that people go to. Because to be honest, as I'm even speaking, I'm even realizing how complicated it is, because there's even all these injections into blockchain with malware. It's the wild, wild west now. So there needs to be that constant awareness that everything is not as it seems. There are deep fakes, there are AI manipulations, there are injections into blockchains to make malware even like just stay on the chain and things like that. So there's that needs to be extra vigilant. So you need to, do I say trust but verify? That was in the old world. You need to do 3 steps more advanced than that. You need to really double, triple check before you adopt anything when you say you want to implement such systems. Because and then the picks up. So like now the example he gave on like you have a hospital here and one next door, and they don't communicate your data records. Somebody just needs to say, you know what, I'll put some money down and just do a pilot where I interconnect all these 5 hospitals. I start from there. I used to be in the edtech space before I moved into fintech. So I've gone through those processes of having your control and all of those things, and then documenting it properly, showing what you did, what works, what doesn't work, and then presenting that. Because the sad thing that happens is that a lot of people do great work, and those people don't document it. People who are doing horrible work are the loudest ones in the industry. They get funding, and the problem is still there. Talking about it, I remember there was a time I went to a health conference. I used to attend some of these conferences. And there was a time I was just so tired. I was like, you know what, I'm not going to go to this conference for a while. They just talk, nothing happens. Nobody's taking that step. Oh, let's just try, do this. Then I had a change of heart after 2 years. I was like, you know what? I got the email invite. I was like, okay, I'm going to go this time. And true to form, they were repeating the same thing that they've been talking about for years, right? So I think there needs to be that conscious effort to make that initial sacrifice, get this job done, document, build that chain that connects these first few hospitals, showcase it to the right people. And then the funders also need to be patient, because building robust systems take time, right? When that happens, we start beginning to see the kind of change we want to see. So I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I think since we are running out of time, just in a minute, I'll come back this way. Shizi, if we were to meet in maybe, say, 3 years' time, what would you say in terms of, if blockchain technology was to be successful, what do you think is necessary for that? Just in maybe 1 or 2 lines. You don't have to think too much about it. First, top of the mind. This is what I think needs to be there. This is what needs to be there.
Yeah, so I think you just need to get a few bold companies that will fix that, work on the abstraction issue. So you just need to have those few bold companies that say, hey, we are going to take this thing, simplify it, have use cases that work, and then funding comes for it to scale. So you need to be able to say, just like you can pick up your phone and call somebody, you just have their mobile number, 070, whatever, you just make that call. It should be as simple as that. You shouldn't be asking somebody, hey, I want to receive ADA, I want to receive Solana, whatever it is, send me your address, and it's a 0x3A9. I think we get the point.
Thank you. Kennedy?
Yeah, so education and interface. Yeah, I agree. Like, none of this stuff matters if people can't use it and don't enjoy using it. I mean, I like to say boomer-proof it. I mean, that's what we wanted with our platform. I mean, that's who's still sucking up most of research funding. So make it so that the boomers want to use it and everybody else they won't not use it because it's too easy. So, yeah.
And I think with that, we can have local level adoption to national level to global level. So thank you so much for everybody who tuned in online and everybody who's here, and Kennedy, C, and Emilian, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much to our breakout room speakers. Right about now, we want to head out for lunch. So you will just head to my left. You'll get a meal card on your way as you cross over to the other side. Then you can have lunch in the shortest time possible. This time round, I promise you there's food. For real. So you will have lunch the shortest time possible. We'll be back here at exactly 2:25. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for staying put. We now have our next guest joining us on stage. I will allow him to introduce himself. Please tell us your name and what you do.
I check. My name is Nahom. I am from BlockPay. I come from Ethiopia. We're with the Directed Ethiopia Hub. Yeah, that's why.
Okay, I did start with a question of the insight that you shared with me, which is that Ethiopia currently does not have debit card payments, which seems to be a big issue that you're addressing. But you can tell me further about why that data point is important to you.
Perfect. So that is true. Ethiopia does not have an international debit card. We can't purchase any kind of item from international vendors, Amazon, like Alipay. We can't get our money from gig economies like Upwork, Fiverr, anything that is international. We have no access to that. In fact, I can tell you a story that is dear to me. A friend of mine who just had a baby 2 weeks ago is from Upwork. This is like almost a 60-day delay from the day he delivered the work to the time he's going to receive, to have the money at hand. The current workaround for this problem is as follows. Like, if you're lucky enough to travel to Kenya, get a Safaricom SIM card and M-Pesa Global, M-Pesa and M-Pesa Global. This is the workflow. So he finishes work, then Upwork deducts 10% of that, and then postpones it for 15 to 30 days. Then he will be able to withdraw the money, but since he has nothing to withdraw it to, he's going to have to use M-Pesa, which will deduct 3 to 5%. Now we have reached to 15% of the money being deducted. then he's gonna have to use B2B, P2P on Binance and convert Kenyan shillings to USDT or USDC, and then use the USDT to convert it to Ethiopian birr. This is the process that the lucky Ethiopian freelancers take to to receive the money that they've legitimately worked for.
I am going to ask you, though, a bit of a contradictory question. What happens when Ethiopia does start receiving international access to payments through card processors, or maybe M-Pesa gets into the market, which I think they are? I'm curious to know how you're going to mitigate the issue of when not just you guys, but we now have card processing payments happening in the country.
Oh, that's actually a very good question. So M-Pesa, like Safaricom in general, joined the Ethiopian market, I think, in 2023. So you've addressed some, you asked a question that is very integral to the economy of Ethiopia in general. They are struggling immensely because of adoption problems, right? Regulation is very intense. International competition has not been heard of. Ethiopia, I'm not sure if you know, but is not part of the East African community. That is because our currencies is fluctuating very very much, so that we can't just allow for foreign companies to just enter the market that easily. The infrastructure is not there to assume that people like myself and my friend would get an international debit card is a huge assumption. I hope it gets addressed, to be honest. If that happens and we get to move forward, I'm pretty sure there are bigger problems that we can address.
For now, you can focus on the solution that you're providing now for creators. Is your platform specifically only targeted towards freelancers, or is it opportunity for other industries? What's your target audience?
So our target audience is freelancers. We focused on that because they are the best beachhead market. So we know the problem exists. We know they're desperately trying to fix it by traveling even. So we have a very core audience that feel the pain the most, and they're easily accessible. They're in universities. We already know how we're supposed to address the customers, the solution, the workarounds. So we have industry knowledge. So I think freelancers are our primary market right now.
Okay, freelancers are your primary market.
Yeah.
So how does Cardano once again tie into this and the solution you're building?
Perfect. So we have two ways of going about it. The first one is creating a platform, the whole platform, like Upwork itself. So we will have, I'm sure you guys are familiar with the Catalyst, if you're in the Cardano ecosystem, where they allow funding to go through based on milestones. So we're going to have a similar idea, but where the freelancer will get their money instantly as soon as they finish the milestone. So it's going to be an escrow business. So Cardano will fit in the escrow aspect of the project, yeah.
The last question I have for you, what are you looking forward to as you keep building, as you keep learning about the solutions that you're building? Of course, you run into problems, you start to understand nuances within the market. But what would you say you're looking forward to the most within the next year, 2 years or so?
Well, hopefully, me and my friend can come to Kenya because he got the money fast, and then we're here to visit Kenya instead of exploit the accessibility. But in terms of technicalities, I've had freelancing gigs for 3 years now. I have tried to use Wise. My Wise account got cancelled because Wise doesn't allow Ethiopia. I had Payoneer. Payoneer cancelled my card because they couldn't receive from a personal card. We're trying so desperately to join the international market, and these are my friends. So I want us to have access to to demonstrate our skills and get the benefits from them.
I wish that for you as well. Thank you so much for joining us on this stage today. Please, a round of applause for our guest.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are being joined by our next panelist who we are matching with. I didn't even notice. I think I noticed here. I digress. We have an amazing panelist joining us today. Her name is Gift, and I'll give her the opportunity to introduce herself. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. My name is Oluwatofumi Adekoyingos Gift. I'm from Nigeria, but I'm representing Direct Aid Umurapa, Kigali. And my project is about
is to manage their finances.
Yes.
Could you tell us a bit more on how your solution does that?
Let me state an example. In Nigeria, I've met a lot of people that, friends that their parents raised them through this ajo, yes, where you collect money. When you collect money, then you can go back for like loans, and then you use it to pay your bills, use it to take care of things, important things, and like that. And that when it comes it's mostly about people that don't have. If you're trying to loan from the bank, you need to have collected paper. Yes, they call it the paper where you come in, then you're dropping money. You write your name, you write how much you put down, how much you donated, and all of that. With time, you can't tell me that somebody still have the paper that someone that collected loan 10 years ago.
Yes.
So it's like basically it's all about transparency, record keeping. So you can go back in time, basically. So how blockchain comes in transparency, there's security. Yeah. So there's no issue of fraud and all of that. Everybody can see in the group. Everybody has access to the group's financial status. So there's nothing like fraud, and there is security, and we are also complying to government rules and regulations.
Okay, and I find it interesting. You mentioned that you're from Nigeria, based there, but this is a solution you're starting to roll out in Rwanda. So why is that the case?
Actually, I would say I started it. It's a friend. It's a friend. It's a friend. No, we met through Cardano, though. We met through Cardano, so he was the one that brought up with the idea, and when we had a meeting, and when Tony was like, makes sense, because it's not that it's just a problem for Rwanda. Rwanda is the starting point here, but it's not just a problem for Rwanda. I've asked about 5 people today, do they have something like that in their country? And they're like, yeah, but they have different names, but it's still the same thing, just different names. So basically everywhere in Africa has that kind of system. So that's it.
No, I think even if we're gonna put the lens out of Africa, globally, people, one of the things that they look for is community, and 2, how we can manage funds for community. So I do definitely agree that there's a market for that in different African countries, for different African countries in general. And taking it a step back, before we got to the solution, what's your story? How did you end up here building this solution, attending this hackathon? Walk me through your journey from when you decided to get into tech and then how getting to this point.
I'm not actually into tech, right? I'm not into tech, but I was. So I was into tech in 2020 to 2022. Yeah. So right now I'm into banking and investment. Yeah. So
that makes sense.
So
introduction.
So should I say the truth? Okay.
Yeah, keep saying the truth. That's what we're here for.
Last year,
it's okay.
Last year, my friend and I were we're looking at how to be like this 2026 was we locked in.
Everybody gotta be locked in.
It was locked in. Then we're applying for different things and like so like then we saw the Cardano leak, like, just for the fun of it, decided to act. Like, she later dished me. Yeah, she did. She did.
Another plot twist.
Yeah. So that's how we started. Okay, I attended the meeting. I was attending the meeting. She stopped. Then we were added to the group. I think I saw my group members for the first time ever was a day before the first pitch. Yeah, that was the first time I was seeing them. Then basically most of our meetings were like done online. So we spoke, then pitched the and so it was quite amazing. Even though like we got there around 8 and we're not done until like 6, 7 p.m. So yeah.
No, I really like that because it speaks to trying because you never know. You know, you just decided, okay. And that is also a process too. You saying, okay, we need to lock in. These are the things that we need to apply for, applying for the Cardano Summit.
Yeah.
And I will tell you for a fact that they didn't choose you because they were just picking anybody. It means that you had a viable solution that maybe you didn't take seriously enough, but then someone else saw it with you. So I think it's also just a lesson for the audience. Like, you being here is a very powerful thing. You deserved to be here. And so trying was the first step, and the person who ends up winning, there's opportunities that are gonna present themselves even as you're here, whether it's from the Cardano team or even just the ecosystem that you're already connected to. So I value that take and your honest take on how you got here. I think the final question that I have for you, it's a question that I've typically been asking the people who've been coming on stage. What is something that you're looking forward to within the space you're in for the next 3 years? Where do you see yourself, and what are you most excited about the future?
Okay, so I think few weeks ago I was talking to the developer of the app. So we're talking about the app, and I like, are we dropping this? If like after this, are we like, no, that we are not going to drop it. We are going to like see this through and all of that. And plus, somehow, it's links to what I'm doing. It's still about money.
Still about
money. And also, there's this there's this how will I put it? There's this startup like supposed to that I'm about to work for, right? It's about we invest, yes, basically, in startup projects too, but the startup is about research. People that are like, if you like you want to find the cure of cancer, of stuff like that.
Yeah.
So if one way or the other, there's always a way you can link everything together. Right. There's always a way you can link everything together. Like, I was telling somebody that before I'm 25, I want to be a billionaire. So I'm trying to.
Everything is possible. I'm
trying to like do what I can
until you narrow it down. Exactly. I mean, if you look at me, I'm an podcaster, communications major, but ended up in tech. So if you're talking about feeling like not belonging in certain spaces, definitely what you set your mind to, you do belong wherever you set your mind to. What I do see where you belong is the money, because everything you talked about has money involved. Okay, well, thank you so much for your time, and thank you to the audience. Can we please give her a round of applause for their lovely presentation? Thank you.
Thank you too.
Please introduce yourself to our lovely audience and tell them a bit more about what you do.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Solomon Salifu. I'm from Ghana, the northern part of Ghana to be specific. And I must say that we have a lot of issues that we need to solve, and we just picked a bit of it, and we are here to, see how we can help each other solve such problems. And for one of the issues we're going to be dealing with is a blockchain verification and payment system for hatcheries.
Now, your product, when you guys talked to me there at the back, I was a bit curious because I've not had anyone talk about the niche that you have selected, which is chicks and farming. So I think you guys should tune in because I think he has some powerful insights to tell us about this product. Tell us about your solution.
All right. Before I go to the solution, normally for us in the North, the problems relates to us even more than just seeing it outside. And so I had a dad who retired. He's still retired. He's not dead. He's still alive. And he was so strong, and he decided to go into poultry farming. I remember our first hatcheries we ordered. There were 50 of them, and then we wanted layers. Layers are those that can bring eggs. You're right. I didn't know. He didn't know. They brought the chicks, and they were broilers. We didn't know until they grew up. So I asked my dad, so what are the eggs? He had to find out from the person who brought it. Of course, he didn't even know the person. There were middlemen among them. So we realized that if you are a poultry farmer, you know that broilers eat a lot.
Was that the tell-all for you?
Yeah.
The amount of food they eat.
That's true. So we the type of food?
No, I'm saying, was that the one that told you that these are broilers?
After they grew up a bit, and then I'm not seeing them trying to lay eggs, so we had to inquire more.
Yeah.
And then he had to confirm from the person, and the person said, "Oh, they are broilers and not layers." And so I was almost going to be pissed off, but he's an old man. He wants peace, so he said, "Well, let's leave them." And I realized that every 2 weeks I had to spend almost like 300 in Ghana cedis. 300. That's some $50. Yeah, $40. And so I got tired along the way. And then, but all this was lack of knowledge, and the fact that they even died along the way after 2-3 weeks, we had almost half of them going off. And that was when we realized that, number one, we didn't get a true source. We didn't have authentic place to get them. We didn't also get a verifiable person or reliable person. Then accountability is lost here. Trust began to go off my head, Then we also realized that they had some disease we didn't know. So we could not verify if they were properly vaccinated, they were given fake vaccination or no vaccinations at all. So that was the problem we confronted, that we were confronted with. So I then picked it up as an IT, and then I told myself, what can IT do to solve such a problem? Then I brought that idea forth, and we had guys with us who came up with good ideas, like my brother sitting here. Then we brainstormed, and then we began to have solutions to that.
That's very interesting. And, as you're sitting, you're not really thinking where this food comes from or what's the value chain. And even when you're thinking farming, people immediately are assuming of vegetables in general. So I think I'm very curious about that niche, and more specifically, why your solution is a solution that people need to be subscribing to, especially if it comes to poultry tracking and mapping.
Yeah. So this issue is not only my family, but in northern Ghana, it's a common issue that cuts across. Almost every home starts with poultry, and that is the basic farming for every home, especially in the northern part of Ghana. So it becomes an issue, and then I think that if our solution works well, it's going to, in a way, help majority of the northern Ghanaian people, at least to improve their livelihood, build trust back between buyers and then sellers, farmers, and then consumers.
Explain to me the value chain here. How does it go? From the farmer, the person who's keeping the chicks, and then they grow up, and then I'm selling, and then that goes the cycle, and then to it coming to what we're eating today. Walk me through that process and how your solution ties into that process.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So if I am the hatcheries, it means that I own the eggs. I have the incubators, I have everything it takes to hatch the eggs. So when you are from, say, Kenya and you want to buy from Ghana, then what it means is that I am going to hatch the eggs, then I'm going to package to chicks, depending on the day old you want them. you would preferably tell me I want 6 weeks or 3 weeks or 2 days, 3 days. Then I will package them. Then I will forward them to you. But I will need to convince you that they are vaccinated, number one. I will need to convince you that they are the right, caliber of chicks. If they are brawlers, they are really brawlers. I also need to convince you that they are okay enough, be able to withstand the weather. Now, what our solution does is, if you are going to buy from me, number one, there's going to be elimination of a middleman, okay? How? Because we're going to use a Cardano-based, blockchain-based system, which is Cardano anyway, an escrow that is supposed to be the leveraging platform to do that job. Then you will scan, get all the required information. So vaccination done, check, okay? I asked for brawlers, check. How many days old chicks? 3, 4, 5 days, check. Then delivery is made and then payment is given. So once delivery is not made or not confirmed, payment is held in escrow.
Okay. No, I really like that. I think my final question for you is, what excites you the most about what you're building? I think even being at this hackathon, coming and talking to people more about the solution you're building, what's the one thing that you're looking forward to within the next 2 years?
I am looking at farmers improving their livelihood by building trust in what they do and growing in what they do. Because seeing that a lot of farmers lose millions of Ghana cedis, which are even more peasant farmers, it touches a lot. And so if I can have that build up and that challenge overcome, it is a plus. So we are not only growing farming in the north, but we are trying to build an ecosystem where farmers can build trust and be able to leverage on these things and get what they have to do.
Thank you so much for your insights and for your time. I think what you shared is very valuable, and I'm wishing you nothing but the best as you proceed with your hackathon.
Thank you so much for your time also.
Okay, round of applause, please, audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to do a cultural shift right now. Before we were actually doing conversations with a number of the businesses, and now we're actually going to change the dynamic and we'll talk about our hackathon that's actually going on. This is a hackathon of no other, I heard. So this is actually very, very special and we're really excited. There's 12 hubs, 10 countries that are a part of this and we're really excited about it. And we actually have our host right now that's going to be giving us more insight and a little bit more of the story. So Miss Alice of My Tech Story Africa is going to be sharing the information. So hopefully you guys get it all in, and I'm going to pass the mic to her. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you once again for settling in and joining us for this lovely conversation. On stage, we have the best dressed. If we have the best dressed awards, we know the number one person it's going to. But we want this guy to tell us a bit more about him and the amazing project that he's working on. So please introduce yourself to our audience.
All right. Thank you very much for that compliment. I appreciate that. I am Abdurrahman Abdubasit from Lagos, Nigeria, participating in this hackathon journey as a member of a team, at the same time, a hub lead. We're specifically working on a product to actually bring digital collateralization to informal market sector in a brief.
I think at the back you mentioned to me that you came in with a solution in mind, but going through the hackathon, there are a couple of things that you've managed to, problems that you're trying to solve. So you can tell us about the difference between what you came in with and what you're leaving with, or what solution you're trying to solve for now.
Right. Thank you very much for that. It actually the same vision. What really changes was that before we participated in this hackathon, we are more like building the same existing solutions, but trying to pivot it to some extent that we could not even ourselves guarantee that we are hackathon that we've participated in is that we will be given some kind of problem statement, narrow down to building your solution toward a particular and maybe organizer goals. But in this case, it was quite different. We were asked to go down to the local community, find the real problem, and by doing so, you'll be able to know that you are building solutions that people are actually ready to use. And when we go down to the streets, we discover that if we are trying to build in the same direction that we are planning, of course, we will be repeating the same existing solutions that we are trying to correct. And that gives us the opportunity to think beyond that very perspective. And we pivoted by diversifying our approach by extending the initial scope. I don't know if I should go forward to explain what changes from initial plan, or perhaps we do that later.
No, I think you can just talk about a bit more about your story. You know, this is this your first time in Nairobi? It's your first time in Nairobi. You've built this solution that has brought you all the way here. I mean, it's probably something that is fantastic, even from the conversations we had. And so I'm curious to know more about what the solutions you are. I think you also mentioned to me that you're focused on how can audiences or people in informal sectors be able to sort of leverage your solutions to justify the assets they have in terms of so that they can be able to grow their businesses. Tell us a bit more about that.
All right. What has really been the problem is that in Nigeria, or let me say majorly in Africa, the informal sectors are facing largely the exclusion in the financial system. What I mean by that is that if you are starting a business, you need capital. Or if you want to scale your business, you need capital. But then this sector have no kind of a credit score or auditable credit history to secure funding from traditional banking system or loaning system. As a person, I actually started a business. I think around 2019, it was really tough for me. I couldn't get the funding. I tried to secure loan. But unfortunately for me, the terms and conditions for the loan was quite really exorbitant for me that I couldn't even go forward. When I do the estimations, I discovered that I'll be paying more interest. And at the end of the day, it will be like I will be working for the loaning company, not really that I'm working for myself to earn a profit. So as a lived experience, that how can we solve this problem? If I'm solving my problem, definitely I might be solving for millions of African people. Then we delve into the research. That is where we discover that ordinarily in Nigeria, we have about 40 million entrepreneurs that have been marginalized and excluded into the financial access. So what we are trying to build is the only reason why you can secure loan and banks that we believe to be the major problem is that they want to have some collaterals, it's a backup if peradventure you want to be defaulting. And then someone like me that just want to start a business, I don't have such requirement. Then how can we build a system to replace this physical asset or perhaps physical collateral that may be required from institutional banking or traditional financing system? So we think about it as, okay, can we build a kind of a reputation system that actually proves that, because to give more context, in Nigeria, or let me say in all these emerging markets, people make transactions almost every single day. But these transactions were not recorded. So we are creating a platform that can allow businesses, startups to come and prove their daily transactions. And we collect all these kind of engagement, interaction activities of businesses, and we consolidate some kind of segmentation into a unified reputation score. It is this score that will serve as a kind of a digitized collateral for businesses. You know, you're doing business, you make sales, no record for that. You make transactions, no record for that. When you want to scale your business, you go into the bank, you couldn't be able to access that because bank cannot verify that you have a working business. So we are building that platform to give businesses opportunity to showcase their activities. Then with that, banks, learning systems can come into our platform, have access to that data. They check and confirm that, oh, this business actually have really done really well. And they decide at their own discretion if they want to invest in that very particular business or not.
I'm going to ask you my final question, which is how does Cardano tie into all of this, into your solution?
All right. We actually integrating Cardano for 3 reasons. The number one is we are not necessarily will be only Cardano, majorly will expand to other blockchain technology. But what we're trying to explore is the features of blockchain, immutability, transparency, and scalability. How we are leveraging that is that this reputation system that we're building, it could be actually manipulated or attacked or somehow. So we are trying to design a system whereby at every 12 hours or 6 hours, every single businesses on our platform that must have earned some extent, some reputation score that probably have made them to unlock some funding, requesting for funding, will be pushed on the blockchain. So instead of investors verifying the reputation system as the data that we send to them, they can verify that on chain directly by themselves. That is one point. Another point of integrating Cardano is that almost like I've listened to so many Western people that we want to assist Africa, we want to do things for Africa, or sometimes they build a solution that works for them, not for us. But instead of that, we are building this for ourselves. Then can you, by some way, invest in our local businesses? So we leverage the blockchain technology to allow a global investment possible. So you can be able to invest in businesses in any type of your choice of cryptocurrency. That's another one. The third one was that when you are investing in crypto with crypto, or perhaps the general investment at all, businesses will have the opportunity to request for funding. And we want that funding to be that. It might happen to be that I'm requesting for a certain amount of funding, and of course, maybe a single investor might not be able to make that very funding possible. So there's an option for multiple investment. So when a particular investment was made, the money does not go to the business owner directly. So we are building a kind of a smart contract that will lock the part investment until that very party an investment goal is reached before the business can claim the money. It's a smart contract. It hold as an escrow hold the partial investment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you've shared some powerful insights. I already told you that I think you're building a fantastic solution, and I'm wishing you the best as you complete the hackathon.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. For the audience, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be moving to our next guest. Round of applause, please.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, we are back again with another one of an amazing special guest with us. I'll give him the opportunity to introduce himself. Please introduce yourself to our audience. Thank you so much for joining us, and tell us a bit more about what you're doing.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Ali Kamabanu from Project Genius Hub, Zaria from Nigeria. An AI and system engineer, and we are building Sapro. Okay. I'm an AI and system engineer, and we are building Sapro. It's an escrow platform for payment for the online marketing platform. Thank you.
Okay, I think I want to get to know a bit more about that. So you're building an escrow platform, from my understanding, bringing blockchain to locals. Tell us more about how you do that.
So actually, we're bringing blockchain to locals. It takes a lot because most especially from the country that I came from, when you talk about locals, are people that actually have limited access. What I mean by limited access is education, internet, and even access to smartphone. And when we talk about blockchain, I think the first thing that comes to people's mind is you need it's a high tech. Even in the tech industry, is a high tech. So what we do to bring it is that we are bringing the blockchain into their Nokia phone. I mean, a keypad phone. So we are basically giving them access to benefit from the powerfulness of blockchain when it comes to trust and accessibility, using their mobile phone, mini mobile phone, Nokia mobile phone, itel, any keypad. So you need no internet access, you need no smartphone to access blockchain, and that's how our apps work.
Moving away slightly from the product, what's your story? Were you always a developer? When did you start doing this, and why the interest in blockchain, particularly solutions?
I was a developer actually since 2019, and that was when I wrote my first JAM. JAM is an exam that I wrote after your high school to got admitted into university. And unfortunately, I couldn't got admitted, not because I failed JAM, but because the system there actually is more of like, let me not say it here, but I didn't got admission, not because I failed the exam, but because of the system. So I have one teacher that's always, he's a lecturer in the university, and he's doing more of like all this HTML, CSS stuffs. And it got my attention actually to start to dive into tech. And I start with basic web development, and I think around 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic, that's when I dived more into tech. I got to go deeper, and between 2021 2022 I started my journey as an AI engineer, and around 2024 I started blockchain development. And I can say my journey is actually very, very, how can I put it? When I started my tech journey, I don't have my personal laptop. So I always say this. And the issue is, when I don't have a personal laptop, I usually go to a friend to borrow a laptop. He's actually an engineer. He repaired laptops. So when people bring laptops to him to repair, before they come and collect their laptop, I have my hard disk. So I'll go and borrow the laptop, put on my hard disk, and I will learn. I will do what I want to do before the owner of the laptop comes to collect the laptop. So I'm literally saying this to show how limited access I have to infrastructure, not only internet. I'm not a student of the university, but we are close to the university. I used to go there to spend the whole day because there is light access, there is internet access, because I don't have any of them at home. So yeah, my journey in tech actually was very, very shall I say stressful, yeah. But alhamdulillah, I can say now it has paid a lot. I I feel like I have a collection of laptops now. I used to say before I started with no laptop, but now I have a collection of laptops, and I can decide to take it. I won't even know that blockchain exists in the solution, and this is what we did. Users normally interact with the app with normal engine, that's Nigerian currency, and we automatically whenever user is creating escrow, and because that's where the safety comes in, we convert the naira, the money into a stable coin. We have our own 1:1, like a currency that's in the same ratio with naira. So we sub it in the smart contract in a way that even we ourselves cannot tamper with. It's only when the agreement between the buyer and the seller meet failed, they will be able to, I mean, the seller is going to receive his money. And in case of any, let's say the seller delivers something that's not what the user ordered, we make sure that the money remains safe until everything is like all agreement was met before you receive the money. So we try as much as we can to, even the developers of the app, to not have access to controlling the money in the vault. So we use Cardano as like a digital vault, like incorruptible digital vault to save people funds on the escrow.
The last question I have for you is, on a broader perspective, what will success look like for you and your team?
I can say success to me and my team is actually solving that problem. So when we have users using our app and it's actually solved that problem to them, I mean, there's no any issue of trust when Malam Musa can send his goods from Zaria to Lagos with no fear of losing his tomato that he sent to Lagos, or let's say Emmanuel from Lagos that's buying tomato from Malam Musa will send his money with no fear of his money losing along the line. That's the success to us, and I can say we have that already because we are building Sapru with Malam Musa and Emmanuel together. We are not just thinking this is not an idea that just we sat down at the room and start brainstorming. It's something that we interact with Malam Musa, we interact with people like Emmanuel, and we really know that that's what they need and that's what we are building. So that's success to us.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you sharing your insights and more about the product that you're building. I'm wishing you all the best as you continue your hackathon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you once again, audience, for joining the conversation. A round of applause, please.
Virtual assets, you give 3% to the taxman, 3% should go to KRA. So luckily at the moment when we were discussing the bill, we were also discussing the finance bill of 2025. And in 2025, this was already law. There was a law that's saying that 3% of any transaction, even if let's say I had Bitcoin in Binance and I decide I want to move my Bitcoin in Binance to my Bitcoin to my Coinbase wallet, there should be a 3% tax on that. Even though I'm just taking money from my left pocket and putting it in my right, it's still the same person. Anyway, we actually made them do these transactions, and then they realized, wait, this thing is just as easy as M-Pesa. And we said yes. So do you mean that when you transfer this money to yourself or to someone else, the government is taking 3%? And we said exactly, that's right. And that was the finance committee, the parliamentary finance committee. Then they realized this tax cannot work, and we were like, this is exactly what we've been saying. Anyway, long story short, that tax was removed, thankfully, and at the moment we're also discussing the virtual asset service providers bill. We gave our input, what was working, what was not. Majority of our input was put into consideration, and the bill was actually amended, and now we have the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act. It is not a perfect act, but there was a lot of significant changes that industry involvement led to those changes. If we were not involved, we would have been at a very bad place, let me just say that. Yes, so to put it briefly, that is part of what the Virtual Asset Chamber does. So yeah.
To make it better for everyone and make it a place everyone wants to participate. Okay, do we want to cover anything else, or we kind of want to get interactive? We're just kind of talking at you guys. Maybe go around the room and maybe talk about problems, like real problems. Does anybody want to share any? Yeah.
That particular digital number, which Cardano can be used to store all this in a blockchain format. Then, whenever somebody is trying to come and buy that particular land again, then the person enter it. Then with this, it will prompt whether that particular land has been sold already or it is available for, that is for buying. I get it. So that is just a simple problem statement here. And there's a lot of things that might come in. Maybe you talk to the opinion leaders, the chiefs, the government officials, then they'll be able to work with you, then you achieve this. So this is just a simple one, that problem statement that I just want to use to let you also understand how it can be worked out. Yeah, thank you.
And we started our journey as traders, but we had tech and creative background, so trading is nice, but it's not sustainable. It's toxic. So we wanted to go back to do what we like doing, which is solving problems, and we love blockchain, and we have been thinking about a better world, and so we're looking for people who we can bring here, and then we realize there's no one, there's just a few.
Developer advocate, what we help you to do is, okay, what is your level now? What you are able to do now? Okay, we can even go one-to-one call and say, okay, if you want to start contributing, or if, for example, you want like now to start participating in the development of in the development of Web3 projects in Cardano, you need to start here.
Amazing, amazing. How are you guys enjoying the conversation so far? You guys have flown all the way from their countries to come and join us, and this next speaker is one of them as well. He's called Ib from ICOG Labs in Ethiopia, a man that doesn't need much introduction. He's one of the developers that came to come through. Put your hands together for him. He set the bar for us, and now he wants to tell us more about how we can collaborate, right? Amazing.
Hey, how are you guys? I think I recognize few faces from Wada blockchain last time I was here. So my name is Yav. So as he introduced, I'm from ICOG Labs. I came from Ethiopia. I am an AI engineer there. We work on research and development. So it's not product focused yet, but more of like advancing the current AI algorithms into a new cutting edge technology and domain. So primarily we are working with SingularityNet, which is a decentralized organization, and its main aim and focus is like to try and bring about an AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. It's a buzzword right now at this moment, I know, but they've been working on this like for more than 20 years. And they have a different approach. Most of the current approaches are focused on building a very large neural network. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with neural networks, but if you have used ChatGPT or if you have used any of the current state-of-the-art AIs, you probably are familiar with what I mean by that. So they claim that only by training a bigger model and a bigger on a bigger data set, we will not be able to achieve this complicated version of AI. So they say we need a little bit more advanced system in order to bring this about. So if you've heard about Hyperon before, or if you've heard anyone mention Meta, so that's where this comes in. So this infrastructure or this system called Hyperon is what they're trying to build, which is their vision, which will bring AGI into reality. And it's not there yet, still in research and development. There are a lot of things to be worked with. And there's also this new programming language called Meta, which they're trying to utilize, because most of the programming language currently we use are either they are too complicated or they don't support the features they need for this system, for this Hyperon system. So these are few introductions, and you may be wondering where the blockchain or where this decentralization comes in. So what I want to mention a little bit about that is like, for example, imagine if OpenAI or Google achieves an AGI. What will they do? They'll keep it to themselves. They'll hide it behind a paywall or gate wall, and nobody in third world country or anybody who can't pay cannot access it. Even if we pay to access the AI system, we won't be able to know how they achieved it, so nobody can replicate it, and the power will be concentrated on these few companies. So forgive me for mentioning names, but instead of that, the approach we're taking at SingularityNet and at ICOG Labs as well is like, if ever we build this AGI system, it should be decentralized, and anybody who wants to contribute with it, to contribute on it, or to use it should be able to access it using any of these decentralized networks. And also the code should also be an open source so that everybody can see, validate, they should trust it, and they can also contribute and build on top of it. So that's the main idea of this SingularityNet approach. So even if we achieve it, it will be in a decentralized network on a blockchain, so nobody won't be able to shut it up. So this, if there are some few companies who want to shut down this system, they won't be able to, because it's on a decentralized network, and the majority of the community will have access both to the code and also to the system, and also can see how the system is working. So it will open a transparent and open for collaborative environment if ever this system is achieved. And the reason we're working on AGI is if we don't build it, somebody will build it. So we have to like try to come in the front and try to find a way of making this work. So yeah, that's what we're doing, and thank you for your attention.
I'm really loving the conversation. I mean, I think there's only international. What are you guys doing? I mean, Kenyans in the room. How many Kenyans are in the room? And what are you guys doing? All the guys speaking today. Oh yeah, we have Vincent and Jake. Sorry. We are being represented. So up next, we're going to be bringing up Mike Holland, governance guru, the guy that should be able to make your mind and everything that you're working on make sense, right? So put your hands together, very heavy hand of applause for him. There you go.
Hi friends. How you doing? You good? Yeah, so my name is Mike. So I'm Canadian. So real quick, I might apologize all the time. Sorry about it. So yeah, development. The way I do this and the way I usually work, it's always related to governance. So that's my strength. Some of you might know I used to be in the CC, the Constitutional Committee, as part of the Cardano Atlantic Council. And back then, and still today, we don't have much tool. We have everything that we need backhand, but we have nearly nothing on the front end. So if you want to contribute to Cardano, and you're a developer, but you don't quite know how it works, the Web3 part of it, you can reach out to us and you can build nice little UI or front end actually. Because maybe perhaps I should explain a little bit about it. CC members or the Construct Committee, if you... I'm sorry? What is CC? I didn't tell you. I'm so sorry. So CC is the Construct Committee. CC. Okay, so real quick, on Cardano, layer 1, we have governance. And it has and it acts similar to what you're doing with your wallet. You have a Cardano wallet, you send money to somebody, to Mike, Samuel, anybody, right? And you do own that money, or at least you own the cryptographic keys that holds the power to your wallet. So governance on Cardano is the exact same thing. You have a set of keys that represent you. I do have a set of keys that represent Mike. And with that set of keys, I can build a transaction, put it on chain, and ask for everyone from the community, would you like to have me as a CC member, or Constitutional Committee member, or a DREP, or anything really. And if the community altogether want me to be there, you can vote on chain. Because voting on chain is also immutable, the same way your transaction is. So yeah, going back to when I was a CC member, we didn't have any tools. We had to directly interact with the node, and we had to vote using command lines, very complicated command lines. It is still really hard. Do we have some DREPs around you guys, by show of hand? Is anyone here a DREP? Goma, of course. So we have the Goma DREP. So for DREPs, there's some really nice tools that you can use, right? You have gov.tools, and you can use your own wallet to be a DREP yourself. So the same wallet you use for payment, you can use it to be a DREP as well, because it represents you. So if you want to participate to governance, which is nice because Cardano is a permissionless system, so you don't have to ask for permission. You can be either private or you can go public. And if you go public, of course, like I'm going to give the example of Goma DREP, they are public. They submitted metadata to be public. So everyone on chain can see Goma DREP, and they can delegate to this DREP if they like the way they vote, because that's also trackable on the public ledger. What does that mean? Oh, is that it already? Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I got so much to talk about. But yeah, anyway, if you guys want to know more about governance, feel free to reach out to me and we can just have a good talk if you're interested. Thank you.
Amazing. Put your hands together again. You can see the kind of minds that the Cardano Africa Tech Summit has brought together to be able to inspire your minds and to be able to show you that the possibility is there. There's a bunch of developers that have built amazing solutions in the duration that they've been working with Cardano. And we're going to be bringing them up later on. But before that, we would like to, celebrate our locals and what they're doing here. Vincent, a founder of Adamur, and Jenny, co-founder of Adamo, are going to be coming up, and they're going to be doing, as the recent speakers have also done, they're going to be doing their deep dive, their version of the conversation. So put your hands together, and since it's a Kenyan, Kenyans, let's show some love. Let's show all of them how we do it as Kenyans, right?
GMGM. GMGM. Yeah. Okay, and that tells me most of you are not there in the Telegram channels for crypto blockchain guys. So GMGM means good morning, and we use it anytime. So GMGM. Yeah. My name is Vincent Sipoi, founder at Adama. It is a builder residency and engineering lab. We've been running for 3 years now, and our job has been to enable developers in this side of East Africa to grow their skills, match them with opportunities, and lead them to building projects in the ecosystem. So we just look for the right opportunities and then match you with them. So that could be career development. Maybe you're looking to be a developer working for a certain company, do that, or you're looking for a structured internship program that you can tap into, we do that, or you want to spin up your own project and deploy it so that other users can use it. Before I go any further, let Jenny introduce herself.
Hi everyone, very lovely to see you all here at the Cardano Africa Tech Summit and being a part of it. I am Jane Wangari, co-founder at Adamo, and I am super excited because I've met so many amazing builders who will really much benefit from being part of us and part of this ecosystem. If you're looking for a launchpad into whatever blockchain, including Cardano, then look at Adama as your community. Yesterday I met a very cool developer called Jeremiah. He's doing a very cool project in Cardano, and I was just listening to his passion, and I realized that we need to tell more of those stories, and we do that very well at Adama. So I hope all of you can join in and we can collaborate.
Awesome. And where we are based at ABC Place, Antler. That space, so if you walk in, you're going to meet us there. So, and in this journey of building and nurturing developers, we've learned that you already have the potential and the skills that you require to go to the next level. It is permissionless, meaning if you decide to do a parallel Cardano chain, no one will ask you. If don't seek permission to do what you do best. And when I'm mentoring my developers and others, I tell them a deep dive, 6 months focus in one thing can take you even much further than jumping over chains and doing everything that is there. So because our work is to look for opportunities, and we are multi-chain, meaning we work across different blockchain. Today we are Cardano, tomorrow we'll have someone else. So when that happens, we ensure that you are able to focus on one thing, first finish, get it very well, and then go with it. We collaborate with so many other communities, Web3 clubs, blockchain center. Across here we run a lot of events, Nights of Code, that is a deep dive night session, come, plug in, code for solutions. We look for companies that have problems and match them to you. So look for problems from companies like they are running, they are looking for developers to solve a particular problem. We call you overnight. Some 5-20 people come in, get paid, go home, and then continue. So our hackathons are structured in a way that you win, we give you what next, because it ends at your project, right? So what happens after that? We answer that question very well. So Sawa, follow us on X, on LinkedIn, let's connect, and I know we are going to do amazing stuff together.
Thank you very much, Vincent. As he said, the blockchain is permissionless, and no one can say it better than the developers who have actually built on Cardano. We're going to be giving elevator pitch style conversations with them. They're going to have 5 minutes to speak to you guys and tell you what they're doing. Please make a point after this to go and find Mike Honan, Vincent, and everybody else that has spoken, Dan, and the rest of the speakers, and find out how you can tap into this ecosystem more, how you can build. Cardano is more of a community base first, then the technology. So you're in the right place. Say we are in the right place. I love it. Now say it one more time like you mean it. Amazing, amazing. So up next we're going to be having the developers. Brother Frederick, please join me up here. We're going to start with you because you're close and we can reach you, right? Community first, right? Community first. So put your hands together, Frederick.
How would you say, is Jumbo, or how would you greet? It's fine. Nia G, that's good morning. How are you doing? Okay, thanks. It's nice to be here. Frederick Londe, Junior is my name, all the way from Zambia. Okay. Yeah, I'm the founder and CEO of MIBT Global. MIBT is simply Motley Institute of Business and Technology. And that's an institute we founded some 8 years ago. Okay. And the reason was to kind of accelerate the capacity across Africa for us to develop technology and also entrepreneurship. So we love working with young people. Okay, we want to build capacity, we want to build skills so that together we can participate in identifying local problems in our community, right? And then we can bring the experience, we bring the mentorship and everything. I was there when Web 1 got started, participated in Web 2. Now we are building on Web 3 and want to do it across Africa. Are you aware that something amazing is happening across Africa? The FCFTA, you know about it, right? African Continental Free Trade Area. We are integrating into a single market. 1.4 billion people, combined GDP over $3.4 trillion. Whatever we are building is not just for Kenya or Zambia, right? We want to scale. Now imagine you build an innovation and just capture 0.001%, 1.4 billion. You do the maths, right? This is what we are talking about. So I'm also founder of the Africa Future Tech Summit. Yeah, it would be nice to see you there so that you can showcase what you are building, and then together we can collaborate. We are doing more collaboration in Africa now than ever before, right? And if we collaborate together, we can accomplish so much. Our focus is on the business side. You build the tech, we build capacity for you to become a startup, right? Create your own employment and also create employment for others and impact lives. So it's amazing to be part of the Cardano community. Amazing things are happening. I've met wonderful people here, and we'll be looking forward to more networking, right? Yeah, so it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Are you guys tired, hungry? What is it? Which one is it? Hungry? So, let me not say that on camera, but I was about to do a little, yeah? Are you comfortable? You can just jump in the back. Okay, so we're going to be moving up. You guys can see that development is not just for the developers, but for the creators, the innovators, the great minds that are in the room right now. You're in the right place. You're, like we like to say in the blockchain, you're ahead, you know? You're amongst the few, 1% that has made it here so far. So we're going to be going to Olivier. He's going to be talking to us about his organization and how he feels about Cardano. I hope you guys find inspiration in what he's doing and also start building. Like you've been invited already for the next conference. So be ready with your products so that we can see you there. Put your hands together for Olivier, please. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Olivier from Goma, DR Congo. Yep, currently I'm part of Cardano blockchain, but yeah, since 2021 I've been in this ecosystem, but I've been a non-tech person. So since 2025 years, I started to learn how to develop, and I started by Web 2, of course, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, things like this. And then since the beginning of 2025 years, I started with blockchain development learning. I started with Haskell Bluetooth. These are two languages which are used in Cardano blockchain development. And after that, I've gone out through ICANN, is also a Cardano development, yes. And then at the end of 2025, of course, in the hackathon, so I've been able to work through my first project, my first Web3 project, and this is one with which I've come in the hackathon. It's some sort of a local marketplace which can allow people to buy and sell products. And this is integrate Cardano technology which we call escrow. So escrow is this technology which maybe for the case of seller and buyers, you are a buyer, you want to buy something, so you see a product online, you try to pay your money. So the money goes somewhere, it don't go directly to the seller. It is somewhere not belonging by the app or whoever, but the money is in the escrow. So you try to take an appointment with the seller, and then when you meet and you realize that all conditions are met, and then you click on a button and you allow the money, yes, to go through to go to the seller. Yeah, this is a simple logic. So what I want to tell you is that coding is not something done for people who are not coders. So if you want to code, if you want to do something in blockchain or Web3, you have to have this commitment. You start by learning. You learn small by small. Cause me, before I start learning about coding, I was a non-tech, and even what I started in school, it wasn't related to any coding things. So I had this commitment, I had this passion, and I've done what I could do. So apart from that, I'm a co-founder of Goma Hub. I think the team leader is also here. So what we do in Goma, we are a Web3 hub, and we try to onboard people into subjects like Web3, like blockchain, and mainly we are based in Cardano. So we try to let these people to know what is Cardano, to know how to build Cardano, how to, maybe if you want to start coding in Cardano, we try to do all these things. We onboard people in Goma, and I think we are one of the bigger Cardano hubs in DR Congo. Okay, I thank you, and maybe if there will be someone who want to connect with me, share with me ideas, contacts, I will be available. Thank you, everyone.
Isn't that amazing? Right? You can put your hands together again for this amazing developers. We're going to be inviting Dan Baruch to come up real quick. He had something that was burning on his heart that he'd like to impact you with. Please come up real quick so that we can see how we can impact. So put your pens and papers where they need to be so you can take some notes.
Yeah, thank you again. I forgot to ask you to show you some information about how, if you want to participate in our weekly sessions, because we have developer weekends, developer experience weekly sessions. So if you want to join us, you can go to the website devx.intersectmbo.org. DEVEX intersectmbu.org. There you'll find all information about the sessions and the previous session we've been doing, and you'll have even a calendar. So if you want to participate, we are really we'll be glad to welcome you in the session. And we have morning sessions and evening sessions. So.
Again, I didn't see you guys in the back. Oh, turkey lunch. So put your hands together for these amazing speakers. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you guys for listening to the conversations and being part of this session. I can really understand and I can relate with you guys that it's been a long day and you want to get some refreshment. I hope you guys can come back after the lunch. I want you guys to go out first. Go to the area where food has been served earlier on. If you don't know where that is, just follow the rest of the guys. And once you're there, have your food as quickly or as swiftly as possible. Be back here so we can hear from the rest of the developers that are in the room and hear what they're building. And maybe, just maybe, we can find our own opportunities, right? Yeah? So,
my name is
without
Naho,
further ado,
as he
please
said,
make your way.
and I'm
Please
from
be
Blockbay.
slowly.
I'd like to introduce
talk
you
to
to
the
my
developers, talk to
closest
Dan,
friends.
talk to Mike,
Meet
talk to
Sifa.
Andama, sign up,
Sifa
register.
and I have
You know the
been
drill.
friends for
And
over 7
you're
years.
an amazing crowd. Thank you.
Meeting campus. And Sifan recently got married. And now, like 2 weeks ago, he had his first child, who is Yani, short for Yani. Now, Sifan has a problem. After 2 weeks that his baby girl is born, he's gonna have to travel to Kenya in order to get supplies. This is because he can't access he's getting from freelance work that is from Upwork. Now, why is that? Ethiopian
Guys, I see no one sharing them or celebrating them. I'm about to select someone from the crowd to dance with them. Just right now. If you maintain eye contact, I select you to dance with them. I know you don't know where I'm speaking from, so it might just be you. It might be you.
This is because he's trying to get
or you.
Global so that he can
it might be you. Let's celebrate them as they dance. I'm going to select.
And it takes from 15 to 60 days of delay before, after he finishes the job, the money will get into his hands between 15 to 60 days, and there's zero local way of getting this to his hand. So meet BlockPay. It is a trustless escrow. Think Upwork on the Cardano chain. So what we're going to do is basically we're gonna have the project on milestone basis, where the client will be putting the stake, the money for each milestone, and then the money will be automatically released upon completion. It's going to be 1% flat fee of the whole payment, and it's going to bypass all the banking delays that I've just described to you. And it's going to have global access. Now, how this works is the client will lock in the area, then the funds are secured in a smart contract per milestone, and then the freelancer delivers the work. Work is submitted for review, and then once the client approves that the work is up to standards, then the milestone will be marked complete, and there will be instant release. Simple execution. So this is not okay. So why Cardano? Because the Cardano has low fees. There is no currency control, which is one of the problems that the government has for not allowing us to have a debit card. It's going to be instant settlement, and there's going to be it's going to be non-custodial. Now, Ethiopia has 120 million population. 40 million of whom are internet users, and 50K tech workers in Addis Ababa alone.
One more time. One more time. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's appreciate the team that has just taken us through that dance. Remember, this is the Cardano Africa Tech Summit. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you made friends. I said I'll ask anyone at random whether you know 15 names of people in the room. 15 different names of people in the room. Who wants to go first? I have 10,000 shillings here to give out to whoever will tell me 15 names. It's 10,000 Zimbabwean shilling. 10,000 Zimbabwean shilling. Right here. Give you in cash right now. 15 names. Okay, 10 names. Oh, 15 names? 10. Call them out. Are they seated in the room? Call them out. 15 names. Ian? Where is Ian? Are you guessing random names of people you assume could be in the room? He was here? We'll verify later. But thank you. Thank you for volunteering to do it. So ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our afternoon session. I'll ask the volunteers to please help me get the podium on stage before I introduce our next speaker. And as we return to the program, we are turning our focus to acceleration, to how innovation moves faster when it is inclusive, and to how technology can unlock impact at scale. Can I get a volunteer? Security team, please help me to bring this podium on stage. Excuse me. Please help me to bring this podium on stage. Thank you. So our next speaker sits at the intersection of technology, entrepreneurship, and global development. She is a builder, a founder, and someone deeply focused on translating innovation into real-world outcomes. She is the CEO and co-founder of CladFi and an alumnus of the UNDP SDG Blockchain Accelerator. In her work, she explores how emerging technologies, including AI and blockchain, can be used to close gaps and not to widen them, to reduce inequality and to bridge digital divides. Today, she will speak on accelerated development, on harnessing innovation for inclusive and sustainable growth, and on how AI can help fast-track the Sustainable Development Goals in a way that leaves no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as we always do it, with a standing ovation, help me welcome on stage Miss Abby Gatamu. With a standing ovation,
I'm the CEO, co-founder of CladFi, and we're a Kenyan fintech that's building last-mile lending infrastructure, particularly for the informal sector. Now, when we think about innovation, typically, for most of us, including me, sometimes what comes to mind, is big tech companies, building driverless cars, taking us to space, and that's fantastic, and we're all benefiting from these innovations. But personally, I work in the informal sector, and it typically looks like small businesses. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these are the businesses that comprise the informal sector, particularly on this continent. Now, this segment is massive. It's responsible for 80% of all our jobs, 80%, and at least 40% of our GDP in sub-Saharan Africa. But interestingly, only attracts about 20% of capital from traditional lenders like banks. So the reason for this is actually just quite simple. These traditional models have credit models have excluded, hundreds of millions of people who work in this informal sector. So innovation, for me, in my context, is solutions that improve the lives of everyday people. So that is, the street food vendor that needs a credit line to be able to afford, a sack of potatoes instead of a 90 kg sack of potatoes, instead of a 20 kg small bag, and enjoy economies of scale so that they can make more money. It looks like a credit line for a motorcycle rider who experiences, like a bad tire. They need to replace the tire. They can't afford to go a day, out of work. And how can they get, this credit to them? Now, like I mentioned, banks typically tend to avoid this sector. And it's understandable because this is a very, complex sector. It's high risk, no doubt. The operational cost of serving these customers is really high. And also, it's the informal sector workers, they have, irregular income. So what we do at CladFi is that we've built software that does, two main things. So one, it enables a lender. So this is a microfinance lender or any lender that's taking a chance on this segment. It enables them to be able to manage the life cycle of a loan affordably, cheaply. And when these lenders are operationally profitable, they stay in business and continue extending credit to this segment. And also credit profiling. So we use, cash flow data to be able, which is what these small businesses have, mobile money statements, bank statements, to be able to build a credit profile for this lender. Now, on the next slide, please. So we've been fortunate, $5 million of which is going to go into lending, into personal lending to these women who are micro and small business owners. Now, the problem that they're facing is that only 1% of this fund has been disbursed so far. And the reason for this is, a variety of reasons that I'll describe shortly. Next slide, please. So the manual nature of the operations of these cooperatives. So typically, when a woman or a member of the cooperative, so these cooperatives are 98% women, needs a loan, they literally have to visit their local branch. So if it's a mom, they have kids at home, they have a small shop, they have to close and actually physically visit the branch, and that's a big challenge that is blocking adoption. Then next, when they get there, they have to manually apply, for a loan with, physical forms. And then, that includes identity verification manually. Some of them don't have, national IDs, and no tech is being used at the moment. And then they have to actually wait in line for manual approval. So the cooperatives have to actually, like the team has to actually sit there and approve the loan while the lady is waiting. And then finally, they disburse in cash. Right? So once you've done all of that, and assuming you need a guarantor, by the way, you'll have to drag along one of your friends for your loan application, which is, quite sad in 2025. So what we're doing with them, next slide, please. We're exporting our tech, and we've layered on, Cardano, the blockchain, to be able to do several things for them. So, and the blockchain here is not just, a buzzword. It's trust infrastructure. So that means UNDP is able to verify pattern recognition. So this is where a cooperative is able to look at the cash flow of one of these ladies and say, okay, she can't afford a $500 loan, but she can afford a $50 loan, right? Based on her cash flows, you crunch that data and we're able to generate a credit profile. And then another thing is just to find behavioral patterns in that data. When it comes to lending the hardest part is not really to find customers, it's to decide who is going to know who is credit worthy and who is not. So this helps the lender to be able to make a credit decision, to be able to say, this loan is approved or this loan is rejected, and that keeps this cooperative in business when they are able to actually give loans to people who can repay. And another thing that AI is helping to do is to check patterns and see, okay, you want a loan, but 50,000 women across 64 districts in the rural areas of that country, and this is what is possible when when we have private public partnerships. So UNDP is huge, and they can move slowly as corporates tend to do. And we are smaller, we are nimble, we are innovative, and paired together, they are able to bring the market and distribution channels to us, and we're able to innovate faster and stay on top of emerging technologies on their behalf. Next slide, please. So yeah, we provide the rails for the informal sector, to be able to attract liquidity. So how we do this is to help lenders to be able to operate efficiently, and to provide credit in the ways that the customers would appreciate. In this case, digitally, and really reduce a lot of the manual operations that exist when it comes to serving the informal sector. And when the informal sector is served sustainably, then these lenders can grow, they can thrive, and more capital will be attracted into this segment. And that's how we are playing our part in accelerating development. So thank you so much for your attention, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Abby, for those remarks. Let's give her a warm round of applause one more time. Thank you for the reminder that innovation only matters when it includes people, and that acceleration, when done right, creates opportunity instead of distance. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, join me in appreciating Abby Gatamu. Now, this takes us to the next phase of our program. Again, as we reset this stage, we turn into a conversation that sits at the heart of the digital economy. This is on ownership, this is on creativity, and this is on trust. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce my next panel, what we're going to do is we are going to combine two items on the program. We're going to have the afternoon panel, running right here from the main stage, and we're going to have the breakout rooms begin simultaneously with the afternoon panel. So I'll also just introduce the afternoon breakout sessions, and you can join whichever breakout session you also want to attend. I'll take that one more time. We'll have our afternoon panel discussion running here at the main stage, and then we will have our afternoon breakout sessions also running parallel to the afternoon panel sessions in the respective breakout rooms. And so for our panelists who will be staying here with us, and as I call on you, please take your position on the stage. We have, guiding this conversation is our moderator. Her name is Diana Kemunto. Diana is the Legal and Programs Manager at Blockchain Center, Nairobi. She is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Her work sits at the intersection of law, technology, and the creative economy, advising startups, platforms, and privacy, artificial intelligence, technology law, advising leading global technology companies on regulation, compliance, and digital governance. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Richard Odongo. Now, our next panelist brings a perspective that sits at the crossroads of culture, technology, and system ownership. She is a creative strategist working at the frontier of AI, Web3, and storytelling. She serves as the Chief Visionary Officer at XR Agency and is the founder of BeyondTheCode.ai, where she explores how emerging technologies can empower creators, protect intellectual property, and reshape how value is created and shared. Her work bridges art, technology, and sovereignty with a strong focus on creator rights, immersive media, and inclusive digital rights. Please join me in welcoming on stage Neftiti Strong. she joins us finally, and this is not by design. We have Richard on the panel, and we have Richard Pelzer II. So we have two Richards, and coincidentally the second one is called Richard II. How interesting. So, and finally, Richard E. Pelzer. Richard is a cultural producer working at the intersection of art, design, community, and commerce. He is the founder of Harlem CLX and the Harlem Fine Arts Show, with over 2 decades of experience building inclusive creative platforms with global reach. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Richard E. Pelzer II. Over and above that, we also have our breakout rooms running parallel to this. I know you'd wish to attend maybe both. And what we're going to do is that all these sessions will be recorded live on our YouTube channel and you're able to revisit them. So very quickly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce the afternoon breakout rooms, and you can take your leave should you want to attend any of the other breakout rooms. So in breakout room 1, which is the first breakout room to my left, we have the governance track, which is focused on how decentralized systems actually work in practice. In this breakout room, you'll hear from Mike Honan, a stake pool operator and Cardano governance educator who works closely with communities on DREP participation, constitutional processes, and real-world decision-making. He's also joined by Nana Safo, that is a governance lead at WADA Global and a member of the Cardano Civics Committee, whose work focuses on how governance moves from policy into participation and how communities shape decentralized systems. So that will be facilitated by Mike Honan and Nana Safo. That is in breakout room number 1, the first breakout room to my left. As I mentioned, a breakout room, and if you're interested in it, you may start leaving into the respective breakout rooms. In breakout room number 2, we have the emerging technology track with a strong focus on women in blockchain, fintech, and ecosystem building. This session is led by Charity Ogada, who's a director and partnership lead at Blockchain Center Nairobi. Charity brings a unique background in education and human-centered systems, helping translate complex technology into sustainable community-led impact. She's joined by Joanne Wendo, exploring tokenization and DAO models, Isaac Wabuge from YoguPay, sharing insights on payments and fintech innovation, and Victor Joseph from Tembo Plus, looking at mobility and blockchain-enabled infrastructure. That is breakout room number 2. So that is the second breakout room on my left. Breakout room number 3, we continue the conversation around technology, creativity, and intellectual property. This session will be led by Preston Odep from Blockchain Center Nairobi, speaking on creative and IP ownership. You'll also be joined by Stephen Kimoi and Temitope Emiola in that breakout room. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll allow 1 minute as the DJ plays a filler for us to move into the respective breakout rooms you'd want to attend. And if you're remaining here, please remain seated. Let's take just 1 minute because we're out of time. Remember, I've mentioned there are a number of breakout rooms. Breakout room number 1 is the governance track, focusing on how decentralized systems actually work in practice, led by Mike Honan and Nana Safo. Breakout room number 2 is on emerging technology, with a strong focus on women in blockchain, fintech, and ecosystem building, where we have Charity Ogada leading the conversation. And number 3, we have the conversation, another conversation on technology, creativity, and intellectual property, led by Preston, who is joined by Stephen Kimoi and Temitope Emiola.
Okay, guys. So, Kamniko, I hope you're not too worried right now. Your presentation is up right now. So we're gonna have our translation. Yeah. So we have our translator up here. We're gonna be speaking in French. Parlez-vous français? I learned that today. So everybody here, please put your hands together for this amazing, amazing builder and innovator. Thank you. Here you go.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everybody.
Je m'appelle Kam Emeniko, venant du Burkina Faso.
My name is Kam Emeniko and I come from Burkina Faso.
Et membre de Incuba Hub et je suis un représentant d'équipe.
I'm a member of the Incuba Hub and I represent one of the teams.
Alors, c'est un réel plaisir pour moi d'être là aujourd'hui devant vous.
It's a pleasure for me to be in your midst this morning.
Afin de vous présenter la solution que nous avons proposée. Donc, je disais que le Burkina Faso est le pays d'où je...
To have a very interactive session. So I'll give a minute to our panelists so that they can introduce themselves. It's much better when you hear from the horses' voices. So please, George, take us away.
Hello. Hello.
A law firm here in Nairobi, Kenya, and I mainly practice tech, media, and telecommunications law. So everything, spreading across the tech sphere. Very happy to be here, and I hope we'll have a very engaging discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard E. Pelzer II. I'm the founder of Harlem CLX, which stands for Create, Learn, and Experience. And I want to actually give greetings from New York City. Hopefully you guys will come and visit. I did say yesterday that if anybody comes, hopefully you come to Harlem, which is a neighborhood in New York City, and you look us up. Again, Harlem CLX is a community engagement, audience development firm. I actually work in the intersection of small business, creative, and nonprofit. So my goal really is to be able to tell stories because our stories are very valuable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. So maybe I can start with you, Richard, II. So what will be your best definition of a creative?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What will be your best description of who a creative is or what a creative is?
A creative, I think that they are the idea of making an image or a intellectual idea come to life. I really like the idea of us being able to tell our stories authentically, creatively, and making sure that folks not only locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally, hopefully we will be able to tell those stories.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for that. Maybe, George, you being a creative strategist, what will you describe as the best strategy for how you identify creatives? Because everyone is creative in their own ways, but how well do you identify and maximize the creativity in the creatives?
So I think you said something important. We always believe everyone is a creative, but everyone can create. So there's all of us as humankind or as mankind, we have the ability to create, but then we have creative practitioners who use creativity to earn a living. So I think there's a line between a very thin line between the two. So all of us have the ability to create, but then we have individuals who use creativity to earn a living. It might be through movement, which is dance. It might be through drawing, through coding, through any expression. And creativity has a range of expressions. So answering your question is, so for those who use creativity to...
There are so many engaging ways, or even for your listeners and all the podcasters, or even on YouTube. So how do you go about that?
That's a good question. I think the first thing has to start with being on the ground and engaging with people. I am traditionally not technical as a person, but I'm very, very keen on creating value through marketing and media and communications for the tech space. And so for me to be able to do that, I need to be on the ground. That could be events, working out of accelerator offices, or my LinkedIn. I'm constantly doing searches. So being on the ground would be the first thing that I would say. The second thing is having a great team always helps you diversify your reach. So typically what we would do is we're very detailed. We pre-plan between, 3 months, we probably already know for this next 10 episodes, these are the conversations that we want to have. So really we don't like to start with people. First, we like to start with what do people want to hear. So we really come up with the content first, and then we find people who would be best to share information for the products that they're trying to sell. Yes.
Oh, wow, thank you so much. So you have mentioned something about products, you have mentioned something about market. So we're going to go to Richard. Maybe he can further explain to us what are some of the intellectual, those products that the creatives come up with. How best can they place it in their market in terms of ownership and also marketability of it?
Yeah, thanks, Dana. That's an excellent question. And of course, I think as lawyers we tend to be the last ones to speak, and no one really wants to hear from us, given at times the pessimistic kind of view some lawyers have. But I think in the creative sphere, to be honest, it's mostly copyright. And the phrase I keep hearing a lot is, can I patent this? Can I copyright my work? And can I trademark this? So of course the distinction is that it's mostly for inventive works and creations that have an inventive step. For example, the famous Michael Jackson shoe and dance in the early 1990s, for those in the room, that shoe is now patented by his estate, given that they came up with it during his performance, right? And so those are the key, I'd say, types of IP protection. But the key thing also to mention is it's very important to document, what you've come up with and who owns what, because what tends to happen a lot in this market and this space is we see a lot of gentlemen's agreements whereby it's not really documented. We discuss over a cup of coffee over WhatsApp. We come together, we create, but then we over a cup of coffee over WhatsApp. We come together, we create, but then we don't really document it or register it. So that's the key thing to consider, because what then happens is when you then sell the company or you acquired, for example. These are now the questions that the buyer, or for example the partner, or basically collaborator will ask: who owns the IP? How much is it? And where is it? So I think those will be the key factors to consider in the creative space.
Oh, wow, thank you for that. That was very informative and very comprehensive. So to Richard II, how well can you use blockchain to prove ownership, you being a marketing company for creatives, and even for them to earn royalties from this? We are in Cardano, we're talking about blockchain, so I had to bring that in.
Wow, these are really tough questions. One, let me just actually be very clear with a lot of folks. I'm very new to blockchain. What I realized, especially in this conference, is that a number of very young people are using blockchain. I also am the managing partner and general manager for the Harlem Fine Art Show, which happens next week. It's 3 days, 65,000 square feet with over 100 artists. A number of artists in the digital space, different solutions. So I'm here really to learn. So to answer your question about blockchain, I really do think the opportunity right now is real. I do think that there's enough creative people out there that are looking for opportunities and space to be seen. And I'm really looking that hopefully that the Harlem Fine Art Show will be able to actually do that for a number of people.
Wow, thank you. Oh, another thing, I think we're all here learners. We're all new learners when it comes to the blockchain space, considering it's ever evolving, it's ever emerging, and we're always having emerging trends. So to you, Alice, maybe in terms of what you mentioned in terms of emerging trends, how well do you integrate that in your work, in your day-to-day, as well as in marketing, so that you can be able to get the best out of the best when you are dealing with your clients?
Well, how we keep up with that is, again, I will say this time, which is diversification, right? So right now we have 3 shows that we have under My Tech Story Africa with different hosts as well. That means that we can have different package storytelling for the different kind of clients that we have. For example, we have Admin Access that is hosted by Dominic and Evans. Dominic works at Honeycoin, but they are constantly, every day, we even have a group chat looking and doing research about what are the trends, what's emerging in tech and innovation, and they do that in real time. So they have an unhealthy addiction with social media, but it's because I'm constantly trying to evolve not only the strategies, but also how I can tie in great storytelling based on what I see the amazing creators today are producing.
Oh, wow, thank you for that. Maybe to you, George, in your day-to-day work as a creative strategist, how well, in terms of contractual clauses, I know you do this because you review your contracts with your clients. Let's say if they're influencers or even they're social media content creators and all that, because I came to realize there's an actual difference between an influencer and a content creator. Some do it for pay, some do it for the fun of it or for the love of just life. So how well do you ensure that in your day-to-day work, like even in the contracts, you ensure that the payment is done, there's revenue sharing, you're keeping tracks of some of the sales, and how well you do it in terms of conversion, and sometimes what is it in there for you?
Yeah. So I think with the space I work in is a bit different. I have an advantage of working with a legal team that really helps us in developing contracts and having agreements with the people we collaborate with when we are creating. So I think that makes it easy. But again, our industry, specifically the Kenyan creative industry, isn't really developed enough for creators and also for brands to follow through some of the agreements they sign. So you find brands most of the times tend to take advantage of creators not really going thoroughly through some of the contracts they sign. So on my end, what we actually do, and I'd speak for Pepeta.com, the brand I'm currently working with, is we usually do, so when we have an agreement with the creator or an influencer or any other, be it suppliers who are supplying for us video content or who help us with photography. So all these, we bundle them as part of our creative partners. So what we do together with our legal team, we usually try and go through some of the agreements together for each of us to understand this is the output expected, this is what you're expecting from the creator, and this is the compensation. And this is how long the brand will be using this piece of content. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. I think we get to understand how legal is important to every person. You should have a lawyer one call away. So to you, Richard, being the advocate here who has been in this space and a very well-informed advocate, how are we looking with IP ownership when it comes to AI-generated content or even AI-collaborated human content, where we see that some of it is AI, some of it is human mind. So how are we going about it, considering most of us have been used AI in our everyday to-day life, knowingly and unknowingly?
Yeah, 100%. And of course, full disclosure, at the law firm, we also use AI, to be fair. We generate letters, the nice emails you see from us, we use Harvey internally, right? So we've adopted AI, and not only for drafting, even just for looking at invoices where we have time entries, cleaning up time entries, work in progress. We have AI tools that clean that for us before we send it to the client. So I think it's being rolled out across the board. But I think in the creative space, the key thing to always remember is the terms of service. And again, no one reads all those terms and conditions, no one reads the fine print. But to be fair, if you're generating a good amount of your output, using AI tools, you must look at the terms of service, because most times what will happen is that that particular company, whether it's Google, whether it's Microsoft, will immediately, of course, state in the fine print that they own all AI-generated output, given that you've used their, you've used their ML tools, you've used, whether it's the prompts, at times they even generate prompts for you and that kind of thing. So usually the automatic position is that they'll own all that content. Now, the terms of service can give you wiggle room in the sense that, are they able to license that to you for you to then commercialize? And by commercialize, what Dan is alluding to is, can you then take that output, to a media house, to a news company, to a marketing team, to collaborators? Can you take what you've generated to them and then partner with them on that particular product? But where we start from is the terms of use, and of course, terms and conditions. And also the other way around as well. Most times what you create on that AI tool, whichever it may be, again, most times it's, of course, originally it'll be your product, it'll be your work, because you have your human element input in that. You've put in your prompts, at times you'll key in, and they still recognize that yet there, we're still looking at how to draft the Kenya, basically the national AI policy. We have the strategy in force, of course, but the strategy is basically a wish list of what should happen in terms of how do we amend our IP laws in Kenya, for example, to then recognize, us as humans and the AI tool, for example, as co-creators. Like George said, we're still quite a bit of a way away from there. But I think in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, that should change, because obviously the law will always catch up with tech and innovation, and I think that's what's happening in our space. But I think always begin with the terms of use, terms and condition. I think the most common arrangement is licensing arrangements, not per se assignment, but licensing, in the sense that you can license the company or they can license the outputs to you.
Wow, thank you so much. Maybe to you, Richard, the second. Have you encountered a challenge with creatives using AI and claiming it to be their own work? The issue of originality of work. Yes.
It's very interesting because our show is a juried show. And a lot of folks, as I said, this is our first year. Art and technology is our theme this year. And as they were submitting work, we had to figure out, what was AI generated and what was real. And it was a challenge for us because some of the work was really great. But we also know that our audience isn't quite used to that just yet. So there's a learning curve of, what it is and how it's actually sold. So it gives us a really great opportunity for us to be able to start to onboard and have this conversation. And this is why I think that having an AI conversation in the digital creative space, I think that there's an amazing opportunity, especially for small business owners and entrepreneurs that are looking to get into this space. So as we are having this dialogue, and this is one of the reasons I was really interested in coming to Nairobi, to be able to hear what other people are creating and what are some of the problems and some of the issues, or how we would be able to create together. We actually have a saying in New York, is to create, connect, and collaborate. Usually people create, they usually probably connect, but the collaboration part is a little tricky because it takes a little bit more time, and we're in a time right now that everybody wants it fast. But my great-grandmother used to tell us, you can't tell the grass to grow, it's going to grow when it does. And I think that we're in this time right now of figuring out how we would be able to support each other. So hopefully next year, and next year's theme, we already figured that out, is art for innovation. That we would be able to work together and have some Kenyan artists actually come to New York City to be able to showcase. And if they are using AI created material, and we're going to figure out a way that there is a economy out there that folks are interested in, purchasing that, hopefully we'll be able to do that with you guys.
Oh, wow, thank you so much. I think one of the animations that is AI, I think it's Fat Boy animations. I think most of us have interacted with it on TikTok. It's a very funny clip, but they have very beautiful minds. So maybe to you.
In the tech space, it's predominantly male dominated, and I acknowledge that. However, it's not something that I sit down and think about. This is why this is not getting done because I'm a woman. This is why I'm not getting funding. Although people do say those are reasons, I personally think it is one of my competitor advantages. The challenges, I would say, I admittedly have not really received any challenges from my perspective, again, because it's genuinely not something that I see as a lack. So when it comes to challenges, I can't say for sure that I have encountered challenges yet. But there's no but, actually. I will say, maybe I will. Yes, no, I think the question was based especially for women. I think for me, my message is just to encourage every single person in the room to not, I think the first mistake that happens is that women want to use that. No, let me not say they want to use that as a crutch. It is a reality. However, the more we keep highlighting it, which women are, we speak on it, the more we get the word out there to create better opportunities for women. But also the mistake that I will say is that there are people who use that as a crutch as to reasons why they don't get opportunities or why they don't scale. I think there's certain things that you can't change about yourself, and one of that might be gender, but I really do take it as an advantage. So I see it more of an opportunity than it is a challenge to be a woman in this space.
Oh, thank you so much for that. Maybe George, to you, how inclusive is the creative space to the young ones? Let's not just look at us, the adults. How is it very inclusive to the young ones, and how well are they protected in terms of their commercial interests as well as their personal interests? Even when they grow up, we know that these children are going to be, or let's say the young ones are settled. Their best interests are put at heart.
Yeah, so I believe at the moment, I think the young ones, or I'll say the young creators, I believe they are more exposed, than I was the same age as the people who are interacting with these digital tools and are exposed to any form of creation out there. So they are more exposed to what's possible in terms of creation. But I think we have a long way to go. Not a long way, but we have some work we need to put in terms of educating them on some of the things we are talking about. So the IP laws, the ownership of what they are creating. But if you look at even the Kenyan social media, when you go to TikTok, when you go to Instagram, you'll see very young creators, people, pre-teenagers and teenagers showing their craft out there. So I believe we need to now educate them on the importance of IP laws and knowing how to secure their content, how to protect what they are creating. So yeah, I think that's the only space that's missing. But people are right now exposed. They know how to use these AI tools. I've seen my young nieces and nephews knowing how to communicate with ChatGPT and creating prompts and even generating some cartoon images and doing a lot of interesting things with AI, but also expressing themselves artistically. So now the next step is helping them understand the intellectual property when they're still at that age. Yeah.
Oh, wow, thank you for that. Maybe as we wind up, Richard. I'm just seeing him around. I know he's about to say the time is out. We are running out of time. So how well are us as Kenyans or even around the world conversant with the IP laws when we're being creatives? Because I know most creatives, when they come up with something, or let's say they're songwriters, they give that to maybe producers. They wouldn't know that that is their own that is a property to them. They just provide it. Then later, we start seeing that songs are being brought down from YouTube, or we're seeing people are being sued. How well can we ensure that the creatives are well informed, either from both privileged and underprivileged communities?
Yeah, awareness on A, also the platforms, but I think B, I think just as societies, as communities, having more of these forums, engaging a bit more, and I think also just obviously yes, you can get legal advice from AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, and what have you, but cross-check that with a lawyer. Always check that with a lawyer, whether it's a meeting you've had, whether it's a term sheet that you have, whether it's heads of terms that you have, a contract you're considering. Always check that with us. I think we should have more pro bono legal services in the creative space. That's something, of course, as Bowmans we've been trying to do, even just in the creative economy as well. So I think more pro bono legal services, but I come as a guest, and then I then learn that through your views or through your subscribership, you gained X amount. Am I then legally allowed to, to basically seek some income from you, even if it's your channel? And those are the major things I think that we see creeping up, even in this era of podcasts and content creation. Just always document everything that you do. Yeah.
Oh wow! Thank you so much, everyone. So maybe as a parting shot, tell us what has been
general in the integration of creativity and communications. I think for so long, admittedly, I have ignored it because I didn't really think that, okay, this is very hardcore techie, maybe I don't think there's going to be space, but having conversations with people like Nefertiti talking about tokenization of assets through content, ownership and IP being super important, and even creating legal structures that can be put as smart contracts, or everything that Richard has also talked about. So I definitely have learned a lot.
A number of different levels. I know that there are a number of young people looking at us to learn, but we're also learning from these young people as well. I don't know if Ian's out there, but yesterday he pitched me his platform, which was very interesting to me. He has a platform that he's renting out songs of new artists to be able to be seen. And I'm like, okay, I'm listening. And I'm like, okay, this sounds really good. And then he says, well, my dad doesn't really understand. And I looked at him and said, I know I could be your dad. So me and your dad are in the same situation. The reason I brought that up is because just because I didn't understand it doesn't mean that it's not going to work. And it's up to us to be able to also be able to be there for folks that actually have these amazing or unique concepts and ideas. So yes, I'm learning from everyone else out there, and hopefully what I can bring to the table, I will be able to support as well. So I just wanted to say that's what I learned and what I experienced.
Yeah, I think just like Richard II, I've learned a lot from everyone here, and I think my key thing is, as a lawyer, how do I help you commercialize, and how do I help you guard and protect what you've created and what you've come up with, and how can I basically sort of anticipate any issues for you later on, and help you solve for that right now. So a sort of preventive perspective to it. The key thing about the creative space, especially in Kenya, of course, is, yes, we're quick to go to launch, to market, to roll out the product without really getting everything in order or having all your ducks in a row, even before that. So I think the key thing is where I come in is, how do we then look at your structure? Is it a company? Is it you as an individual? How do we then help you scale and commercialize in a way that protects you and guards you later on, whereby you can even earn royalties well into your 80s, into your 90s, right from something you created in 2026. So I think that's a key thing, learning how to collaborate with everyone, and I think, it's been an interesting engagement. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just like everyone else, it has been a very exciting week for me, just hearing and learning about blockchain. But I think one of the things that I think will be a challenge that I'll pose to anyone in the audience who's in the blockchain development space is we have managed to secure transactions, financial transactions with blockchain. So I believe there's a way we can secure creative outputs using the same technology. So maybe if you're out there, maybe you can look for a way. I know NFTs are super close in terms of a creator can track their creation until to the last person it's sold to, or they can even earn royalties from the same. So I think we can find a way to do the same with music, with something as simple as a meme you create and it's reshared across the world. I think there's a way we can develop technology that can be used to maybe
notice that there's an issue here.
Is there anyone capable of taking that question?
I think maybe you can provide more clarity because
I'm saying this is about a bit of networking. So for example, if the number of prompts are over and there's a sort of delay, how will I know that my transactions have gone through if my blockchain, let's say if IP transactions are over? If you can understand me,
I think it's a much more technical question for this panel. This panel is mainly focusing on intellectual property.
But I'm curious to know once you get the answer to that question, actually.
Yeah, one of our panelists. So I think we'll take up that question once we are done with this panel. Any other question? There's a question right here.
Good evening. My question is to Richard, and my question is on IP, understanding IP laws.
So there are two Richards. Richard the first,
the lawyer,
and the second. Okay.
So I might have missed it, but you mentioned something to do with the AI tools that you use to make a product and reading the terms of services. So my question to you is there a situation or a scenario where you can use an AI tool to come up with a very innovative product, and then the owner of the AI tool, for example, say I used Gemini, and Gemini is owned by Google. Is there a situation where Google might have legal entitlement to my innovation?
Yes, that's a good question. And I think the simple answer is yes. And the simple fact being that, look, they've trained this model, right? Google's engineering teams, the SEC teams, their devs do come up with these products. They've trained it. Granted, they train it using our data, right? We all have, I believe everyone here has a Google account, so they use our data to train the models. So yes, they do own the output. Now, the key thing is what you come up with. What I would advise is obviously, write to the legal team. They usually have the email is there. It's right there. And for Google, it's quite simple. You can write to them basically highlighting a product, highlighting your input into what you've come up with. And then you then come up with a sort of arrangement in how they can license that to you to allow you then scale and commercialize, right? But the simple answer is that, yes, they do own it at the point of creation. The simple fact being that they've served up this platform to you. They've trained it to actually make sense of what your inputting of your prompts, make sense of your numbers, figures, your code, right? So there's an element of ownership there, but you can own it 50-50 or 60-40 with them, depending on how good you are at negotiating with them. Yeah. So and sadly, well, maybe sadly or not sadly for our market, we're a consumer market. So until we start producing these tools, I think we'll keep on consuming, meaning then we'll then have to come to the table with them, negotiate, and come up with terms of licensing. Yeah, I hope that's helpful. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. I'll allow our panelists to take a stand on stage as we take a group photo.
There's another question.
Oh, is there another question? Okay, last question right here. Last question right here.
Hi, so I've always wanted to ask a lawyer their thoughts on some of the arguments that are being had online about art especially, because the main issue with how AI art started was the fact that people are noticing that certain images had a certain artist's distinct aesthetic, so you could just basically go upload some images or just tell the AI, hey, I want this specific person's art from Asia, and someone in the US is like, by the way, I saw someone post art that looks like yours. I know it's your aesthetic. So like with where AI art is even headed, I always wanted to know, like, from the point of view of a lawyer, on how, like, they think where the world is headed for people to like have claim on their art and all of that.
Yeah, it is. It's becoming quite tricky in the sense that, and to your point, in Nairobi at least, I see a lot of that AI-generated art being sold, even on the street. You have no right to copyright. That all that can be done, but the reverse is true as well. In that, and I think you've seen how the media stations, newspapers, mostly in America, have been suing these companies as well for them taking down articles, scraping articles, and then creating and training models on that. So I think it bites both sides. But I think, of course, in this market of creativity, yes, you can create and commercialize, but there's a risk there if you post and they do happen to come after you. So again, just look for a lawyer, like you said, get their thoughts even before you commercialize.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the panel as they leave the stage. That was indeed very exciting as they take their space and a photo. Let's take the photo very quick.
Hi, my name is Emrada Kamara. I'm from Nigeria and I'm here in beautiful Kenya. I'm here for the Cat Hackathon and it has been really exciting. Kenya has been really warm and welcoming. Today we went to see the lions in the safari and it was really nice. Getting into this program has been a mix of emotions because there were the high highs and there were the low lows, but we're still happy that we're here today celebrating the hard work that have been put through all this month leading to this very moment. And I'm excited to see what everybody has done and you guys should watch out for the Direct Ed Hub Abuja.
Hi, I'm Abdurrahman Abdubasit Adigun. I'm from Nigeria. I just touched down to Nairobi for Cardano Africa Tech Summit as the hub lead for Next Trend of. It has been lively, and we look forward to see the amazing event unfold by tomorrow.
Hi everyone, my name is Eko.
Hello everyone. Hello, I can't hear you. Are you tired of the continuous party every night? Or just tired of like a long day today, or maybe like a long week this week? Again, thank you very much for coming, and I would like to congratulate WADA and all the team members of the Cardano Community Foundation and all those who have made so much commitment and efforts to make this wonderful Cardano Africa Tech Summit successful. I've seen the lot of sessions today, and of course, continuously from the ATS, and then Cardano has shown its presence so much in Nairobi and in Africa. So congratulations yourself. As introduced, my name is Shogo Ishida. It sounds like a Japanese name, but by culture, I'm more African, of course. I'm always wearing like an African costume. This is Nigerian. I'm sorry, because Kenyan people, because maybe don't like the Nigerian people much. But, well, my life, my heart here in Africa. I've been dealing with in Africa since maybe like in 2010 or so, and I've been continuously coming to all these countries and traveling around to do our investment activities and also ecosystem expansion in Cardano, because we've seen like a lot of community members in Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria maybe, but if you go to the country like Malawi, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad, it's very difficult to find like one person of like a Cardano tech server or so. So then that's where we are coming from, because we love to make them understand how the blockchain is building and making a brighter future for the people, and also it will be helpful for contributing to the financial the inclusion in Africa. As explained already, well, we are VC, but also at the same time, also we are building business in Africa on the top of Cardano, and also like on the blockchain and as a whole. So then we've been studying our investment activities since 2021, and since then we have made 85 plus investments, mostly from Africa, of course, and then some are from the Middle East and also Asia, which has a connection, stronger connection with an African activities. So through this investment, how does it relate to Cardano's expansion? Well, when we first time came to Africa, well, we definitely understand there are really nice tech community, especially South Africa, Nairobi, and Nigeria. But of course, we need to find more good, talented blockchain engineers to make the really, really strong foundation of the blockchain can be used, because what we need in the blockchain industry as a whole is to try to create more use cases, especially for Cardano. When you compare with the use cases of Ethereum or Polygon, the number of the Cardano use cases is still small, but of course we need to showcase the Cardano can be used and for the real world, the use cases. So that's why we've been investing and we've been accelerating those projects, mentoring very hard, and then make them move ahead. And then we believe that eventually, which will create more jobs, more economy growth, and then more revenues for the African people so that we can definitely contribute to the financial inclusion, which is the biggest and one of the strongest in Cardano's commission and the mission, right? And then, so that's what we have done and so far. Let's see. They said 5 minutes, so I think that I have already consumed 5 minutes. But just one thing I want to let you know is you young talented engineers, especially the female, because I have so much the concerns about gender gap in the startup ecosystem, especially in the blockchain industry in Africa. 25% of the entrepreneurs in Africa are female, but only 0.8% of the female founders get funding. Even though we got the 3.2 billion startup funding that are coming into the tech industry in Africa. So it's extremely small, but gender equality is obviously helping the societies better. And then we definitely believe that, which also help the Cardano community and the tech community better. So then, if you are interested in funding a project or want to ask to be part of your project, want to ask to help grow your project, please just come to me, come to us, and then Cardano whole ecosystem would love to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shogo. A strong reminder that ecosystems grow when capital, builders, and long-term vision move together. And now to our next speakers. Once I call you on the podium, when you hear the music start playing in the background, then your time is up. On to our next speaker. She brings a future-facing perspective to the conversation. She is a technology analyst and innovation strategist focused on regenerative systems and long-term impact. She is the founder of Regenerative Technology Project and Regen Bridge and advises global leaders on emerging technologies and horizon-level innovation. Please welcome Jessica Groupman.
Hello. Thank you so much. My name is Jessica Groupman. It is a pleasure to be with you all here today. I'm the founder of the Regenerative Technology Project, and we had the great honor of being one of the evaluators for the amazing Cardano hackathon that's been part of this event. Now, I myself got my start in technology 800,000 years ago. Next slide, please. I actually have a background in paleoarchaeology. This here is not too far from you all. This is Kubifora. And remember here that there are technologies that have been found here that date 2.5 billion years old. So the question that really characterizes my inquiry, and really whether we're talking about paleoarchaeology or digital technologies, is what is our relationship to technology? Whether it's blockchain or AI or any technology, what are we building? So the organization that I run is called the Regenerative Technology Project, and what we do is help technology builders and investors and designers shift the mindset, shift the design paradigm from an extractive one to a regenerative one. Now, what does that mean? Today, we often use our technologies in service of the same old historical patterns of taking without asking, whether it's natural resources or behavioral resources, of colonialism, of sending ever more trash to the landfill. About 60 million tons of technology end up in the landfill every single year. We are using our technologies often to accelerate those information asymmetries. About 5 companies own 89% of the world's technology infrastructure today. So the question that I'm asking is, how do we shift away from this way in which we're building our innovative technology that actually is accelerating these systems of extraction, these systems of exploitation, to one that can help restore life. Regeneration is the process of life. It's what living systems do. Our bodies are regenerating, the forests are regenerating. So what would technology be that actually restores and serves life, that balances multiple metrics and holistic ways of thinking about well-being, not just short-term profits, that reduces those asymmetries and actually empowers local sovereignty and cultural preservation and resilience? This is the question of technology for regeneration. Now, I'll take this a little bit deeper. For those of you who build technologies, you know we often think about the tech stack, which is the software, the hardware. Of course, if you're in blockchain, this is consensus algorithms, this is the networking layer, this is wallets. And so we really just think, though, at that technology layer. If we're building tech, we design thinking about the technology configuration and perhaps the use cases on top. And of course, we can use our technologies for all kinds of regenerative use cases, for all kinds of ways of improving financial inclusion, of remediating and restoring our ecological ecosystems, of boosting the circular economy, all kinds of different use cases. But if we are designing regeneratively, we have to think beyond just the tech. So what we work with investors and designers and builders is to go below that layer of tech. What are our technologies doing? How are they relating in the world? Think about technologies, whether it's blockchain or AI or anything else, its relationship to our family systems, our cultural systems, our environmental systems, our political systems. Hello from the United States. All of these are part of the technology stack if we're taking a more holistic lens and trying to disrupt these patterns of extraction and really shift into a way of innovating technology that actually serves life and creates conditions for more health, for healthier living systems, for new economic models, for stronger cultural resilience, and better relationship to each other. So we want to offer, as part of our commitment with Cardano going forth, a couple of different commitments. You know, we are here to help supply and apply regenerative design. We want to help weave these connections. Our organization works with communities in different parts of the world. This is very much context and local based. What you're building here in one country may be very relevant to another, or it may be very not relevant to another. But we want to help weave those connections. And finally, we want to offer social technology. It's not just about digital. We all know that it's about how we come together, how we co-create, how we co-imagine, and how do we actually tell different stories and enable those and accelerate those through our technologies. So there's a QR code coming up. We might jump off stage in just a second, but if you want, come up and find me afterwards, and I'll give you this QR code and welcome you all to join in this journey around designing technology more regeneratively. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jessica, for a strong reminder that how we design technology today shapes the systems we inherit tomorrow. Next, we turn to the investment layer of this ecosystem. Our next speaker represents one of Africa's most active venture platforms supporting Web3 founders. From early stage capital to ecosystem building, this work helps ideas move from pitch decks to real companies. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Brenton Neika.
Thank you so much to our incredible MC and to the entire Cardano community for showing up so strongly today. When I walked in here and I saw the crowd, I was immensely impressed, especially after what Shogo mentioned was a very long week in the tech space in Nairobi. Definitely one of my favorite places to visit in Africa. So as you heard, I'm Brenton Neika. I have the privilege of being part of an incredible global ecosystem. I'll touch on the ecosystem a little bit once the first slide comes up. But I just wanted to say thank you to the Cardano community and team, and thank you to each and every one of you for showing up here today, for putting in the time, and for participating and co-creating this amazing community we have. But touching on CVVC, who are we is where I thought I'd start. So we are a global ecosystem player and venture capital investor. So why ecosystem player? Because similar to the Cardano ecosystem, we truly believe that just giving out checks is not enough to support founders. Sure, checks are great. Trust me, I know. I was a founder at one stage. But it takes so much more to build a thriving technology ecosystem, particularly here in Africa. So we have a global ecosystem business across hubs in Crypto Valley in Switzerland, which is a little town called Zug, in Dubai, in Vaduz in Liechtenstein, in Lisbon. But we truly believe in Africa, and it's why it's the first place we have our first dedicated fund, and I'm going to touch on that next. But ecosystem is a little bit of a buzzword. So what do we mean when we say ecosystem? We believe there are 4 pillars to a truly thriving ecosystem, and that is capital, right? The checks, because they do matter. Payroll costs money, offices cost money, AWS credits only last you so long. So capital's an incredibly important pillar. Entrepreneurs. Without you in the crowd, there's no venture capital, there's no entrepreneurship, there's no next Facebook or Money Point. The third pillar is clear regulation. And we've clearly seen how that has really catalyzed the blockchain space in Africa. So in South Africa and Nigeria, we've got incredible regulatory regimes. I had the privilege of spending time with the VAC team over this week, which is doing great work in Kenya. Our brothers and sisters over in Ghana have just followed suit from Kenya. So we're seeing that regulation piece finally come to the fore. And finally, it's important to have traditional enterprises and businesses participate in that ecosystem as well. And to do that, we have both funds, but we have global co-working spaces. In fact, our next speaker, as everyone will know in the Cardano ecosystem, Fred, and CF's HQ for a long time was based out of our space in Zug. So we're longtime friends of Cardano. In addition to that, it's really important for the world to know what's going on the ground. So every year we co-publish the annual blockchain report alongside one of the continent's biggest banks. Here, ABSA, Emergo has been a great friend to us in that endeavor. So all of this is crucial to creating a thriving ecosystem. But you've all seen, we've got these big hubs all over the world. So why Africa? And the next slide touches on exactly that. So Africa is really close to our heart as an organization. And if you look at us, we have 3 funds. We've got 2 global funds, but the only region in the world that we operate in where we have a dedicated fund is Africa. And that's because, like many of you in the room know, like many of the amazing global partners on stage, the Western world often looks at Africa as a charity case, or the example of fixed line telcos versus mobile phones. When you put all of that together, you have a digitally native young population that's really going to become the economic engine of the world going forward. So Africa is not a charity case. In fact, Africa is the only place where growth and economic superiority is guaranteed over the coming decades. So this isn't just a VC pitch. You're like, great, CVVC, but what does it have to do with the Cardano ecosystem? So on the next slide, you'll see that we have a rich history behind us when it comes to working with Cardano, and I believe an even richer history ahead of us. So not just in Africa, but across
Hi, Fred. Hi, Fred. He's also joined by Darlington. Fred, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Welcome. Thank you very much for making time to...
1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing.
I think I am on mute. Am I on mute? Frederick, can you hear me? So I'm muted on the system there. Could you maybe unmute me?
All right, I'm getting some text messages that you might be able to hear me. So thank you very much, and thank you to everyone here in Nairobi. I'm truly proud to be joining you, even though virtually, for the closing of the Cardano Africa Tech Summit. This is not just another event. This is actually the final stop of a global journey. We began in Rare Evil in the United States. We moved then to Brazil, then to Argentina, gathered in Berlin for our flagship summit, continued in Bangalore for India Blockchain Week, and now we close here in Nairobi. Ending in Africa was not symbolic, it was intentional, because Africa is not just the peripheral to the future of blockchain. It is central. Let's acknowledge something openly. We are in a market correction right now. Prices are down, sentiment is shaken, headlines are loud. I just joined CNBC last week, also speaking about that. But this is actually not something new. Every meaningful technology shift has followed this pattern. The internet, the mobile phone, cloud, AI, and AI will have another downturn again. Speculation builds these waves. Infrastructure builds the future. And corrections? Well, corrections separate hype from builders. If you're in this room today, you're not here for the hype, you're here to build. This is our second major gathering in Africa. In 2024, Nairobi hosted one of only 2 global constitutional conventions alongside Buenos Aires. 24 of 50 countries represented were African. 1 in 5 delegates were African. That was not symbolic participation. That was governance participation. And today, more than 300 are in this room, I'm told. I saw a picture. 12 African countries are represented. Over 1,200 hackathon registrations. This is not passive adoption. This is active ownership. And I thank you all for this. This year marks the arrival of Voltaire. Full on-chain governance. The Treasury, the Constitution. Cardano is now a self-governing protocol. And here is why that matters for Africa. There is no gatekeeper. A developer in Nairobi has the same governance rights as a developer in New York or Tokyo. This is truly important. The Treasury is approximately 1.5 billion ADA and is not controlled by a foundation, is not controlled by a committee, it is controlled by the ADA holders. Anyone can propose, anyone can vote, anyone can build. That's not theory, that is infrastructure and economic opportunities. Cardano is not optimizing for speculation. We are building institutional-grade infrastructure. Development, financial rails, climate registries, digital identity, tokenized real-world assets, payment at work on feature phones. This matters in Africa, because Africa understands infrastructure innovation. Kenya pioneered mobile money with M-Pesa. You did not wait for traditional banking from Switzerland, Europe, or the US to evolve. You leapfrogged it. Blockchain gives you the technology which is on par with any other country out there. And that enables another leap, but only if we focus on infrastructure and not on hype and hype cycles. Let's talk about reality. Kotani Pay, based in central Nairobi, and the Ngong Road Blockchain Lab are building talent pipelines in Swahili, training developers, creating paid mentorships. This is quite a lot of work, methodological work, durable work, through and through. The Cardano Academy has already offered thousands of certifications, enterprise expansion, partnership with Binance Academy. Tens of thousands of learners has gone through, and it's free for all. You can be certified and you can prove to your employer that you're the top 1% in the world who understand not just Cardano, but general blockchain. And next year, you will see AI-assisted developer workflows. Why? Because education compounds. Price cycles do not compound. Skills do. Africa is not just a user base. Africa is a governance base. You can become a DREP. You can join Intersect. I know Jack is in the room. Run a stake pool, one of my favorites. Submit catalyst proposals. Directly vote on treasury allocations. There's no intermediaries. There's no permission. Everybody has equal access. This is truly rare in global finance, and it's actually the reason why I left a part of TradFi and joined blockchain, because I have this big dream of democratizing access to capital markets. And what Cardano really brings is not just capital markets, it's democratizing access to technology. It's democratizing access to be heard, to cast a vote, to have an identity. This is very, very different. But let me be very direct, because I get this question a lot in the last 7 days, as you can imagine. If you are here in Cardano only for price appreciation, every cycle will test you. And some of us, specifically in Cardano, has been through a lot of cycles because Cardano is one of the OG projects. If you're here to build infrastructure, corrections are your advantage. When markets cool, focus improves, power, and that is leading from the front. So where do we go from here? Well, we move from speculation to infrastructure, from talk to deployment, from hackathons to ventures, from learning to livelihoods. In bull markets, people ask, how high can it go? In correction markets, builders ask, how strong can we make it? Choose strength, choose infrastructure, choose to build. I would like to say thank you to Vada, to CATS, to Prisma, to the Blockchain Center in Nairobi. Let me check my notes here. Lido Nation, Intersect, Imurco, and every builder in this room. I believe Africa is not the future of blockchain. Africa is the present. Now go build, and let's make Cardano great.
Let's appreciate him one more time. I don't think he can hear us, but thank you very much for those remarks. Thank you very much for joining us virtually, and we hope next time, if we have this conference in Kenya, you'll be able to join us physically. As I promised, we'll move into the final lightning talk. Sorry. Is there a Q&A? The challenge I'm having is that can he hear us? Anyone on the tech team confirm that? Can he?
Yes, now I can hear.
Thank you, thank you. So I will do a quick Q&A with Darlington, right here from the president of the Blockchain Center, Nairobi. He'll lead that session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Darlington, the president of the Blockchain Center, Nairobi.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Fred, for coming out. I really wish I could shake your hand, but I will see you at the next one. You can still hear us. Okay.
I can hear you.
Great.
Now I can.
Do we have any question for Fred? Yes.
Hey, Fred, it's Kyle. It's good to see you again. You know, you'd made a comment.
I can't see you, but I was happy to be seen.
Well, that's good. At least you can hear me. I hope you're doing well. You know, you had made a statement earlier that, you know, people who are here in bull are here for the hype, and others who are here during the bear are here to build. What message do you have for the builders that are, you know, kind of working really hard under these circumstances just to push through? You know, we all believe in the mission, but, you know, it's tough, and, you know, sometimes it's good to hear, you know, a little bit of kind of, there's some, you know, light at the end of the tunnel, you know, from your perspective. So if you've got any message for us there, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, it is tough times. And what I really meant about that we're here to build and to deploy is that what's quite unique about where we are in this cycle is that a couple of years back, Cardano did not have the features, it did not have the functionalities, and it did not have the governance. What we now have is a really good product roadmap. And the reason why I like the product roadmap a lot, right, is because we actually don't need any hard forks right now. If it works on a blockchain, we can do it, right? Nearly everything you can do today, we can actually put on the blockchain. Now the question is it worth putting on the blockchain? And what we see right now in the times we're living in with more uncertainty than ever, there's so many good reasons to put things on a blockchain. Most of us, whether we're in Africa or in Europe, we actually live in a situation where we can actually, most of our tooling is coming either on the blockchain from China or from the US. And we ask ourselves about control, we ask ourselves about digital sovereignty. But when you build and deploy on Cardano, you don't need to ask that because Cardano is controlled by the world. And this is very different. And the same goes if you saw what Bitcoin now is doing in terms of their upgrade to quantum security. Rest assured, we are already where we already have containers and libraries.
Another round of applause. Thank you for your time, Fred. A little birdie told me you were on vacation, so I hope we're not interrupting too much. You can get back to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darlington.
See you online.
Bye-bye.
I would just add the getting help or getting consulted from the Blockchain Center, by the way, is a free service. It doesn't cost anything. So if you are truly interested, do stop by. Back to our host, Philip.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate President Darlington. I think this is the only time he gets to be called president, right? All right, on to our lightning talks. And we were...
Blockchain, I do recommend that you go and do it. It's very good. Okay, can we go to the next slide? So, I come from the United Nations Development Program. We have a small team within UNDP called the Alternative Finance Lab. We are based in Istanbul. You can think about us as a small startup within the broader United Nations family, trying to push these large organizations and institutions to adopt emerging technologies. So, as you know, all of these organizations are very, very slow to move, and it is our job to take these technologies, work with our partners like Cardano, implement solutions, and show to the wider UN family that this is actually something that works. This is a legitimate tool to solve problems related to SDGs. Our strength is, of course, that we have 172 country offices. So we have our mandate always comes from the host government. We have a closer relationship with the governments in the countries that we operate with in, as well as the grassroots communities. Next slide, please. So as I said, the UN as a whole, UNDP, can we go to the next slide, please? Is very slow to move. But for us, when it comes to introducing and having the United Nations embrace and adopt blockchain, 2025 was really an inflection point. So in 2025, we crossed the line of having 1,000 UN colleagues going through our blockchain academy, which is not as good as the one that Cardano has, to really build those internal capabilities and awareness about what this technology is. Because if we want UN country offices to work with blockchain, we really need to have those development practitioners also have some ownership about this technology. Not just that we are working with a tech partner who are talking in very sexy buzzwords and nobody understands actually what they mean. Also, we did set up a blockchain advisory group where we have all the kind of major representatives from the blockchain community advising us on where we should go within this space. And we also want to expand this to all the other UN organizations. You can see some numbers here. We also have a blockchain community of practice where we have 20 different UN organizations, so we are really
So quickly, this is basically our blockchain academy. I already said we had. So quickly, this is basically our blockchain academy. I already said we had over 1,000 people that went through it, and this is feeding right into our SDG blockchain accelerator. You already saw earlier here on stage some of our graduates. So if we can go to the next slide, our blockchain SDG blockchain accelerator is where we bring together technology partners and our country offices who know what the problems are within that country. They can identify the challenges that are faced by the communities that they work with. They can come up with a challenge, and together with our partners, we can reach out to the community, to the developers, to the builders, to the founders, and invite them in to come and work with us and come with real-world solutions that we can implement right away, that we can deploy, and hopefully in the future we can also scale, so that if we yet been addressed by blockchain, but there could be some kind of potential, and we are really looking into those kind of new avenues and where we can deliver most impact. Thank you very much. Now we can skip a few slides because we have some examples here, but at the end of the presentation we have a compendium, and I invite all of you to download it to see all the use cases that we have worked with. We can go to the next slide. Okay, we are also initiating a program on digital payments. So already we have assessed the ecosystem in 17 different countries. So here we are looking at our partners, not just our country offices, but also other UN agencies, development practitioners, tech partners, private sector partners, anybody who is interested to work on digital payments within these countries. We have the resources, and this is only the first 17 countries. So of course, you know, in a fantastic world, sometime in the future, we would have this done for all the 172 countries that we work with. We are currently piloting in Haiti, Guatemala, Syria, and Gambia. And just kind of one note on this, some of the signals that we are seeing is that these digital payment rails, they really do work in fragile contexts. You know, so not just in some kind of established markets, you know, where we would immediately imagine that this is, you know, they do have the infrastructure in there. But as you can see, for instance, in Haiti or in Syria, these are solutions that are really delivering a significant impact. The next slide, please. Okay, just quickly, we have events, key engagements. As you can see from the map that I put together last night, we are trying to operate as a convener. So whenever we organize something together with our partners or our sister organizations, our goal really is not just to bring UN and tech partners, but all kinds of stakeholders. So governments, civil society organizations, individual activists, developers, you name it. Our door is always open, and it's also kind of we are also exploring what can be done in this space. So I just want to leave you with this. There's a QR code, and I want to quote our administrator. Blockchain, in our mind, is not here to replace any kind of institutions, but it helps rebuild trust in them, and we really think that in this day and age, that is key, and that is very, very important. So this is an open invitation to all of you to reach out to me. Let's work together. Please scan the QR code and see all the, I think that there's 50 different examples from different countries where we have worked with blockchain, and I think 23, if I remember, are built on Cardano. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ben. That's a powerful look at how technology meets development where it matters most. And finally, we close our lightning talks with a perspective that blends culture, creativity, and advanced technology. Our final speaker is a creative strategist working at the frontier of AI, Web3, and storytelling. She is the Chief Visionary Officer at XR Agency and the founder of BeyondTheCode.ai, where she brings together culture, technology, and systems of creator empowerment with a strong focus on the global South. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Naftiti Strong.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. You can be a little louder. You've seen me running around all day. It's okay. Applaud for yourselves if you want to applaud for me. Applaud for yourselves. Give yourselves a round of applause, honestly. It's beautiful that you guys spoke, that you guys, came out and went through all of the things with us. I'm actually the Chief Visionary Officer of SingularityNet, and I just have a short, quick message. So, as the executive producer of BeyondTheCode.ai, it's a live documentary. It's a few months back, and here we are today. So congratulations. A round of applause for all of them. We follow the developers, we document the breakthroughs, we translate complex infrastructure into human stories. And this is where Cardano plays a critical role. Cardano provides the trust layer that allows decentralized AI to scale with integrity. I say that because I don't believe SingularityNet would have been what they have been without Cardano. I remember being at that party years ago and watching people that have big dreams and ideas come together. No matter where we are right now in the crypto space, the reality is the young people in the room are going to dictate the future. And so I just want to give a homage to those 12 projects that came out where Blockchain Center Nairobi and WADA took care of them. They brought them into Nairobi for the first time. Some of them haven't left their humble abodes. So I want to say a congratulations to all of you who spent the time, who actually believed, and who have come here now. So please give a round of applause for the 12 teams that Blockchain Center Nairobi and WADA have cultivated. Come on, louder, people. This is it. I mean, let's act like this has been a really beautiful day. It has been phenomenal. And I just want to say again, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I believe for some of us, our futures are bright. But I also believe that we are exactly what we say we are. So all of you that are out there, that are developers, that are trying to figure out Web3 and technology, keep believing, keep learning. And if you're in Kenya, find that Blockchain Center Nairobi and find WADA and get yourself connected. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate our lightning talk speakers one more time as they take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, one more. Oh yes, for the camera, one more photo on the podium.